That's how it is. You should make preparations once you're back." The director in a black uniform leaned against his desk, arms folded. He looked at the pale young man across from him with something close to pity in his eyes, as if he'd already seen the ending. Lin Yuan blinked. For a second, he honestly thought he'd misheard. Conscription? His throat tightened. "I've been selected for mandatory conscription." The director didn't deny it. He only nodded once, slow and final. Lin Yuan's mind stalled. He had crossed into this body only days ago. The memories were there, stitched into his skull like someone else's life forced to fit his own. He hadn't even finished adapting when reality slammed him in the face. In peacetime, conscription wasn't even the worst thing. The Human Interstellar Alliance never went cheap on its military. Even a basic conscript could get solid treatment, steady pay, and benefits. But this wasn't peacetime. Rumors had been spreading for weeks. Alien forces stirring in the border star systems, raids on supply routes, fleets disappearing in silent sectors. The broadcasts were careful with their words, but everyone could read between the lines. Conscription right now meant one thing: reinforcement. In the last 2.6 million years of the Starry Sea, humanity had expanded like wildfire, taking system after system. And wherever there were stars, there were resources. Where there were resources, there were wars. The civilizations pushed aside by humanity hadn't vanished. They were waiting. And some of them, the ones from deeper space, weren't just species. They were nightmares with names. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He knew the official propaganda. Humanity holds the advantage. The alliance is supreme. That could even be true on the scale of empires. But on a local battlefield, in a single system, in a corridor of space where fleets collided like steel beasts, that was different. Some alien individuals could tear through armor plating. Some could crack a ship's hull like it was paper. Those weren't legends. Those were classified reports that still leaked into public chatter. A fully armed human soldier facing such enemies still had a horrifying mortality rate, 20 to 30%. And worse, war confidentiality meant anyone deployed into extermination campaigns was cut off from civilian contact. No calls, no messages, no returns, unless the military decided you were allowed to return. Localized space wars didn't end in months. They lasted centuries, sometimes longer. Meaning, if Lin Yuan was shipped out, even if he survived, he might spend the rest of his life inside cold metal corridors, staring through reinforced glass at stars that didn't care if he lived or died. He would never touch oceans again, never step onto real soil again, never breathe air that didn't come from a purifier. He forced himself to speak. "Director, is there any room for negotiation? My parents depend on me. I have a younger sister." The director tapped the desk twice. His voice stayed steady, official. "The state has already considered that. If you cooperate with the policy, your family will be properly arranged." Lin Yuan's fingers curled slightly. The director continued, like he was reading a prepared script. "Your father will receive a one-rank promotion in his current post. Your mother will be assigned a stable job within the district. Your sister's tuition will be fully waived. When she turns 18, she will also receive priority for advanced education in a prestigious institution." Then, after a pause, "So, have you considered your future arrangements?" Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Objectively, these conditions were generous. His father had been stuck at a career bottleneck for years. A promotion would change their household status overnight. His mother, with a stable district job, meant real security. And his sister, a guaranteed path into a top institution, wasn't something ordinary families could buy with money or sweat. It was the kind of deal people called life-changing. And that was exactly what made it disgusting. Because it came with an unspoken price. Me. Lin Yuan had only become Lin Yuan a few days ago. Even with memories, even with familiarity, the instinct to resist surged up like a reflex. Why should all of it be built on a sacrifice? Why should the happiness of 3 people be stacked on the back of one person being dragged into a war machine? He exhaled slowly. "I prefer life on a planet," he said quietly. The director's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in weary patience. "Lin Yuan, serving the state is a duty of every citizen. This is mandatory conscription. If the selection has fallen on you, refusal changes nothing. He leaned forward slightly. Besides, you're young. What's wrong with seeing something new? To witness alien races that ordinary people only read about in textbooks, that's an opportunity most citizens never get in a lifetime. If you perform well, you may even be transferred back to a safer military post later. This isn't purely bad. The director's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, but the director raised a hand, ending it cleanly. That's enough. You may go. Spend these days with your family. Lin Yuan stood, numb, and walked out. Outside, more than a dozen students waited in line, faces tense, pretending not to be scared. When Lin Yuan appeared, one dark-skinned boy immediately grabbed his arm. "Hey, what did the director call us in for?" he whispered. Lin Yuan looked at him for a second. Then he sighed. "You'll know once you walk in." He pulled free and walked away. Last week, Lin Yuan had seen the announcement on a reputable broadcast: mandatory conscription across Kanglan Star and neighboring life planets. He hadn't taken it seriously. Kanglan Star alone had a population of 5 billion. The quota assigned to it was only a few 100,000. Statistically, the probability of being chosen was roughly 1 in 100,000. 1 in 100,000. The previous owner of this body had bought lottery tickets for over a decade and never won anything. And yet this lottery hit perfectly. Lin Yuan returned home. His parents were there. Even his younger sister was sitting at the table, unusually quiet. A cake sat in the center, untouched. It wasn't a celebration. It was a farewell disguised as one. His mother, Lu Qiong, stood up immediately, eyes red but stubborn. She looked like she wanted to speak and couldn't find words that didn't break. His father, Lin Shoqing, sat with a deep frown, staring at the table as if thinking hard enough could change reality. They knew. They had known before he did. "There may still be room," his father said hoarsely. "Tomorrow I'll speak to your uncle. I'll ask him to intervene." Uncle was a distant relative working in a research institute, someone with a few connections. Lin Yuan shook his head. "No need." His father's eyes sharpened. "How can you say that so calmly?" "Because I'm not stupid," Lin Yuan said, voice low. Mandatory conscription came from the charter. It wasn't a school decision. It wasn't a district choice. If you wanted to avoid being selected, you paid and pulled strings before the list was finalized. After the list was public, changing it meant paying a price that could ruin an entire family and still fail. If Lin Yuan had the kind of connections that could erase his name now, his name wouldn't have been on the list in the first place. He took a small piece of cake, chewed without tasting, then stood. "I'm tired," he said. "I'll go to my room." In his room, he lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. There has to be a way. He wasn't ready to accept a future measured in steel corridors and distant explosions. After a long silence, he sat up. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom was one of the 3 great goddesses of the Human Interstellar Alliance, the core intelligence that managed civilization's operations, monitored anomalies, enforced the charter, and ensured fairness across the citizen system. She didn't have emotions. She didn't have bias. At least, that was what people believed. The version ordinary citizens accessed wasn't her true primary consciousness, only a tiny distributed subconsciousness. A public interface. A cold voice sounded in his ears through the network. "Universal Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your query." Lin Yuan took a breath. "I want to know the conditions required to exempt myself from mandatory conscription." The voice answered instantly. Mandatory conscription is enacted under Article 156 of the Charter for the stability of human civilization and external warfare. All citizens are obligated to cooperate. 3 situations allow exemption. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. "State them." First, evolvers. Humans on the evolutionary path are the hope of civilization and possess the privilege to refuse mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan's expression twisted. Evolvers weren't myths. There were 2 broad categories. Unique evolvers, the unrepeatable kind. Hereditary bloodline awakenings, one-time mutations, impossible to copy evolutions. And common evolvers, stable paths that could be reproduced, gene soldier programs, mental master disciplines, killing machine training systems. Every stable evolutionary path was priceless knowledge, refined through countless deaths. Lin Yuan clenched his jaw. I'm just an ordinary person. Unique evolver chances didn't exist for him. The stable paths weren't free. Gene agents and enhancement resources were tightly controlled, and ordinary citizens didn't have access. Even if the materials fell into his lap, he couldn't afford the procedures or approvals. The voice continued. Second, universal level 4 citizens possess one exemption privilege per decade. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Citizen levels ran from 1 to 12. Higher meant greater privileges. And raising your level required contributions recognized by the goddesses, measured under strict fairness, which sounded noble until you realized it meant almost everyone stayed level 1 forever. On Kanglan Star, with 50 billion people, only one person was a level 4 citizen, the governor, a man who could decide the fate of billions with a single signature. Lin Yuan forced out the question anyway. The third condition? Third, contribute to civilization, reach universal level 2 citizen status, and obtain exemption from mandatory conscription. Silence filled the room. Level 2, a status so rare it was practically a legend among ordinary families. Not weaker than evolvers. In some ways, more valuable because it represented recognized contribution rather than raw force. Lin Yuan swallowed. What actions count as contributions? Providing a completely new evolutionary path grants significant contributions. Lin Yuan stared into space. A new evolutionary path. If he could do that, he wouldn't be lying in bed like a trapped animal. He'd already be protected by the system itself. He dragged a hand across his face. None of the 3 options were realistic. Not now. Time passed without him noticing. The lights outside dimmed. The house fell silent. Midnight arrived. Lin Yuan's eyes finally closed. He drifted into sleep. Then, something pulled at his consciousness. Hard, as if an invisible hook had sunk into his mind and yanked him downward. Lin Yuan's awareness plunged deep inside himself and stopped before something impossible. A towering gate of light. Magnificent, vast, like a doorway meant for gods, planted directly into the darkness of his mind. Within the gate, a pale blue screen shimmered like water, ripples moving across it as if it were alive. Lin Yuan jolted upright, heart hammering. What is this? He wasn't dreaming. Even awake, he could still feel it. The gate was there, and then translucent characters flashed across his vision, hovering under his gaze like a system overlay. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: Keeper of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Talent: none. Divine ability: none. Lin Yuan's breath caught. A gate. A system. A new variable in a life that was already being dragged toward the front lines. He stared at the blue screen, and for the first time since hearing the word conscription, he felt something other than fear. He felt possibility. Here's a cleaner, tighter rewrite in a web novel-style voice. Same plot, smoother flow, less repetition, stronger pacing. After that, I'll give quick feedback on how your Chapter 1 reads. Rewritten Chapter 1 polished. That's how it is. You should make preparations once you're back. The director in a black uniform leaned against his desk, arms folded. He looked at the pale young man across from him with something close to pity in his eyes, as if he'd already seen the ending. Lin Yuan blinked. For a second, he honestly thought he'd misheard. Conscription? His throat tightened. I've been selected for mandatory conscription? The director didn't deny it. He only nodded once, slow and final. Lin Yuan's mind stalled. He had crossed into this body only days ago. The memories were there, stitched into his skull like someone else's life forced to fit his own. He hadn't even finished adapting when reality slammed him in the face. In peacetime, conscription wasn't even the worst thing. The Human Interstellar Alliance never went cheap on its military. Even a basic conscript could get solid treatment, steady pay, and benefits. But this wasn't peacetime. Rumors had been spreading for weeks. Alien forces stirring in the border star systems, raids on supply routes, fleets disappearing in silent sectors. The broadcasts were careful with their words, but everyone could read between the lines. Conscription right now meant one thing: reinforcement. In the last 2.6 million years of the Starry Sea, humanity had expanded like wildfire, taking system after system. And wherever there were stars, there were resources. Where there were resources, there were wars. The civilizations pushed aside by humanity hadn't vanished. They were waiting, and some of them, the ones from deeper space, weren't just species. They were nightmares with names. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He knew the official propaganda. Humanity holds the advantage. The alliance is supreme. That could even be true on the scale of empires. But on a local battlefield, in a single system, in a corridor of space where fleets collided like steel beasts, that was different. Some alien individuals could tear through armor plating. Some could crack a ship's hull like it was paper. Those weren't legends. Those were classified reports that still leaked into public chatter. A fully armed human soldier facing such enemies still had a horrifying mortality rate, 20 to 30%. And worse, war confidentiality meant anyone deployed into extermination campaigns was cut off from civilian contact. No calls, no messages, no returns, unless the military decided you were allowed to return. Localized space wars didn't end in months. They lasted centuries, sometimes longer, meaning, if Lin Yuan was shipped out, even if he survived, he might spend the rest of his life inside cold metal corridors, staring through reinforced glass at stars that didn't care if he lived or died. He would never touch oceans again, never step on a real soil again, never breathe air that didn't come from a purifier. He forced himself to speak. "Director, is there any room for negotiation? My parents depend on me. I have a younger sister." The director tapped the desk twice. His voice stayed steady, official. "The state has already considered that. If you cooperate with the policy, your family will be properly arranged." Lin Yuan's fingers curled slightly. The director continued, like he was reading a prepared script. "Your father will receive a one-rank promotion in his current post. Your mother will be assigned a stable job within the district. Your sister's tuition will be fully waived. When she turns 18, she will also receive priority for advanced education in a prestigious institution." Then, after a pause, "So, have you considered your future arrangements?" Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Objectively, these conditions were generous. His father had been stuck at a career bottleneck for years. A promotion would change their household status overnight. His mother with a stable district job meant real security. And his sister, a guaranteed path into a top institution, wasn't something ordinary families could buy with money or sweat. It was the kind of deal people called life-changing. And that was exactly what made it disgusting. Because it came with an unspoken price. Me, Lin Yuan, had only become Lin Yuan a few days ago. Even with memories, even with familiarity, the instinct to resist surged up like a reflex. Why should all of it be built on a sacrifice? Why should the happiness of 3 people be stacked on the back of one person being dragged into a war machine? He exhaled slowly. "I prefer life on a planet," he said quietly. The director's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in weary patience. "Lin Yuan, serving the state is a duty of every citizen. And this is mandatory conscription. If the selection has fallen on you, refusal changes nothing." He leaned forward slightly. "Besides, you're young. What's wrong with seeing something new? To witness alien races that ordinary people only read about in textbooks, that's an opportunity most citizens never get in a lifetime. If you perform well, you may even be transferred back to a safer military post later. This isn't purely bad." The director's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. "But..." The director raised a hand, ending it cleanly. "That's enough. You may go. Spend these days with your family." Lin Yuan stood, numb, and walked out. Outside, more than a dozen students waited in line, faces tense, pretending not to be scared. When Lin Yuan appeared, one dark-skinned boy immediately grabbed his arm. "Hey, what did the director call us in for?" he whispered. Lin Yuan looked at him for a second. Then he sighed. "You'll know once you walk in." He pulled free and walked away. Last week, Lin Yuan had seen the announcement on a reputable broadcast, mandatory conscription across Kanglin Star and neighboring life planets. He hadn't taken it seriously. Kanglin Star alone had a population of 5 billion. The quota assigned to it was only a few 100,000. Statistically, the probability of being chosen was roughly 1 in 100,000. 1 in 100,000. The previous owner of this body had bought lottery tickets for over a decade and never won anything. And yet this lottery hit perfectly. Lin Yuan returned home. His parents were there. Even his younger sister was sitting at the table, unusually quiet. A cake sat in the center, untouched. It wasn't a celebration. It was a farewell disguised as one. His mother, Lu Qiong, stood up immediately, eyes red but stubborn. She looked like she wanted to speak and couldn't find words that didn't break. His father, Lin Shoqing, sat with a deep frown, staring at the table as if thinking hard enough could change reality. They knew. They had known before he did. There may still be room, his father said hoarsely. Tomorrow I'll speak to your uncle. I'll ask him to intervene. Uncle was a distant relative working in a research institute, someone with a few connections. Lin Yuan shook his head. No need.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
For Abbot Hui Wan, a pinnacle martial artist at the prenatal peak, few things could stir his emotions. Buddhist practices inherently induced a serene calmness. Having immersed himself in Buddhism for 70 to 80 years, even the collapsing of Mount Tai would likely not perturb his demeanor. However, at this moment, waves of shock surged within Abbot Hui Wan. This is the Arhut Fist? No, this isn't the Arhut Fist. Carefully observing the young novice demonstrating the martial arts technique, Abbot Hui Wan was astounded. Compared to the surging vigor emanating from hundreds of adult martial monks practicing the Arhut Fist, this young novice's movements were calm and quiet, yet carried a subtle and innate quality. It was a seamless and innate proficiency that seemed almost supernatural. How is this possible? A mere stubborn child. How could he master such a profound martial art? Abbot Hui Wan found it unbelievable. Any martial art, including those within the Buddhist tradition, required a considerable amount of time for comprehension and mastery. The Arhut Fist wasn't particularly profound, yet it demanded 6 or 7 years of dedicated practice for an ordinary person to achieve some level of skill. However, the technique being displayed by the young novice seemed several levels above the Arhut Fist in complexity, and yet it appeared to be effortlessly mastered. What puzzled Abbot Hui Wan the most was that although the young novice's movements bore traces of the Arhut Fist, they were far superior, almost reaching the level of the 72 supreme techniques of the Grand Zen Temple. The fact that such an exceptional martial art within the Buddhist tradition existed without his knowledge left Abbot Hui Wan in disbelief. Head monk. The other young novices noticed Abbot Hui Wan's gaze, their faces paling as they stood obediently in their places. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to practice the recently comprehended Grand Arhut Buddha Fist. Abbot Hui Wan, disinterested in the wayward novices, waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. His unwavering focus was on Lin Yuan, who diligently practiced the newly discovered martial art. Grand Arhut Buddha Fist. As Lin Yuan practiced this newfound martial arts technique, he felt a soothing sensation spreading through his limbs and body, akin to bathing in a warm spring. It was hard to say how much time had passed. Lin Yuan quietly condensed a breath of energy within his lower abdomen's dantian. This should be internal energy. Is it the prenatal internal energy that only prenatal martial experts can master? Lin Yuan speculated, being just a 3 or 4-year-old novice with limited knowledge. He knew that prenatal internal energy belonged to a league of power wielded by prenatal martial experts. As Lin Yuan reached a fraction of internal energy, a sudden hunger sensation swept over him. It compelled him to instinctively cease practicing the martial art. Continuing further would likely leave him famished. However, as Lin Yuan looked around, he noticed the disappearance of the hundreds of martial monks and the dozen novices. In their place stood 7 older monks. The monk with elongated eyebrows in the middle gave Lin Yuan an intense gaze, making him feel a little uneasy. "Abbot, head monk," Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. Among the 7 monks, he recognized 3: the head of the Martial Monk Academy, the head of the Disciplinary Academy, and the current abbot of the Grand Zen Temple. The identities of the other 4 were unknown, but standing shoulder to shoulder with the abbot and head monk signified their high status. Little one, the current abbot of the Grand Zen Temple, Abbess Huiju, smiled gently and asked, "The martial arts you were just practicing, where did you learn them?" Abbot Huiyuan, after instructing the other novices to leave, immediately contacted the Grand Zen Temple's abbess and other head monks. True martial experts of the Grand Zen Temple understood the gravity of the situation and hurried over. Everyone shared Abbot Huiyuan's judgment. Lin Yuan's practiced martial art was as profound as superior martial arts. Moreover, this martial art was an unheard-of Buddhist martial art. If not seen with our own eyes, none of us would believe that such a superior Buddhist martial art exists, unheard of in our world. Where did you learn it from? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a slight relief. By demonstrating the Grand Arhat Buddha fist on the spot, he intended to reveal his innate talents. Through the 3 recent attempts, Lin Yuan understood that to exploit the effect of the extraordinary insight, he needed to expose himself to the world's profound martial arts. Observing the sparrow and the earthworm, he could only comprehend ordinary martial arts: divine sparrow sky crossing technique and earth dragon rolling technique. But witnessing the martial monks practicing the Arhat fist enabled him to instantly comprehend a superior martial art: the Grand Arhat Buddha fist. Lin Yuan was unaware of the status of superior martial arts, but recognizing its significance in generating prenatal internal energy, he knew it wasn't simple. To access such superior martial arts within the Grand Zen Temple, or even more profound ones, being just a novice was impossible. Reporting to Abbess, I saw senior brothers practicing their fist techniques. I also wanted to join in. While practicing, I comprehended this martial art. I'm not sure if I should have or not. Lin Yuan showed a hint of apprehension, speaking truthfully. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, this transparency might lead to scrutiny or research. Yet, in this feudal martial world, especially within a religiously charged place like the Grand Zen Temple, even if Lin Yuan revealed extraordinary talent, it might be regarded as a reincarnated Buddha or a chosen one. By observing martial monks practicing the Arhat fist, I gained insights into a superior martial art that far surpasses the Arhat fist. The abbot of the Grand Zen Temple and the other head monks fell into silence. Even if someone else dared to say such a thing, they wouldn't believe it. What a joke. Do they really think superior martial arts are so easily obtainable? Most superior martial arts in the world were the result of the painstaking efforts of martial masters in the realm of grandmasters. The Grand Zen Temple, being a sacred place of Buddhism and a major hub of martial arts, primarily relied on the cultivation of prenatal martial experts through the 72 Mastery S72 superior martial arts. For a child of 3 or 4 years to claim comprehension of a superior martial art. However, upon deeper contemplation, the abbot and others astonishingly found that Lin Yuan's words might hold some truth. Firstly, the Grand Arhat Buddha fist was indeed a superior Buddhist martial art. Presently, aside from the Grand Zen Temple, there were a few other Buddhist sects, but they all acknowledged the Grand Zen Temple's leadership in this regard. Secondly, while there were other superior Buddhist martial arts beyond the 72 masteries, the abbot and head monks were familiar with them. However, Lin Yuan's practiced martial art was something they were witnessing for the first time. Moreover, the close resemblance between the Grand Arhat Buddha fist and the Arhat fist supported Lin Yuan's claim of having gained insight into the former by observing the latter. In a split second, the abbot and head monks exchanged glances, and a mutual thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that among the new disciples recently accepted into the Grand Zen Temple, there truly emerged an unprecedented martial prodigy of the millennium? Little one, let me see your hand. While the abbot, head monks, and others were immersed in their thoughts, the long-browed old monk stepped forward, speaking in a gentle tone. All right, Lin Yuan did not refuse, and in fact, he couldn't refuse. As he looked at this long-browed old monk, Lin Yuan felt the prenatal qi he had just condensed in his lower abdomen trembling. It was evident that this long-browed old monk's strength far exceeded Lin Yuan's imagination, at least stronger than the abbot, head monks, and others, as Lin Yuan didn't sense such pressure from them. Perfect mastery in martial arts, self-generating inner qi. Indeed, you have perfected a superior martial art to such an extent. The long-browed old monk gently touched Lin Yuan's right hand, and a scorching inner qi spread out. Shortly after, he sighed. Self-generating inner qi. The abbot and the head monks, hearing this, simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated earlier, they still found it inconceivable. In this world of martial arts, practitioners were categorized into postnatal, prenatal, master, and grandmaster levels. In general, reaching the master level was considered the ceiling, and it might take several centuries to produce one. Postnatal and prenatal practitioners constituted the vast majority of martial artists in the world. To transition from postnatal to prenatal, there were three main paths. 1. Ingesting some rare spiritual medicine from heaven and earth. After absorbing its power, even an ordinary person could become a prenatal martial expert. 2. A postnatal peak practitioner seizing a breakthrough opportunity, successfully advancing into the prenatal realm. This was the mainstream path, followed by almost all prenatal martial experts. 3. Cultivating a superior martial art to perfection. Superior martial arts were the painstaking works of master-level martial experts. When such martial arts were cultivated to perfection, individuals naturally developed prenatal inner qi. This wasn't a strange occurrence. However, entering the prenatal realm through this path usually happened to martial experts in their 50s or 60s, dedicating decades to the relentless study of superior martial arts, and, finally, experiencing a fortuitous event where they comprehended something. To have someone like Lin Yuan, who comprehended a superior martial art at the age of 3 or 4, at least according to the abbot and the head monk's knowledge, was unheard of. This kind of feat could only be vaguely explained by a martial prodigy, someone born with innate knowledge, a rarity occurring once every 1,000 years. Little one, are you willing to accept me as your master? The long-browed old monk looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and suddenly spoke. As these words were uttered, the abbot, head monks, and other monks did not show any surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had comprehended a superior martial art and perfected its practice, they realized that Lin Yuan's martial talent was undoubtedly the greatest in the 1,000-year history of the Great Zen Temple. As a martial prodigy of such caliber, only the long-browed old monk had the confidence to teach him in the entire Great Zen Temple. As for the abbot, head monks, and others, strictly speaking, they were also in the prenatal realm. Where was the qualification to take disciples? Disciple pays respects to master. Lin Yuan immediately bowed respectfully to the long-browed old monk. Becoming the disciple of the long-browed old monk undoubtedly saved Lin Yuan a significant amount of time. According to the rules of the Great Zen Temple, any disciple, regardless of their identity, had to undergo 3 years of running monk duties, 3 years of miscellaneous monk duties, 3 years in the scripture hall, and 3 years in the disciplinary court. Only after enduring these 12 years would they qualify to formally engage with the true martial arts of the Great Zen Temple. If Lin Yuan did not showcase his talent and remained among ordinary little novices, he would waste a considerable amount of time. Although, with his extraordinary comprehension ability, he might gain insights even by observing mountains and rivers, The difference in starting point would lead to significantly disparate outcomes in terms of achievements over the same period. Under the premise of being limited to a stay of only 20 years in this world, such an approach was clearly not feasible. By taking the long-browed old monk as his master, Lin Yuan would receive direct guidance and transmission of knowledge from the only master in the Great Zen Temple. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension ability, Lin Yuan's progress would be unparalleled. 2 months later, Lin Yuan and the long-browed old monk sat facing each other. From now on, you can move to the scripture repository. The long-browed old monk's mouth twitched slightly. Implicit in these words was the acknowledgement that the long-browed old monk felt incapable of further instructing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it. Lin Yuan's comprehension ability was too exaggerated. At the beginning, the long-browed old monk could still provide guidance to Lin Yuan. However, a few days later, he began to feel that something was amiss. Throughout history, individuals with exceptional intelligence were often described as being able to extrapolate from one example. However, Lin Yuan was not merely extrapolating from one. He was extrapolating from 10, even 100. No matter what the long-browed old monk said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand and derive even deeper insights. What made the long-browed old monk find it more incredible was that Lin Yuan not only had such talent in martial arts, but also in Buddhist scriptures and teachings. Facing such a prodigy, even an accomplished master like the long-browed old monk felt somewhat overwhelmed. So, as it progressed, rather than saying that the long-browed old monk was instructing Lin Yuan, it seemed more like two eminent monks engaging in an equal debate. In some instances, Lin Yuan's words even greatly benefited the master long-browed old monk. And all of this had been achieved in just 2 months. The scripture repository? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The scripture repository was where the Great Zen Temple stored its martial arts. It was an absolute key location. The 72 superior martial arts, known as the 72 transcendent skills, were stored on the 2nd floor of the scripture repository. Additionally, on the 3rd floor, there were even more profound martial arts surpassing the 72 transcendent skills. In fact, Lin Yuan had long wanted to visit the scripture repository, but the long-browed old monk had never agreed. He kept saying that Lin Yuan was too young, and exposure to things of such high levels would be detrimental to his state of mind. The various martial arts stored in the scripture repository were authored by generations of masters of the Great Zen Temple. There, you should be able to learn more. The long-browed old monk waved his hand, adopting a somewhat resigned posture. Since he couldn't teach Lin Yuan, he decided to let the masters of the Great Zen Temple throughout the ages be Lin Yuan's instructors. In reality, the scripture repository was a restricted area, and ordinary disciples had no qualification to enter. However, Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of the long-browed old monk, entering the scripture repository posed no problem. After that day, the long-browed old monk declared seclusion. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, resided frequently in the scripture repository. At the young age of 3, Lin Yuan began perusing numerous martial arts. The scripture repository housed an extensive collection of martial arts, with the 72 transcendent skills being just the most renowned part. There were many other martial arts as well. The muscle transformation scripture. On the 2nd floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan took out an ancient scroll. The muscle transformation scripture was a unique martial art that could reshape the muscles and enhance martial aptitude. Its value might even surpass that of the 72 transcendent skills. However, this particular martial art had not been mastered by anyone in the entire Great Zen Temple. The reason was its high threshold, requiring not only martial comprehension, but also an understanding of Buddhist scriptures. Perhaps the long-browed old monk had the foundation to master the muscle transformation scripture, but for a master, it was not as crucial. Lin Yuan picked up the original muscle transformation scripture and began reading it attentively. 3 days later, due to your extraordinary comprehension, watching the special martial art muscle transformation scripture, You have comprehended the special martial art muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. Lin Yuan felt a slight joy in his heart. A mysterious force began circulating between his limbs and bones, gradually strengthening his meridians, flesh, and blood. This force wasn't limited to his physical body. It extended to Lin Yuan's spirit and soul, nurturing them. The original muscle transformation scripture had a limited effect, but this muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique I've comprehended now can strengthen every aspect without any shortcomings. Even masters would probably envy it. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. After 2 months of guidance from the long-browed old monk, Lin Yuan was no longer ignorant of the current martial arts world. Masters emphasized muscles and bones, and each master had developed their muscles and bones to the pinnacle of an ordinary person. However, the subsequent forging of the body, blood exchange, and spirit refinement had a significant impact on masters, especially spirit refinement. It was said that even masters were eager to enhance their mental martial arts. With this muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique, stepping into the realm of a master should be achieved ahead of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, highly satisfied. After comprehending the Great Buddha Fist, Lin Yuan had advanced into the prenatal realm, surpassing the ordinary prenatal martial practitioners. However, his prenatal realm was somewhat lacking, given that others achieved it with abundant vital energy and blood. In contrast, Lin Yuan, with the body of a 3-year-old, naturally couldn't match the quantity and quality of the prenatal internal energy of regular practitioners. Nevertheless, with this muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique, Lin Yuan could save time and improve his physical and spiritual attributes comprehensively. And so, Lin Yuan stayed in the scripture repository for 5 years. The great Zen temple, ancient and serene, showed no signs of the passing 5 years. In the scripture repository, 5 years have passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his gaze profound. Unbeknownst to him, 5 years had elapsed since his arrival in this world. He was now a quarter of the way through the maximum residency of 20 years. During these 5 years, besides immersing himself in understanding and practicing the insights he gained, Lin Yuan had also acquired a certain level of knowledge about this world. The source of his understanding naturally came from the great Zen temple. As a sacred place of Buddhism and a major force in martial arts, the great Zen temple couldn't completely isolate itself from the world. On the contrary, its intelligence network extended throughout various corners of the world. Using Buddhist faith as a pretext, they had infiltrated nearly every aspect. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the current Great Li dynasty ruled over the Central Plains, enjoying a period of prosperity. The entire realm was under its control. Even the millennium-old Great Zen temple had to bow before the Great Li dynasty. According to the information gathered by the Great Zen temple, at least 6 martial arts masters served the Great Li dynasty. It's worth noting that there were probably only around a dozen martial arts masters in the entire world today. Having one master was enough for the Great Zen temple to dominate the martial arts world. The Great Li dynasty, with 6 martial arts masters, held immense deterrent power. The reason for the Great Li dynasty's profound strength was its founding ancestor, a grandmaster. Grandmaster. Martial arts grandmaster. One word made a world of difference. From ancient times, each era had its own masters. Some eras had a few, while others had dozens. However, a martial arts grandmaster was a rare occurrence, with perhaps centuries passing before one emerged. The Great Li dynasty's dominance over the world, forcing even the great Zen temple to submit, was due to the existence of their invincible founding ancestor, a grandmaster. Even after the passing of many years, the techniques left by this grandmaster still controlled the 6 martial arts masters. The Great Li dynasty's founder had been a grandmaster, a level of spiritual and martial prowess that set him apart from ordinary masters. While later generations of martial practitioners focused on the transformation of their bodies, blood, and energy, martial arts grandmasters aim for spiritual refinement, a realm of their own. One living martial arts grandmaster could make ordinary masters tremble with a single glance. Spiritual anomaly. Lin Yuan touched his forehead. The founder of the great Zen temple, Patriarch Bodhidharma, a master from a millennium ago, was also a martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, the great Zen temple had detailed descriptions of grandmasters. Compared to martial arts masters, the distinguishing feature of grandmasters was the initiation of the development of the spiritual soul's power. To break through to the realm of grandmaster, one must gather and master spiritual anomalies. However, the realm of the spiritual soul was elusive and ethereal. Ordinary masters might spend decades without sensing this power. Even if a master did sense it, any slight mistake during the process of gathering spiritual anomalies could lead to irreversible consequences. Physical injuries could be gradually healed and restored, but the same couldn't be said for the spiritual soul. Typically, out of 100 masters, about 80 would never touch the level of the spiritual soul during their lifetime. 19 who did sense the spiritual soul might perish while attempting to gather spiritual anomalies. In the end, only one master would successfully ascend to the realm of Grandmaster. The 163rd method to break into the realm of Grandmaster seems to have almost no danger, Lin Yuan contemplated. Ever since he had successfully crossed into the realm of Master 4 years ago using the body refining and spirit purifying technique, Lin Yuan had been pondering ways to ascend to the realm of Grandmaster. Given Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, understanding, and developing the spiritual soul were within his capabilities. The challenge lay in how to condense spiritual anomalies without any risk. Lin Yuan had been exploring the methods left by the great Zen temple's founder, Patriarch Bodhidharma, for the past few years, stored on the 3rd floor of the scripture repository. However, these methods had a high mortality rate, reaching 96%. Despite being lower than the 99% mortality rate outside, it was still too high for Lin Yuan to accept. That was why Lin Yuan decided to use his extraordinary insight to create a method to ascend to the realm of Grandmaster without any risk. After creating 162 methods, the breakthrough method he formulated a few days ago, the 163rd, left Lin Yuan quite satisfied. It not only minimized the risk of ascending to the realm of Grandmaster, but also provided room for recovery even in extreme circumstances. Now, Lin Yuan felt confident that he could cross into the realm of Grandmaster without any risk. Today is the day I step into the realm of Grandmaster. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to immediately begin to break through. Meanwhile, in the great Zen temple, the abbot and the chief monk, Yuan, along with a few other leaders, were engaged in casual conversation. Let me think. Hasn't it been 3 or 4 years since junior brother Huizhen left the scripture repository? The chief of the Vinaya court speculated and asked. Huizhen, also known as Lin Yuan, was addressed as a junior brother since he had taken the Master Long Eyebrow monk as his teacher. Lin Yuan's seniority in the great Zen temple was equivalent to that of the chief of the abbot's court. Yes, the abbot of the great Zen temple nodded. Since Lin Yuan moved to the scripture repository 5 years ago, he only occasionally stepped out during the first year. For the past 4 years, he hadn't left the scripture repository at all. People say that junior brother Huizhen cultivated innate energy at the age of 3, an unprecedented martial arts prodigy. However, the dedication junior brother has shown in martial arts is beyond ordinary. The chief of the menial labor court commented. Others nodded in agreement. For 4 years, Lin Yuan hadn't stepped out of the scripture repository, dedicating himself to martial arts scriptures. Such discipline and patience were rare even among high monks. I wonder how junior brother Huizhen's cultivation is going. The 3rd chief showed a hint of curiosity. Having entered the realm of innate energy after just watching the demonstration of the Luohan fist, Lin Yuan had spent 5 years in the scripture repository. Everyone was curious about his current level. With junior brother Huizhen's talent, he might already be at the peak of the innate energy realm. The chief of the Vinaya court speculated. Innate energy peak? The abbot hesitated for a moment. In this world, martial arts were divided into postnatal, innate, master, and grandmaster realms. Although Lin Yuan, at the age of 3, entered the innate realm, his foundation was inadequate due to his young age. It would likely take considerable time to catch up to the level of an average innate martial artist. The abbot estimated that, in 5 years, Lin Yuan might have just compensated for his deficiencies and reached the standard level of an average innate martial artist. Perhaps. The abbot pondered for a while and nodded slightly. He didn't believe that Huizhen had reached the peak of the innate realm after compensating for his foundation. However, since Lin Yuan was Long Eyebrow Monk's disciple, and they were of the same generation, the abbot refrained from making definitive statements. You two old fellows have no confidence in junior brother Huizhen? Maybe he's already a master. The chief of the martial monk court glanced toward the direction of the scripture repository, a smile appearing on his face. He was the first one to discover Lin Yuan's martial talent. Master. The chief of the Vinaya court and the chief of the menial labor court exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Even though they sensed a playful tone in the chief of the martial monk court's words, they didn't echo his sentiment. After all, the title master was significant, representing a rare few pillars in the martial world. All right, stop discussing junior brother Huizhen. The abbot of the great Zen temple felt that the conversation was becoming more absurd and immediately intervened. However, at that very moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the air, accompanied by invisible fluctuations rising into the sky, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Is this spiritual power? Could it be the spiritual power of a grandmaster, a great grandmaster? The abbot and the other leaders widened their eyes, feeling a sudden shock. When had a great grandmaster appeared in the world? Moreover, if such a grandmaster were to visit the great Zen temple, it would be an extraordinary event. No, this spiritual power is coming from the scripture repository. This is junior brother Huizhen's aura. The chief of the Vinaya court seemed to have sensed something, his eyes widening. Junior brother Huizhen's aura? Spiritual power? A great grandmaster. The abbot and the chief of the martial monk court opened their mouths, their faces expressing disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Judging by the source and the characteristics of this spiritual power, they couldn't help but entertain a wild idea. Could it be that junior brother Huizhen, who had spent 5 years in the scripture repository, had actually reached the realm of a great grandmaster? Realizing this possibility, a sense of absurdity overwhelmed them. 3 years old entering the innate realm was one thing, but now, at the age of 8, a great grandmaster? Was he still human? Innate and master were entirely different concepts, especially when it came to a master who had already developed spiritual powers, the most apparent sign being the ability to take shortcuts in reaching the innate realm. For instance, one could ingest certain spiritual medicines or receive exclusive teachings from master. With the great Zen temple's profound background, it could artificially produce several innate martial experts if it were willing to pay the price. However, such actions would be meaningless. For a martial arts powerhouse like the great Zen temple, having a few more innate martial experts wouldn't fundamentally impact them. What truly mattered was the presence of masters and great grandmasters, as they had the power to influence the overall situation in the world. Regardless of breaking through to the innate realm or advancing to the level of master, external aids were of minimal use. Breaking through to the innate realm required perfect control over one's power, such as swallowing specific natural treasures or receiving guidance from master. For masters striving to become great grandmasters, they had to develop spiritual powers, a process fraught with danger that could lead to death. This was why the abbot and the other leaders, upon sensing the mysterious grandmaster who displayed spiritual powers, were shocked. In today's world, a great grandmaster was a rare occurrence, with the last known one being the founder of the Great Li dynasty 180 years ago. Considering the time elapsed, it wasn't impossible for a new great grandmaster to emerge. However, it would likely be someone among the already renowned masters. As for Lin Yuan, an 8-year-old child, it was inconceivable for him to be a great grandmaster, capable of dominating the world. This concept was beyond their understanding and defied logic. On the back mountain of the great Zen temple, the venerable Long Eyebrows, who was in seclusion, was also disturbed by the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the scripture repository. Spiritual power? Disciple Huizhen, has he stepped into the realm of a great grandmaster? Long Eyebrows muttered to himself, his gaze blank. As a master of the great Zen temple, he had taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and was aware of his terrifying martial talent. In Long Eyebrows' eyes, Lin Yuan becoming a master was plausible, and there was a significant possibility of him touching the realm of a great grandmaster in the future. However, he expected this to happen decades later. Now, merely 5 years later, Lin Yuan had become a great grandmaster? Compared to the abbot and the leaders, Long Eyebrows' shock was more profound. The abbot and the leaders were only at the peak of the innate realm, knowing the difficulties of breaking through to a great grandmaster but lacking a concrete understanding. Long Eyebrows, on the other hand, was a master, just 1 step away from becoming a great grandmaster. He could feel the insurmountable gap between a great grandmaster and a master every moment. Even with the breakthrough method left behind by Patriarch Damo, Long Eyebrows had no idea how to achieve the leap to becoming a great grandmaster. In the scripture repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, suppressing the fluctuations of his spiritual power. This spiritual power resembles the evolution path of mental masters in the universal human civilization. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the universe's human civilization, evolutionaries weren't a secret, and there were many well-known evolutionary paths. The mental masters, in particular, required special means to stimulate the mind, enabling them to wield unimaginable powers. Just a similarity, not an exact match. Lin Yuan pondered inwardly. The evolutionary path of mental masters in the universe primarily focused on illusions, whereas the spiritual powers of a grandmaster were purely martial, creating a sense of oppression surpassing that of mental masters. Furthermore, the physical bodies of mental masters in the universal human civilization were generally considered weak points, appearing somewhat fragile. In contrast, masters had already surpassed the pinnacle of an ordinary person's physical capabilities and could perfectly control every strand of power within their bodies. Although Lin Yuan wasn't aware of the specific merits and drawbacks of the mental master evolutionary path, he speculated that, in terms of combat power, grandmasters were likely superior. In the universe's human civilization, martial arts should be considered an entirely new evolutionary path. If I can push martial arts to higher levels in this realm and present it to the goddess of wisdom for evaluation when I return, I should be able to obtain substantial rewards. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. After learning about the forced conscription matter, Lin Yuan had inquired with the goddess of wisdom, realizing her profound interest in new evolutionary paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, glancing towards the outside of the scripture repository. Breaking through to the realm of a great grandmaster and refining spiritual powers unavoidably led to the spread of the news. Thus, it was entirely normal for the abbot and the leaders to perceive it. Outside the scripture repository, Long Eyebrows, the abbot, the leaders, and others were waiting. If other monks were present, they would have noticed that the usually dignified abbot and leaders wore anxious expressions, akin to students waiting to meet their admired teacher. Restlessness, expectation. Come in, everyone. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. Yes. Upon receiving permission, the abbot, the leaders, and others breathed sighs of relief, following behind Long Eyebrows as they entered the scripture repository. We greet you, venerable monk. On the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, Long Eyebrows and the others finally saw Lin Yuan. They respectfully bowed. There was no other way. If Lin Yuan had reached the innate realm, prenatal realm, at the age of 3, it could be explained as an extraordinary martial prodigy. However, entering the realm of a great grandmaster at the age of 8 was inexplicable by common sense. Only the legendary reincarnation of a true Buddha or a living Buddha could reconcile with everyone's understanding. All, including Long Eyebrows, unhesitatingly addressed Lin Yuan as Venerable Monk. Venerable Monk? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying anything. He knew his own affairs, and he was definitely not a venerable monk. However, as long as he didn't reveal it, no one would know. Next, Lin Yuan chatted with the abbot, leaders, and others, taking the opportunity to share some insights he had occasionally gained in the past few years. He explained his understanding of breaking through the innate realm to reach the master realm, providing guidance to those present. This direct guidance left the abbot, leaders, and others profoundly enlightened. As a grandmaster inheritance establishment, the Great Zen Temple naturally possessed precious legacies left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and successive masters on how to break through to the master realm. However, even the annotations left by Patriarch Bodhidharma were often not fully understood by the abbot, leaders, and others. Achieving certain feats did not necessarily mean one comprehended all the underlying principles and essence of those feats. While it was known that breaking through to become a master required perfect control over every strand of one's power, the details of how to achieve such perfect control were rarely explained, let alone how to actually do it. Lin Yuan, leveraging his extraordinary insight, meticulously replicated the process of breaking through the innate realm to the master realm, providing specific methods and means. This revelation brought tears to the eyes of the abbot, leaders, and others. Through Lin Yuan's guidance, they at least saw hope in breaking through to become masters. If they could cultivate and refine their skills for a decade or two, perhaps they might step into the realm of masters. In just a few sentences, Lin Yuan, like a beacon of wisdom, illuminated the future of the great Zen temple for decades to come, cultivating several potential masters. Such an ability only a venerable monk like Lin Yuan could achieve it. It could be said that if anyone dared to question Lin Yuan's venerable monk identity now, the abbot and leaders of the great Zen temple will be the first to object. As for you, master, Lin Yuan looked toward the long-eyebrowed old monk standing beside him. Even though Lin Yuan had received guidance from the long-eyebrowed old monk for only 2 months, the fact that Lin Yuan could smoothly move into the scripture pavilion was also due to the old monk's approval. In the realm of grandmasters, emphasis is placed on the spiritual aspect, and external forces are difficult to interfere with. A few years ago, I studied the martial arts scripture, e.g. washing marrow, forging body, changing blood, and tempering divine skill in the scripture pavilion and gained insights into another martial art. It should be beneficial for stepping into the realm of grandmasters, Lin Yuan explained. The martial art he referred to was none other than the muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. This martial art not only nourished the physical body, but also tempered the spirit. Breaking through from the master realm to the realm of a grandmaster essentially involved developing spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to perceive and condense it into spiritual abilities. Practicing this martial art to perfection would significantly increase the chances of reaching the grandmaster realm from the master peak realm, possibly up to 30%. No need to expend effort on me. The path to grandmaster requires an epiphany. The long-eyebrowed old monk immediately responded. Before Lin Yuan, it was common knowledge among martial experts that reaching the realm of grandmasters couldn't be forcefully pursued. Even powerful grandmasters found it nearly impossible to cultivate another grandmaster. 1,000 years ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, the founder of the great Zen temple and a grandmaster himself, took in 108 Buddhist monks as disciples when establishing the temple. However, none of these monks managed to step into the realm of grandmasters. No worries, just listen, Lin Yuan said, gradually explaining the muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. Initially, the long-eyebrowed old monk remained calm, thinking that Lin Yuan's teachings would be similar to the insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, as Lin Yuan progressed, revealing only one-fifth of the skill, the old monk's brows furrowed, and his thoughts surged. The long-eyebrowed old monk's heart raced. As a grandmaster, he had basic discernment skills. Even after hearing only half, he realized the tremendous value of the martial art Lin Yuan was imparting. It was a martial art that tempered the spirit. While martial arts involving the spirit existed, the great Zen temple's scripture pavilion already contained several spiritual martial arts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, these were reserved for grandmasters who had condensed spiritual abilities. The muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique that Lin Yuan had comprehended could be practiced even by innate realm martial artists. This was truly inconceivable, leaving the long-eyebrowed old monk momentarily speechless. After a short while, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked at the stunned long-eyebrowed old monk. The abbot, leaders, and others beside him listened as well, but they didn't immediately realize the value of this martial art. They only found Lin Yuan's explanation of the martial art obscure and difficult to comprehend, something that required gradual insight. All right, you can all leave now. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze and waved his hand. Yes, the long-eyebrowed old monk, who had snapped out of his daze, suppressed the excitement within him and respectfully replied. After the long-eyebrowed old monk and the others left, the scripture pavilion fell silent once again. Lin Yuan walked to the third floor and picked up an ancient book. The cover of the book prominently displayed the four characters Fumo Ji Jing. Fumo Ji Jing, related to intelligence and spirit, was undoubtedly a spiritual martial art. It was one of the martial arts left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago. Before breaking through to the realm of Grandmaster, Lin Yuan had not mastered spiritual abilities, despite his extraordinary perceptiveness. He had not delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now, as a Grandmaster, he naturally began to comprehend this aspect. More than half a month passed swiftly. During this time, Lin Yuan had been studying the Fumo Ji Jing. You, with extraordinary perceptiveness, comprehend the spiritual martial art Fumo Ji Jing and gain insights into the spiritual extraordinary skill, heaven and earth-changing technique. Lin Yuan was pleased. Within the Niwen Palace on his forehead, strands of spiritual abilities continued to intertwine, forming a mysterious pattern that was imprinted on it. Heaven and earth-changing technique. Spiritual extraordinary skill. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he activated the pattern condensed with spiritual abilities within a Niwen Palace, it would release a spiritual domain. Within the range of this domain, even other grandmasters would have their mental will suppressed, experiencing the pain of confusion and loss. No reason. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. With just this spiritual extraordinary skill, he was confident in becoming invincible within the Grandmaster realm. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. Inside the scripture pavilion, a mysterious aura diffused and spread, but all stopped at the entrance. Above the Grandmaster realm, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a faint white lightning flashed across the void. The void generated electricity. This was an external manifestation of an extraordinarily powerful spirit. The spiritual power of a Grandmaster could kill, but it couldn't shake material rules. For example, lifting a stone with spiritual power alone was an impossibility, a rule unbroken throughout history. However, Lin Yuan had now broken this rule. Due to Lin Yuan's realm, which had surpassed that of Grandmaster, he had reached an unprecedented state in this realm. With his extraordinary perceptiveness, Lin Yuan had taken only 5 years to traverse the realms of postnatal, prenatal, master, and achieving the status of a Grandmaster. Now, after another 5 years had passed, breaking the constraints of the Grandmaster. Achieving an accomplishment that no one before him had achieved was no longer a rare occurrence. Above Grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level beyond Grandmaster was a legend, a myth. Therefore, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. There is still 10 years of residence time. I should go out and take a look. Lin Yuan calmed his breath, looking up at the great Zen temple outside. After entering the mythical realm, the accumulated heritage of the great Zen temple over the past 1,000 years had been mostly digested and absorbed by Lin Yuan. Next, if Lin Yuan wanted to maintain the previous 10 years of cultivation speed, he needed to travel the world, exploring various martial arts secrets. After all, the Great Zen Temple was only one of the major martial arts schools. Apart from the Great Zen Temple, there were still other major martial arts schools, and even the rule of the Great Li dynasty overlooked them. By witnessing martial arts different from those of the Great Zen Temple and refining his extraordinary perceptiveness to the extreme, Lin Yuan could more easily comprehend the paths and realms ahead. Outside the Bodhi courtyard, the Grand Zen Temple's abbot Hui Yuan and several senior monks gathered once again. I can already sense the bottleneck of the Master Realm. Quickly, within 10 years, or at most 20 years, you will be able to break through to the Master Realm. Abbot Hui Yuan's voice was filled with excitement. Under normal circumstances, with his aptitude, the possibility of him entering the Master Realm was not significant. However, a few years ago, under Lin Yuan's guidance, he saw a glimmer of hope. The other senior monks were similarly excited. Lin Yuan's guidance had benefited them greatly. Although they didn't have the certainty of breaking through to the Master Realm within 20 years like the abbot, achieving it in 30 or 40 years was still quite hopeful. In this world, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm, prenatal realm, as a martial artist and living over 100 years was not a difficult task. The senior monks were mostly in their 60s or 70s, and they had the ability to make a final attempt at breaking through. Just then, a martial monk hurriedly entered. Abbot, senior monks, and no, something bad has happened. The martial monk seemed a bit anxious and stuttered. Clearly, the news he brought was urgent. Take your time, don't rush, Abbot Hui Yuan comforted. Venerable, venerable. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What happened to Venerable? Abbot Hui Yuan stood up abruptly, staring at the martial monk. The other senior monks also showed solemn expressions. In their eyes, Venerable was the hope of the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to Venerable was a significant matter for the temple. Venerable. The martial monk quickly said, Venerable has left the mountain. What? Venerable has left the mountain? Abbot Hui Yuan was momentarily stunned, quickly asking, Did Venerable say anything about why he left the mountain? Yes, Venerable did. He said he was going down the mountain to see the world. What? Venerable said that? Abbot Hui Yuan was taken aback, asking urgently, Did Venerable mention anything specific about his purpose for going down the mountain? He said, to take a look at this world. The martial monk tried to mimic Lin Yuan's tone as much as possible. Well, if you're still reading, then I suppose the novel is good. Venerable has entered the secular world. Martial monk Yuan Hui immediately realized the situation. It wasn't unusual for monks from the Great Zen Temple to descend the mountain and travel the world. Abbot Hui Yuan and other senior monks had experienced it multiple times themselves. 4 high-ranking monks descending the mountain into the secular world was a form of spiritual cultivation. However, they overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan had never left the mountain during the years he spent in the temple. Will Venerable encounter any danger by going down alone? The chief of the discipline court seemed to be concerned, but he stopped himself before completing the sentence. Abbot Hui Yuan and others rolled their eyes. What a joke. Danger? They might not know Lin Yuan's current state, but 5 years ago, he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. Even if he stayed in one place, he would still be a Grandmaster. With the strength of a Grandmaster, even if tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded him, given some time, he could eliminate them all or escape unscathed. Never mind. Venerable's image has been distributed to various temples across the country. All our monks in different regions will follow Venerable's orders. Abbot Hui Yuan spoke calmly. The great Zen temple, as a sacred place for Buddhism and a dominant force in martial arts, had profound influence and potential power. Even among the other major martial arts sects, it was second to none. Outside the great Zen temple, under the vast sky, a young monk in gray robes walked on a narrow mountain path. Observant eyes would notice that with every step he took, his figure appeared several meters away, a phenomenon both mysterious and divine. This young monk was Lin Yuan. After leaving the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan covered a distance of 1,200 miles in just 2 hours. Compared to the Grandmaster realm, the internal energy in the body of a mythical realm martial artist had evolved into a higher level of energy, which Lin Yuan temporarily referred to as elemental power. A strand of elemental power could overpower 10 strands of internal energy at the Grandmaster level. However, in actual combat, it was a different story. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, his true combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the Grandmaster-level martial artists in history were resurrected, he could defeat them with a single slap. Ha ha ha! Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. With each step, Lin Yuan's blood surged, and elemental power circulated within him like a burning furnace. The formidable heat spread in all directions, resembling a raging fire. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. A gentle breeze brushed across his face. Lin Yuan stood there momentarily, as if time had stopped. Days passed by, and finally, with extraordinary comprehension, having read countless scriptures, feeling the breeze, listening to the profound principles of the wind, have realized the true martial art divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and countless insights erupted in his mind, forming a genuine martial art. A genuine martial art surpassed the martial arts of grandmasters and required mythical realm warriors to spend a considerable amount of time and energy to create. This time, with the help of his extraordinary comprehension and the relaxation of his mind outside the temple, Lin Yuan had created this martial art. Divine Wind 9 Steps. Lin Yuan carefully comprehended this martial art, which belonged to the category of body techniques. It utilized elemental power within the body to connect with the forces of heaven and earth. After 9 steps, it allowed the practitioner to integrate as much as possible with the wind, further achieving a significant increase in his speed. Terrifying, Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. At his level, every aspect had already reached its peak. Even a slight improvement was extremely challenging, let alone a direct surge in speed. True martial arts are already harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Does the path ahead also relate to the heavens and the earth? Lin Yuan remained standing in the same spot, looking thoughtful. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high monk from the Great Zen Temple during his travels. It had maintained a close connection with the Great Zen Temple for centuries. Why is Venerable going to Mingyue Palace? What is the purpose? The abbot of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. Sitting in front of him was the young monk, Lin Yuan. The main purpose of Lin Yuan leaving the Great Zen Temple this time was to observe the profound martial arts of various major sections. Among them, those on par with the Great Zen Temple as major martial arts powers were his primary choices. Most major martial arts powers were founded by grandmasters, and they had produced many masters over the generations. Mingyue Palace was one such martial arts power. I wish to observe the various martial arts of Mingyue Palace. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, calmly stating his intention. While passing by Pudu Temple on his way to Mingyue Palace, Lin Yuan had stopped there for a brief rest. Even with the power of mythical realm, he was still a human and couldn't ignore fatigue like a machine. Due to the deep connection between Pudu Temple and the Great Zen Temple, the abbot recognized Lin Yuan and personally attended to him. The abbot of Pudu Temple hesitated. Not hiding anything, Venerable, about half a year ago, the master of Mingyue Palace passed away without leaving a successor. There was internal turmoil in Myriad Palace, and many martial arts scriptures are likely missing. The abbot of Pudu Temple spoke in a low voice. Although Myriad Palace had tried to suppress this matter, Pudu Temple had learned about it through special channels. Really, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this information. If Venerable wishes to view the martial arts scriptures of Myriad Palace, you can go to the capital of Dali Kingdom. Back then, the founder of Dali Kingdom, Emperor Ma, traveled the world, visited Myriad Palace, and copied all their martial arts scriptures before bringing them back. The abbot paused for a moment and subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Myriad Palace. Other martial arts powers, including the Great Zen Temple, were visited by Emperor Ma of Dali Kingdom. Numerous martial arts scriptures were copied and taken away. Emperor Ma, as a grandmaster, was invincible in his time, and no martial arts power dared to refuse. They could only endure this loss. Oh, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't read about this event in the records of the Great Zen Temple. However, upon further thought, it made sense. Taking away all martial arts scriptures forcefully was not a glorious event. Even if the person doing it was Emperor Ma, a grandmaster, the Great Zen Temple would not publicize such an incident. Are you saying then the capital of Dali, there are martial arts scriptures from all major martial arts powers of that time? Lin Yuan asked. Back then, Emperor Ma of Dali wanted to make further progress, so he gathered martial arts from all over the world. Any influential martial arts force with a known name had to submit their martial arts techniques, without exception. The abbot of Pudu Temple truthfully explained. That's quite convenient. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to observe the martial arts of various sects, he would have to visit them one by one. As martial arts powers were spread all over the world, he would have wasted a lot of time visiting them one by one. Now it was much simpler. He could directly go to the capital of Dali Kingdom. Capital of Dali, Linglong Pavilion. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was packed with people every day. Whether they were visitors from out of town or locals, anyone with the opportunity wouldn't miss the chance to taste the dishes at Linglong Pavilion. Snap! In the central part of the restaurant, on a constructed platform, a storyteller was energetically narrating a story. 10 years ago, in the sacred land of Buddhism, the Great Zen Temple, a Buddhist disciple was born. This disciple was born with knowledge, possessing the appearance of various Buddhas. It is said that at that time, the sky above the Great Zen Temple revealed the golden body of Buddha, with golden light covering an area of tens of miles. Many people, bathed in this golden light, had their hidden illnesses cured. Now, after 10 years, that Buddhist disciple. The storyteller paused abruptly, arching his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, today's story ends here. If you want to know how this young Buddhist disciple is doing now, please come back tomorrow. As these words were spoken, a sigh spread among the audience. They were captivated by the tale and wanted to know more about the young Buddhist disciple. However, the storyteller chose to leave them in suspense. This is for you to continue, a burly man said, throwing a silver ingot onto the platform. Other onlookers also tossed various coins and valuables. Thanks to everyone for the appreciation. I will continue right away, the storyteller said with a grin, collecting the rewards before resuming his narrative. Considering his age, that Buddhist disciple should be in his teens now, undoubtedly studying Buddhist scriptures and delving into the Buddhist teachings. As the storyteller elaborated on the disciple's mundane activities, the audience began to lose interest. Yet, what they didn't notice was a young monk in gray robes seated in a corner, wearing a peculiar expression. Am I written into these stories? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised. Being a disciple of the Great Zen Temple, a place of great influence, his every move naturally attracted attention. Additionally, with the openness of the abbot and the masters, various rumors and versions of stories circulated. Having sampled the delicacies of this world at Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan left the establishment. The streets, paved with blue stones, bustled with people and echoed with the shouts of merchants. As Lin Yuan walked further into the city, the number of pedestrians decreased, but the presence of patrolling soldiers increased. Until he reached a towering city gate, dozens of soldiers with formidable auras guarded the entrance. Behind the gate lay the Great Departure Palace, the absolute core of the dynasty, and even standing outside, glimpses of the magnificent palace buildings were visible. At that moment, a carriage slowly emerged from the palace. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately stepped back, creating a path. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged monk wearing a crimson kasaya was massaging his brow. The current empress of Dali held Buddhism in high regard, frequently inviting esteemed monks to the palace. The middle-aged monk in the crimson kasaya had gained significant prominence in recent years, earning the favor of the empress. Every 10 days or so, he would be invited into the palace. The empress's inquiries have become increasingly intricate lately. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows, feeling a bit annoyed. It's time to leave the palace now. The middle-aged monk reached out and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Glancing around casually, he noticed a young monk not far away. However, just this casual glance made his pupils contract. That is, the middle-aged monk stared at the young monk nearby, his expression filled with uncertainty. Buddhist disciple, coming from the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk had stayed in the capital for over a decade. Although he didn't actively participate in the temple's affairs, he kept regular contact with them. A few years ago, the great Zen temple sent a portrait of a Buddhist disciple, instructing him to remember and comply if he ever encountered the depicted person. As the middle-aged monk examined the young monk, he was astonished to find that the features of the young monk were nearly identical to the portrait. Disciple of the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk inquired tentatively, "Do you know me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 20 years ago, I was also a monk of the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk said, revealing his identity with just one sentence. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The influence of the great Zen temple extended beyond Mount Shaoshi, where it was situated. The previous visit to Pudu Temple and the presence of this middle-aged monk were indicative of this. I wonder if the Buddhist disciple has any specific business in the capital? The middle-aged monk curiously asked. Before meeting Lin Yuan, he hadn't received any information from the great Zen temple. It seemed that Lin Yuan's arrival in the capital was not known to the abbot or the masters. I wish to enter the martial arts hall in the imperial palace for observation, Lin Yuan spoke. The martial arts hall in the Great Departure Palace stored countless martial arts secrets from all over the world. When the Great Li dynasty's founder, Emperor Ma, unified the world, he collected martial arts from various sects, and all these records were stored in the martial arts hall. Entering the martial arts hall might be a bit troublesome, the middle-aged monk said, furrowing his brow. Generally, only members of the imperial family or those who had made significant contributions to Dali had the qualifications to enter the martial arts hall. This was a rule set by Emperor Ma. Wanting to enter the hall is indeed a bit tricky, the middle-aged monk explained. Typically, only the royal family members and those who have made significant contributions to Dali have the qualifications to enter the martial arts hall. It's a rule established by Emperor Ma. However, there might be a way. The middle-aged monk spoke slowly. Within the palace, security is extremely tight, and infiltrating it is definitely impossible. The middle-aged monk's face revealed a hint of anxiety. As an honored guest of the Empress, he had some understanding of the imperial palace of Dali. The 8,000 forbidden army members within the palace were all trained using secret methods to reach the pinnacle of postnatal realm. The 200 deputy commanders were prenatal realm martial artists, while the 18 grand commanders were innate peak realm experts. In essence, this force alone was enough to easily sweep away tens of thousands of troops, and even a master would be trapped if they entered. Moreover, the middle-aged monk occasionally heard from the Empress that there were martial arts masters stationed at various points in the palace. Over the years, the middle-aged monk, having frequently visited the palace, speculated that there were at least 4 martial arts masters within the palace. For masters, 18 peak innate experts, 200 innate realm experts, 8,000 postnatal realm peak experts. This was the Great Dali dynasty's strongest hand. Even if the world fell into chaos now, the Great Dali dynasty could easily regain control. Furthermore, beyond this, there were armies stationed at the borders and martial arts masters ready to be mobilized. Buddhist disciple, listen to me. Later, follow me into the palace and meet the Empress. I will introduce you, and the Empress will certainly take notice of the Buddhist disciple. For the next 3 months, you should visit the Empress frequently, become familiar with her. After that, on the Emperor's 60th birthday, when the Empress appears, I will take you to congratulate the Emperor. At that time, I will present a precious Buddhist artifact. With the Emperor pleased, there will be a good chance for the Buddhist disciple to enter the martial arts hall. The middle-aged monk, after careful consideration, presented the only feasible method at the moment. In theory, it was impossible for outsiders to enter the martial arts hall. However, if the current Emperor Dali permitted it, then it was a matter of whether Lin Yuan could please the Emperor. After all, Lin Yuan was just going in to take a look, and it wouldn't cause any loss to the numerous martial arts scriptures inside. I wonder what the Buddhist disciple thinks. The middle-aged monk spoke all in one breath. Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had indeed thought carefully. According to his plan, there was a high probability of Lin Yuan successfully entering the martial arts hall. It's just. Lin Yuan shook his head again. Just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's too troublesome. Lin Yuan gazed calmly towards the distant imperial palace. Troublesome? The middle-aged monk took a while to react. The plan he just devised was already as concise as possible. Directly taking Lin Yuan to see the Empress and leveraging her influence over the Emperor was the fastest way to enter the martial arts hall. However, it wasn't possible to directly meet the Emperor. Without enough weighty figures to recommend him, even a middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to meet the Emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it straightforwardly. Lin Yuan finished speaking, took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly in the direction of the imperial palace. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the imperial palace for observation. His voice was normal at the first word, humble, but starting from the second word, the pitch began to rise. By the fifth word, the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. When the last word, observation, was spoken, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering, echoing like thunder. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped by the terrifying sound waves. The 8,000 postnatal peak Forbidden Army soldiers felt a deafening roar, and their consciousness dissipated. The 18 peak innate grand commanders were bleeding from all 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Deep within the imperial palace, the auras of 5 martial arts masters flashed and disappeared. They attempted to resist the Buddhist sounds entering their ears, but they could only persist for a few breaths before their auras rapidly weakened, losing any resistance. For a moment, the once well-guarded imperial palace became disorganized, crumbling into a pile of loose sand. What is this? The middle-aged monk's mouth gaped open. Imperial Palace of Dali. Taiji Hall. A dignified man in dragon robes sat at a sandalwood table. Opposite him was a slender old man. With your current strength, there should be no opponents in the world. Right, Uncle Ancestor? The dignified man was the current emperor of Great Dali, and the slender old man sitting across from him was the ancestral elder of the imperial family, also the strongest, a martial arts master at the peak of the master realm. If not at the grandmaster level, what's the point of talking about having no opponents? The slender old man shook his head, his tone without a hint of humility. Even among masters, there were differences in strength, and the slender old man undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the master realm. In terms of inheritance, the martial arts legacies of the other major martial arts sects were also grandmaster-level inheritances. However, the grandmaster legacy left by the Great Dynasty's grandmaster patriarch, too, had the greatest influence. After all, The patriarch had been alive just over 100 years ago, and his reputation still held strong. The numerous martial arts secrets left behind were not only stronger than the legacies of other grandmasters, but they were also more complete and perfect. Not to mention that the Grandmaster Patriarch personally visited other martial arts sects and transcribed all their martial arts, bringing them back. Pooling the martial arts of the world, the foundation of the great dynasty far exceeded that of other martial arts sects. Master, Uncle Ancestor is just one step away from the Grandmaster level, right? The Emperor of Great Dali asked in a somewhat mysterious tone. One step away, but it's a world of difference, the slender old man sighed. The closer he got to the Grandmaster level, the more he felt the despair and helplessness. This was based on the breakthrough insights left by the Grandmaster Patriarch. Even with these insights, the slender old man didn't dare to think about reaching the Grandmaster realm without any confidence in himself. But your Majesty, rest assured, in this world today, if I can't break through to the Grandmaster level, other masters won't be able to either. The slender old man spoke with great confidence. Just as the Emperor of Great Dali was about to say something, terrifying sound waves descended, filling every inch of the air. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. The demonic sound infiltrated their ears, and the Emperor of Great Dali felt his eardrums trembling, with his vision starting to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Great Dali, the nearby slender old man, who was already at the peak of the Master Realm, suffered even more miserably. The more powerful one's strength, the more sensitive to the sound waves, and the heavier the suppression. What kind of sonic skill is this? The slender old man couldn't believe it. Just by sound, from an unknown distance, it made a master realm martial artist like himself lose the ability to resist. Who could it be? Could it be a grandmaster? Even grandmasters as powerful as the Grandmaster Patriarch of the Great Dali dynasty couldn't achieve such a level, right? Outside the Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. Just now, he had used the Lion's Roar, a top-notch martial art of the Great Zen Temple, a sound-based martial art capable of terrifying and intimidating effects, causing people to feel frightened and disoriented. However, this martial art was ineffective against postnatal peak individuals, as sound waves were less effective compared to physical attacks. But Lin Yuan's current strength was overwhelming, surpassing the mythical realm of grandmasters. With a single roar, even grandmasters would find it challenging to resist. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't intend to cause permanent harm. Under the overwhelming sound waves of the lion's roar, those below the postnatal peak only felt their eardrums vibrating but suffered no other injuries. As for those at the postnatal peak, innate peak, and master realm, the impact was heavier, but a month or two of recuperation would be enough. It wouldn't cause irreversible damage. In the past, the Grandmaster Patriarch of the Great Dali dynasty had forced the Great Zen Temple's monks to surrender their ultimate skills through absolute force. Now, Lin Yuan, outside the Imperial Palace, had turned the tables with a roar, making the Imperial Palace forces collapse. It could be considered settling an old score. Buddhist disciple, this. The middle-aged monk standing beside him was now completely blank in his mind. Just moments ago, he was wondering why the monk found it troublesome and what he meant by just say it directly. Now, witnessing the incredible scene before him, he understood. You see, I estimate we can go in shortly, Lin Yuan casually remarked, glancing back at the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in shock. Although he didn't know what had happened inside the Imperial Palace, the chaotic auras that emanated just now, even the aura of the masters had fallen. The middle-aged monk had a feeling that the defensive strength of the palace had reached its all-time low, and a mere group of postnatal martial artists could probably massacre them easily. Given the achievement of Lin Yuan's previous roar, the monk had no doubt about Lin Yuan's statement that they would likely get in soon. After a while, under the middle-aged monk's gaze, a dignified man in dragon robes and a slender old man walked out quickly. There were several figures following behind them. Although their auras were weak, their imposing presence during movement was far beyond what postnatal martial artists could compare to. The Emperor of Great Dali emerged from the palace and soon noticed Lin Yuan, who stood there in a gray monk's robe. "I've seen the Grandmaster," the Emperor of Great Dali said with a bitter heart, immediately bowing. After the terror of sound waves in the Taiji Hall, the impact on the Emperor of Great Dali was not significant, and he quickly recovered. The first thought that came to his mind was to escape. However, the slender old man beside him intercepted him. Being a master pinnacle realm expert, the slender old man was well aware that the strength behind the terrifying sound waves was beyond comparison, at least something that surpassed the Great Dali Patriarch over 100 years ago. Faced with such a powerful being, how could one escape? And where would they go? Moreover, after observing the injuries suffered by the Emperor of Great Dali, the slender old man deduced that Lin Yuan might not have any malicious intent towards the Great Dali imperial family. Otherwise, with the terrifying sound waves, even a pinnacle master like himself would be severely injured. In fact, facing such a powerful figure, how could one escape? And where could they go? Instead, following the suggestion of the slender old man, the Emperor of Great Dali summoned up the courage to walk towards the source of the sound waves and reach the outside of the imperial palace. "I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the imperial palace for observation," Lin Yuan said, addressing the disheveled Emperor of Great Dali. "This matter is simple. Grandmaster, please come in," the Emperor said, exhaling in relief. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat wronged. Why didn't the monk just say he wanted to enter the martial arts hall? Why make such a big disturbance? Lin Yuan opened his mouth, but his gaze remained calm as he observed the situation. Time passed by. In a blink of an eye, half a year had gone. During this period, Lin Yuan's feat of subduing the imperial palace with a single roar spread like a hurricane throughout the world. Although the commotion within the palace was kept hushed by the palace guards and maids, the martial experts outside the palace couldn't turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to it. Even the middle-aged monk could sense the changes in the palace's aura. Naturally, other martial experts could as well. Moreover, with the Emperor of Great Dali voluntarily stepping out of the palace, bowing to Lin Yuan, many witnessed the scene. Connecting the dots, it was easy for people to speculate on the general truth. The imperial palace of the Great Dali dynasty had been penetrated by a mysterious monk. Even the reigning emperor had to bow down and admit his mistake. Although the Great Dali dynasty wanted to downplay the incident, it was impossible. The news had already spread, and the people were eager to discuss it. For nearly 2 centuries, the Great Dali dynasty had ruled the world, suppressing all martial experts due to their founding ancestors' overwhelming strength. Now, witnessing the dynasty's setback, and even the current emperor bowing his head in apology, everyone was delighted. After discussing the fate of the Great Dali dynasty, the attention of the people immediately shifted to the mysterious monk from the Buddhist sect. Was the Great Dali dynasty weak? Certainly not. In fact, it was terrifyingly strong. Even with the passing of the great Grandmaster founder over 100 years ago, the dynasty's power still dominated the world. However, the fact that the palace was penetrated by a mysterious monk meant something ominous. Upon careful consideration, people felt a chill down their spines. Undoubtedly, the strength of that mysterious monk had reached the level of a Grandmaster. Inside the martial hall of the Great Dali Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with a calm expression. Since entering half a year ago, he had not left the premises. The Emperor of Great Dali had the insight to declare the martial hall a restricted area, forbidding anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. The daily meals were meticulously prepared by the royal chefs, not only replenishing his energy, but also crafted with exquisite taste. However, Lin Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. Not enough. These martial arts are still far from enough. In just half a year, Lin Yuan had comprehended and understood numerous martial arts within the martial hall of the Great Dali Imperial Palace. It wasn't that the martial arts within the hall were inferior to those in the Buddhist temple scriptures. In fact, the collection of martial arts in the palace surpassed that of the temple. But the circumstances had changed. Now, Lin Yuan was at an unprecedented mythical realm. In this superior state, the efficiency of his enlightenment naturally far surpassed the Grandmaster realm. However, despite grasping all the martial arts within the hall, combined with his transcendent enlightenment and elevated understanding, Lin Yuan had yet to break through the mythical realm. All martial arts in the world, those that are recorded and passed down, are only a few. More martial arts are dispersed among every martial practitioner in the world. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. These martial arts might not reach the level of superior martial arts, but they excel in their unique perspectives. They are even fundamentally different from the current martial arts training system. If Lin Yuan can comprehend martial arts from different angles, it should be helpful for him to break through the mythical realm. "Come in," Lin Yuan said as he looked towards the entrance of the martial hall. "Yes." The slender old man immediately walked over respectfully. As the highest-ranking and strongest ancestor of the great Dali royal family, the slender old man shouldn't have been stationed outside the martial hall personally, waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. However, ever since Lin Yuan casually gave him guidance shortly after entering the hall, the slender old man had stayed put. That casual guidance made the slender old man realize that even if he cultivated diligently for 10, 20, or 50 years, it wouldn't compare to a single sentence from Lin Yuan. "I plan to host a martial arts convention for the whole world, right here in the capital. Any postnatal or prenatal martial artist can participate. The top 10 participants can choose any 3 superior martial arts," Lin Yuan announced. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, Lin Yuan didn't need to learn martial arts conventionally. He could simply watch others demonstrate their techniques and gain insights. Over a decade ago, watching the monks of the great Zen temple practicing the Arhut fist allowed him to comprehend the superior martial art, Arhut Buddha fist. Having martial artists reveal their unique skills wasn't realistic. Many wandering martial artists, without any sect affiliation, could easily retreat into the deep mountains and forests beyond Lin Yuan's reach. However, by organizing a martial arts convention, Lin Yuan could attract them. With his extraordinary comprehension, he could silently grasp their martial skills. Whether or not those wandering martial artists would come, people generally pursued one of 2 things: fame or fortune. For martial artists, there was an additional factor: personal martial arts proficiency. With superior martial arts as bait, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that those wandering martial artists wouldn't take the bait. Superior martial arts weren't just common, and each one could serve as the foundation of a legacy. Even the great Zen temple, a sacred place of Buddhism, only had 72 superior martial arts. Moreover, with the martial arts convention led by the great Dali dynasty, gaining a bit of recognition could propel a martial artist to fame. Also, for the masters, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin. "If masters come, they can challenge me. Regardless of the outcome, they will receive a mental martial art." In essence, masters who attended the martial arts convention could obtain a mental martial art. Although masters couldn't cultivate mental martial arts, continuous contemplation would greatly assist in stepping into the Grandmaster realm. "Yes," the slender old man swallowed nervously. Although the great Zen temple's founder had left behind some mental martial arts years ago, who would reject the opportunity to have more. Different mental martial arts, contemplated simultaneously, could be used to validate the Grandmaster realm from various perspectives, making it easier to reach that step. As news of the martial arts convention spread, the entire world erupted in excitement. Just by achieving a top 10 position in the martial arts convention, one could choose any 3 superior martial arts. If it weren't for the personal promise of the great Dali Emperor, nobody would have believed it. These were superior martial arts. Just obtaining one would be incredible, but the top 10 martial artists could choose 3, and freely at that. Initially, some martial artists doubted, but after the first martial arts convention, where the top 10 participants indeed obtained their desired 3 superior martial arts, martial artists worldwide went crazy. They rushed to the capital of Great Dali, eagerly awaiting the start of the next martial arts convention. While postnatal and prenatal martial artists were excited, the masters scattered throughout the land gradually changed their perspectives. They saw the announcement about the martial arts convention from the Great Dali Emperor. Masters could participate and challenge the mysterious monk who had single-handedly pierced through the imperial palace. Regardless of the outcome, they would receive a mental martial art. Soon, numerous masters couldn't resist and started heading towards the capital of Great Dali. 6 months later, Imperial Palace of Dali. Outside the martial hall, a sturdy man carrying a heavy sword appeared silently. By his side was a young boy of only 15 or 16. "Southern Sea Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to come too," said the slender old man guarding the martial hall, his expression serious. Before encountering Lin Yuan, the slender old man considered himself invincible under the Grandmaster realm. Few masters could make him wary. The Southern Sea Sword Saint was one of them. In terms of strength, the Southern Sea Sword Saint wasn't superior to the slender old man. They were evenly matched. However, the Southern Sea Sword Saint didn't come from a martial arts sect. He had reached his current height step by step, relying solely on his own efforts. The slender old man, on the other hand, came from the Great Dali royal family and received guidance from various masters since childhood. He often contemplated the insights left by the founding emperor. Now the Southern Sea Sword Saint stood side by side with the slender old man, proving his extraordinary comprehension. Have you already started cultivating mental power?" The slender old man carefully examined the Southern Sea Sword Saint and was surprised. He could sense a faint mental pressure emanating from the Southern Sea Sword Saint, a sign of cultivating mental power. Once successful, it could break into the Grandmaster realm. The Southern Sea Sword Saint remained silent, his gaze fixed on the interior of the martial hall. "Grandmaster," the Southern Sea Sword Saint smiled. He came for a different purpose than the other masters who came here for the promise of mental martial arts. Although mental martial arts could assist in cultivating mental power, the Southern Sea Sword Saint no longer needed them. His true goal was to challenge the mysterious monk who had single-handedly pierced through the Great Dali Imperial Palace. He wanted to use a Grandmaster as a stepping stone to forge his path to becoming a Grandmaster himself. "Master, do you really want to go in?" The young boy, around 15 or 16 years old, was somewhat nervous. After all, that mysterious monk was recognized by many martial artists as a true Grandmaster. Besides a Grandmaster, who else could single-handedly pierce through the Great Dali Imperial Palace? "Don't worry, my disciple," the Southern Sea Sword Saint reassured him. "With my current strength, just facing the mental pressure of a Grandmaster, I might break through to the Grandmaster realm at any time." The Southern Sea Sword Saint wasn't too concerned. With half of his foot already stepping into the Grandmaster realm, it wouldn't take much to make the final leap once stimulated by a true Grandmaster. In that case, facing another Grandmaster, even if he couldn't defeat the mysterious monk, he believed he could retreat unscathed. "I'm going in, my obedient disciple. Wait outside for a while," the Southern Sea Sword Saint said with eagerness, entering the martial hall. Only a short time, equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, had passed when the martial hall's door opened again. The sturdy man carrying the heavy sword walked out with an expressionless face. Master, is it over so soon?" The young boy hurried over, concerned. "Let's go." The Southern Sea Sword Saint shook his head slightly, leaving the Imperial Palace with the young boy. Only when they reached the outskirts of the capital did the Southern Sea Sword Saint stop. Turning to face the direction of the Imperial Palace, he sat on a stone, muttering phrases like, "How can he be so strong?" and "How is such a person possible?" The young boy, at the age of 15 or 16, immediately realized that his master had likely lost. And not just lost, but lost quite thoroughly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. "Master, I didn't think he was that strong. When you become a Grandmaster in the future, you can challenge him again and win," the young boy said, trying to console his master. "That's strong." The Southern Sea Sword Saint fell silent for a while, unsure of what to say. After a long time, he regained his composure and said slowly, "Now, As a postnatal martial artist, your perspective is still narrow. You see him like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. When the day comes that you miraculously step into the Grandmaster realm, or become a semi-Grandmaster like me, the Southern Sea Sword Saint continued, speaking with an extremely complex emotion. You will see him as if you were a tiny insect looking up at the vast sky. Outside the martial hall, the slender old man, Yuan Pan, watched as the figure of the Southern Sea Sword Saint disappeared. To consider Master Hui Zhen as a stepping stone to break through the Grandmaster realm. This is really... Yuan Pan, the slender old man, was at a loss for words. A touch of sympathy appeared on his face. Actually, using the pressure of life and death to break through bottlenecks was not uncommon. With the Southern Sea Sword Saint's talent and comprehension, it was quite possible for him to break through under the pressure of a Grandmaster. Compared to Yuan Pan, the Southern Sea Sword Saint had reached his current state entirely through his own efforts. His potential was beyond doubt. However, the Southern Sea Sword Saint's greatest mistake was setting his goal on Master Hui Zhen. In Yuan Pan's eyes, Lin Yuan's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Grandmaster, perhaps even the strongest among all Grandmasters throughout history. This belief had become nearly certain through almost a year of interaction. Moreover, Yuan Pan had a more terrifying speculation. Has the Master's strength really broken through that level? Yuan Pan felt his whole body trembling at the thought. Throughout history, for thousands of years, Grandmasters have been unquestionably recognized as the strongest. It was the ultimate realm pursued by all martial artists. As for realms beyond Grandmaster, surpassing the Grandmaster realm, Yuan Pan dared not think about it and wouldn't think about it. It was as meaningless as pondering why the sun hung in the sky. However, after experiencing the might displayed by Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps, beyond the Grandmaster realm, there was a higher realm, something like what Lin Yuan possessed. It wasn't unreasonable for Yuan Pan to think so. Lin Yuan's demonstrated strength was simply too extraordinary. The Grandmaster from the Great Dali Dynasty hadn't died many years ago, and Yuan Pan remembered the descriptions of Grandmasters vividly. Even the strongest Grandmaster wouldn't be this strong. In addition to this, Yuan Pan had felt the bottleneck of the Grandmaster realm under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance in the past year. If the guidance of a Grandmaster was so useful, there wouldn't be sayings like a Grandmaster can't cultivate another Grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since the martial arts competition began half a year ago in the capital, Lin Yuan's insights had not ceased. Countless martial artists participated in the martial arts competition, and even though their strengths might not be high, they each displayed various martial arts. Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, gained insights from countless perspectives, far more useful than just observing a few high-level martial arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, improving your understanding of martial arts beyond the mythical realm. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, subtly grasping the essence of the natural world. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, creating the cloud mist refining chi technique. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, beginning to perceive the breakthrough direction of the subsequent realm. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of enlightenment, only waking up if faced with a life-threatening situation. With Lin Yuan's current physical body and the self-protecting mythical realm, Yuan Li, he wouldn't be harmed even if a group of Grandmasters attacked him. After half a month, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Finally found it, Lin Yuan sighed softly. With the assistance of his extraordinary comprehension, he had finally identified the path beyond the mythical realm. It was only a lock-on, and the actual journey would still require a considerable amount of effort. However, as long as the direction was correct, the rest for Lin Yuan was just a matter of time. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the exit of the martial hall. Although, with Lin Yuan's current strength, it didn't matter where he practiced, he still preferred the environment of Shaoshi Mountain, the serene atmosphere with the ancient Buddha and the undisturbed surroundings. Crack! The door of the martial hall opened. Yuan Pan, who had been guarding outside, was suddenly startled. Master! Yuan Pan subconsciously looked into the martial hall, only to find that the young monk who should have been sitting there had disappeared. Master! As he left, Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit lost, even though he had anticipated it, knowing that powerful figures like Lin Yuan wouldn't stay in the imperial palace for long. He felt as if he had lost something at this moment. Great Zen Monastery. Abbot Hui Yuan, the head of the martial monks Hall Hui Yuan, and several other hall leaders gathered at the gate of the monastery, looking worried. A year ago, the imperial palace of Great Dali was pierced through by a mysterious monk with the strength of a grandmaster. The Great Zen Monastery had naturally heard about this event. Unlike other martial artists and forces speculating about the identity of the mysterious monk, Abbot Hui Yuan and the hall leaders almost immediately recognized that the monk was their own disciple. There was no doubt when it came to a young monk's appearance, combined with grandmaster-level strength. Who else could it be? At first, they marveled at Lin Yuan's strength. A little over 100 years ago, the grandmaster of the Great Dali dynasty had attacked Shaoshi Mountain. Now, a monk from the Great Zen Monastery had single-handedly pierced through the imperial palace of Great Dali. It was a reciprocal courtesy. However, as time passed, the abbot and others began to sense that something was wrong. Did the monk intend to reside permanently in the imperial palace of Great Dali? At first, Abbot Hui Yuan and the others didn't think that Lin Yuan would abandon the Great Zen Monastery. Instead, they were worried about what other intentions the Great Dali dynasty might have. While frontal assault was easy to deal with, hidden schemes were hard to guard against. Certainly, with Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Great Dali dynasty could match him. But what if they employed some clandestine means? After all, the imperial palace was once the residence of the Grandmaster, the founder of the Great Dali dynasty, and there might be methods to deal with the Grandmaster. Abbot Hui Yuan also had deeper concerns. As the martial arts competition progressed, and several masters went to the capital to spar with Lin Yuan, rumors about his strength spread even more. Grandmaster, peak Grandmaster, invincible Grandmaster, the first Grandmaster of all ages, and so on. These rumors came from other masters, and their authenticity was unquestionable. As a result, Lin Yuan's reputation grew larger and surpassed that of Patriarch Bodhidharma from 1,000 years ago and the Grandmaster of Great Dali from over 100 years ago. This situation might not have much impact on other masters, as they had spent decades on their journey and their mental state had been tempered by various experiences. However, Abbot Hui Yuan was well aware that Lin Yuan was only in his teens. At such a young age, could he withstand the worldly temptations and still return on the right path? Let's wait a bit longer. The disciple has only been down the mountain for a year. It's a short time. Even if influenced by the secular world, he can still turn back in time, said the head of the precept court in a solemn tone. Not to mention a grandmaster, even for ordinary martial artists, 1 year was not a long time. It was considered the early stages of entering the martial world. The disciple has a simple heart. The head of the martial monks' hall frowned, about to say something when, at that moment, on the narrow mountain path of Shaoshi Mountain, a young monk in monk's robes and cloth shoes walked up step by step. The disciple is back. Abbot Hui Yuan was the first to notice Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Great Zen Monastery. Venerable. Several people nodded to Lin Yuan, wanted to say something but refraining from it. All matters have been resolved. Lin Yuan only said this and returned to the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, sitting down again, away from the world, away from the hustle and bustle of the martial world. On this day, the young monk on Shaoshi Mountain, wearing cloth shoes and monk's robes, who had just entered the martial world a year ago, left the martial world. Lin Yuan returned to the Great Zen Temple without causing much commotion. Apart from the abbot and a few senior monks, no other monks were aware of his return. On the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory light screen below his line of sight, aware that his time in this realm was running out. Probably enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The path to the realm above the mythical state had a specific direction and approach due to his extraordinary comprehension abilities. With 8 years of time and his unrivaled insight comprehension efficiency, it was more than sufficient. The path of martial arts. Lin Yuan's eyes were profound. In this world, the path of martial arts was based on the human body, combined with the spirit, undergoing constant transformation. Although progress was slow, it lacked major shortcomings. At least it was much more promising than the evolutionary path of the Gene Warriors in the cosmic human civilization. The Gene Warriors relied solely on physical evolution, and once they encountered evolved beings like psionics or mind masters, they were usually swept aside without proper preparation. The evolutionary path of Gene Warriors was likely created by the higher-ups of human civilization specifically for their descendants, depending entirely on gene potions. As long as one could purchase a sufficient level of gene potions, they could continue to improve indefinitely. I wonder how the path of martial arts is evaluated by the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the goddess of wisdom even rewarded significant contributions to attract more people to engage in this field. The value of an evolutionary path depended on two aspects: its popularity and its potential. Popularity was easily understood. If only one person could practice a particular evolutionary path, it would have little value for the overall human civilization. As for potential, it referred to the theoretical upper limit of the evolutionary path. After spending more than 10 years in this world, Lin Yuan had consistently used his extraordinary comprehension to deduce martial arts, opening up the realm beyond Grandmaster, even surpassing the mythical level. He aimed to maximize the potential of the martial arts evolutionary path to receive higher praise and rewards from the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was well aware of priorities. This realm was just a temporary stay. After 20 years, he would return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, continue the Enlightenment. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again entered the state of enlightenment. The recent journey to the Great Dali country had been immensely helpful to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts recorded in the martial hall, the various miraculous techniques mastered by martial artists worldwide under the catalysis of his unrivaled insight comprehension. Countless flashes of enlightenment continued to burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, steadily advancing towards the realm above the mythical state. Time passed. 8 years flew by in a blink of an eye. As time passed, the true identity of the mysterious monk who penetrated the Grand Dali Palace finally became clear to the world. It was Venerable Huizhen from the Great Zen Temple. When Lin Yuan uttered the words, "This poor monk, Huizhen," outside the palace, many people heard it. Combined with the fact that the Great Zen Temple had already distributed portraits of Venerable Huizhen to various temples, and Lin Yuan's appearance at several martial arts tournaments hosted by the Grand Dali country, the deduction was not difficult. The revelation of the mysterious monk's identity led to increased activity at the Great Zen Temple. Many martial artists flocked to the foot of Mount Shaoshi, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan. After spending only a year in the Grand Dali country, the mysterious monk disappeared, leading many to speculate that he might have returned to the Great Zen Temple. Numerous martial artists came to the Great Zen Temple, eager to see Lin Yuan. After all, he was widely recognized as a grandmaster, even referred to as the greatest grandmaster by some masters. In the realms of literature and martial arts, he was considered unparalleled. Seeing that all the grandmasters acknowledged him without any doubt left only one possibility, that Venerable Huizhen was indeed unbelievably powerful. He had defeated all the masters, attracting a large number of martial artists to come and witness this unparalleled figure. Even if they couldn't see him, catching a distant glimpse was considered excellent. Who knows, if they were lucky, the anonymous monk might take an interest in them. This kind of opportunity was even greater than a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. As for those who were valued by venerable Huizhen and might have to shave their heads and become monks, many were willing to make that sacrifice, giving up worldly desires for the chance to advance. On the narrow mountain path of Mount Shaoshi, a burly man carrying a heavy sword moved forward slowly. Following closely behind him was a young man in his 20s. "Master, master, are you here to challenge that venerable again?" the young man asked curiously as they walked. The burly man carrying the heavy sword was none other than the sword saint of the South Sea. If there were masters nearby, they would notice that the sword saint of the South Sea exuded a profound aura, and looking into his eyes, they could sense a spiritual power as sharp as a sword. A grandmaster. The sword saint of the South Sea had already taken that step and become a grandmaster. In the past, the birth of any grandmaster would be an extremely sensational event, with congratulations coming from all directions and countless people bowing down. However, the sword saint of the South Sea found it dull. Ever since he exchanged moves with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, he realized that there were always people beyond people and realms beyond realms. So what if he became a grandmaster? In the face of that venerable monk, even grandmasters had to die. "I just came to take a look." The sword saint of the South Sea shook his head. "Also, don't compare your master with that venerable. That venerable monk ceased to be a grandmaster 8 years ago." The sword saint of the South Sea took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Suddenly, the sword saint of the South Sea's expression changed dramatically. He raised his head abruptly, looking towards the summit of Mount Shaoshi in the direction of the great Zen temple. Buzz! A terrifying aura began to ripple, instantly sweeping across the entire Mount Shaoshi. It spread in all directions at an extremely frightening speed. "What is that?" The sword saint of the South Sea's face turned pale. In his perception, a vast and ocean-like aura rose from deep within the great Zen temple, shining like the sun, illuminating the world. At last, it has finally happened. On the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the repository. It took nearly a decade, but he had finally stepped into the realm above the mythical state. Outside the scripture repository, the long-eyebrow monk, the abbot, and other senior monks had been waiting for a long time. The commotion caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough was too significant. Even the sword saint of the South Sea on the mountainside could sense it, not to mention the many monks within the great Zen temple. "Venerable! Greetings, venerable!" Seeing Lin Yuan walk out of the repository, long-eyebrow monk and the others immediately bowed. "Thank you." Lin Yuan nodded, feeling good. "Venerable, your strength should have surpassed that of a grandmaster by now, right?" Abbot Huizhen hesitated for a moment, then inquired cautiously. He had long had this speculation, but hadn't been certain. After all, surpassing a grandmaster was considered reaching the ceiling for martial artists throughout history, and surpassing it was not an easy feat. However, just now, sensing the disturbance caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough, Abbot Huizhen realized something. That majestic aura, even if there were 10 or 100 grandmasters, could not compare. As for how Abbot Huizhen knew this, it was because the long-eyebrow monk had also successfully advanced to the realm of a grandmaster a year ago. "Close enough." Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm as he casually responded. "Truly surpassed the realm of a grandmaster?" Even though they had anticipated it, Abbot Huizhen and the others were still stirred by overwhelming waves of shock. The thoughts of the holy monk, who was already a grandmaster, were even more complicated. He had witnessed Lin Yuan step-by-step progress and even received guidance from him more than 10 years ago when he was still a disciple. What does it look like beyond the grandmaster realm? Abbot Huizhen's voice trembled as he asked. Others immediately stared at Lin Yuan with intense curiosity. Although they couldn't reach the heights Lin Yuan had achieved, and even the aspiration of becoming a grandmaster seemed remote, at least they could listen to his insights, which was better than many of the grandmasters who had dominated their respective eras throughout history. Above the grandmaster realm is called the mythical realm, where internal energy is sublimated into elemental power. Lin Yuan calmly explained. Lin Yuan patiently explained the many mysteries of the mythical realm. After finishing, he paused for a moment before continuing. I haven't thought of a name for the realm above the mythical realm yet, but the fusion of qi, blood, and spirit allows one to sense the aura of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm, Abbot Huijin and the others were profoundly shaken, taking quite some time to react. They had just been immersed in the incredible aspects of the mythical realm, envisioning various characteristics of that realm. But now, Lin Yuan mentioned something beyond the mythical realm. Could it be that this young venerable before them was already beyond the mythical realm? How else would he know the mysteries above the mythical realm? Following this, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few more details before dismissing Abbot Huijin and the others. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to say more. It was just that words would be useless without reaching that realm. On the contrary, it could affect his own cultivation. It should be close to the limit now. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. At this point, he faintly felt a sense of pressure from between heaven and earth. The level he currently occupied had reached the utmost in the mortal realm. Advancing further was not impossible with his extraordinary comprehension, but the time he had left was far from sufficient. Almost there, inside the scripture repository, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books stacked before him. They recorded the specific details of the process from the innate realm to the mythical realm and even beyond the mythical realm. Of course, as martial arts progressed to higher levels, ordinary people found it increasingly obscure and challenging to understand. That was also the reason why Lin Yuan was unwilling to explain in detail to Abbot Huijin and the others. However, in case the great Zen temple produced a disciple with exceptional talent, comparable to 1 in a million, and possessing a fraction of Lin Yuan's gifted insight, these books could serve as guidance. But thinking about that day, it would probably be centuries or even thousands of years into the future. After entering the realm above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped practicing and began to enjoy the mountains and waters. Even so, he felt the pressure from heaven and earth becoming stronger and increasingly uncomfortable, like a stranded whale. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, because the door to the Myriad Realms deep in his mind suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The first arc finished. How is it? Laughing Face. Support me on Patreon, and you can read additional chapters, Laughing Face. Start of the second arc, Laughing Face. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes once again. Bed, bookshelf, photographs. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across them, and finally, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Back already? Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Yuan felt like he had traveled to a different world. A moment ago, he was in the martial arts world for 20 long years. Now he was back in the interstellar human alliance that spanned the cosmos. All right, check how much time has passed. After reflecting, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. Although from the current environment, Lin Yuan judged that not much time had passed. Otherwise, considering his state of consciousness leaving the body and arriving in a different world, he would have been taken to the hospital by his parents long ago. But it was essential to note precisely how many minutes or hours had elapsed. Only 10 minutes have passed. After confirming the current time, Lin Yuan seemed a little absent-minded. 20 years of time spent in the martial arts world amounted to only 10 minutes in the main world. Is it because the flow of time differs between the two worlds? Before the journey, the door to the Myriad Realms had warned Lin Yuan. The time flow in the traversed world might differ from the current world. However, Lin Yuan hadn't expected the time difference to be this significant. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there have been sayings like a day in the celestial realm, a year on Earth. The time flow in higher worlds was far slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial arts world clearly belonged to a lower world. The difference in magnitude was even greater than the saying about the celestial and earthly realms. This could be seen from the comparison of time flow rates. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's mind sank into contemplation. There, suspended in midair, was a towering and majestic gate. Upon careful observation, the current door to the Myriad Realms was noticeably dimmer. Its edges were gradually lighting up. When the entire door to the Myriad Realms lit up completely, Lin Yuan would be able to undergo a second traversal. As Lin Yuan focused his mind on staring at the door to the Myriad Realms, a series of messages were once again transmitted. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. After the first traversal, more features of the door to the Myriad Realms flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. First and foremost was the method of traversal. Apart from the consciousness descent method, the door to the Myriad Realms could also facilitate physical traversal. However, this form of traversal consumed more of the door to the Myriad Realms energy. It required at least several years to accumulate enough energy. Considering that Lin Yuan's normal method of conscious descent allowed for traversal every 8 months to a year. Physical traversal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not particularly optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical traversal had many conveniences, such as not needing to start training from scratch, and more. But the disadvantages were also apparent once you died. You were truly dead. In the consciousness descent method, even if the body died, it was just the consciousness returning to the original body, offering a chance for a fresh start. Of course, Lin Yuan did not entirely dismiss physical traversal. It could be used as a life-saving measure. For instance, if Lin Yuan faced a life-threatening situation in the main world, he could use physical traversal to escape to a different world and return when the danger had passed. Or, he could take advantage of the different time flows between the two worlds, break through in the alternate world, and then return to the main world for a comeback. In addition to adding physical traversal, the information transmitted by the door to the Myriad Realms also mentioned the ability to expend some cost to bring items from other worlds. This point did not surprise Lin Yuan. Since people could traverse, there was no reason why other things couldn't. Prenatal true qi. After absorbing the information from the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and a strand of prenatal true qi naturally gathered in his lower dantian. In the martial arts world, Lin Yuan had condensed true qi in his lower dantian as a child, having comprehended the superior martial art of Grand Buddha Fist. Moreover, he was now beyond the level of the mythical realm. Lin Yuan named this advanced state the free and unrestrained realm. Entering this realm, the heavens were vast, and the earth was thick, allowing him to be carefree and at ease. This was the free and unrestrained realm. If it weren't for the fact that advancing to master, grandmaster, and even the mythical realm required immense external energy and couldn't be accomplished in one go, Lin Yuan might have reached this state with just a thought. Now, I should be considered an evolver, controlling the prenatal true qi to circulate throughout his body. Lin Yuan silently pondered. The Interstellar Human Alliance had a clear definition of an evolver, someone who possessed powers beyond the reach of ordinary people. This definition encompassed various abilities, such as the psychic power of a psychic master or the telekinesis of a psion. Lin Yuan's condensed prenatal true qi might not be strong, but it was undoubtedly something an ordinary person couldn't achieve. Thud, thud, thud. The room's door suddenly sounded. "Brother, brother, it's me." A tender voice came from outside. Lin Yuan looked up and recognized his 6-year-old sister. After the mandatory conscription notice came, his parents were properly arranged, and even his young sister was no exception. Not yet in elementary school, she already had a spot for advanced studies at a prestigious institution. Such unimaginable affluence made many people jealous. Standing up and opening the door, Lin Yuan saw his young sister. "Brother, eat the cake." His sister held a cake, looking aggrieved. It was evident that she didn't intend to give him the cake. The parents were subtly observing from the living room. The forced conscription was equivalent to sacrificing Lin Yuan to secure wealth and prosperity for the entire family, which made his parents uneasy. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and they had deep feelings for him after so many years of being together. However, they couldn't change the fact that this was the decision of the Human Alliance government. Forced conscription was forced conscription. Why was the word forced added to the front? Lin Yuan's parents wanted to comfort him, but were afraid of upsetting him. Therefore, they had his little sister bring him her beloved cake to cheer him up. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the small cake from his sister's hand and, under her expectant gaze, finished it in one bite. After condensing the prenatal true qi, Lin Yuan was quite hungry. Although the cake was just a drop in the bucket, it was especially delicious. Is it tasty, brother? His little sister looked at Lin Yuan with big eyes, and tears began to well up. Very tasty. Lin Yuan nodded, expressing his approval. Wow, why did you eat the entire delicious cake, brother? His little sister burst into tears and ran towards the living room. Closing the door, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Now that he had become an evolver, he could be exempted from conscription. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Human Alliance, an evolver was someone who possessed powers beyond ordinary people. Lin Yuan's parents were undoubtedly upset about the forced conscription. Lin Yuan, as their son, was deeply cherished after many years together. However, now that he had become an evolver, he could exempt himself from conscription. In theory, he should tell his parents about it. Nevertheless, to ensure a smooth process, he needed to obtain the evolver certificate first. That way, he could present official proof when applying for an exemption from conscription. Otherwise, even if he told his parents, they might not believe him. After all, how could their good son suddenly become an evolver? He had almost half a month until the conscription date. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Human Alliance, as long as he hadn't entered a military district battleship, he could be exempted from conscription as an evolver. The immediate priority now is to restore my full strength as soon as possible, Lin Yuan thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. With Lin Yuan's level of cultivation, as long as he had sufficient external energy, he could quickly return to his peak in the shortest time possible. External energy, in this context, referred to various nutrients, supplements, and the like. However, the prerequisite was having enough money. As a student, Lin Yuan naturally didn't have much money. Although his parents had some savings, it was undoubtedly far from enough to purchase the quantity of nutritional supplements he needed. Evolutionary path of martial Tao. If Lin Yuan could upload this evolutionary path, given the support from the Interstellar Human Alliance for developing new evolutionary paths, he would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards. Not only rewards, but he would also gain a prestigious status. Lin Yuan had seen numerous stories on the internet about evolutionary scholars who opened up new evolutionary paths. However, before uploading the martial Tao evolutionary path, Lin Yuan needed to make subtle modifications. After all, the human anatomy in the martial Tao world was not necessarily identical to that of humans in the main world, leading to the possibility that martial arts from the martial Tao world might not be practicable for citizens of the main world. This difference undoubtedly greatly diminished the value of the evolutionary path. One of the criteria for determining the value of an evolutionary path was its popularity. Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan, this issue was simpler than it seemed. With a broadly similar framework, he could use his extraordinary insight to slightly modify the martial Tao evolutionary path to make it suitable for citizens of the main world. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of martial Tao with significant success. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of martial Tao with significant success. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of martial Tao with significant success. Compared to deducing the subsequent path of a newly created martial Tao evolutionary path, this process of modification was undoubtedly much easier. In just 2 hours, Lin Yuan completed the modifications for the prenatal and master chapters. At the same time, he integrated everything he had realized in the martial Tao world over the past 20 years, forming a complete cultivation system. War Scripture. Lin Yuan named it the War Scripture. After completing all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect to the goddess of wisdom. As one of the three ultimate intelligences of the interstellar human alliance, the goddess of wisdom was absolutely impartial and free from any ulterior motives. Uploading the evolutionary path to the goddess of wisdom would not result in any unexpected interruption. The goddess of wisdom would fairly assess its value. After dozens of seconds, the familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Universal level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. Remember, you have connected to the goddess of wisdom twice this month, and you have 8 chances left. Please use them wisely. I want to upload a completely new evolutionary path, Lin Yuan said directly. Uploading a completely new evolutionary path. The electronic synthesized voice showed no fluctuations. In fact, not to mention the entire interstellar human alliance, even on the Kanglan star. Every moment, countless citizens would upload what they believe to be their evolutionary paths. What is an evolutionary path? It is a guide that allows the essence of life to make a leap. This kind of leap needs to be stable and positive. Most of the evolutionary paths uploaded by citizens are extremely one-sided and highly volatile. There might not even be specific cases. It's basically a waste of the goddess of wisdom's judgment time. However, a completely new evolutionary path is crucial for the interstellar human alliance, as it is related to the emergence of new powerhouses. Therefore, whether it's the human alliance or the three goddesses of wisdom, they spare no effort in encouraging citizens to explore and develop new evolutionary paths, even if it leads to some resource wastage. Just this much. Lin Yuan translated the War Scripture's prenatal and master chapters into the language of human civilization, then began uploading. Evolutionary path reception in progress. Begin preliminary assessment. In almost an instant, the prenatal and master chapters of the War Scripture were continuously simulated and deduced under the immense computing power. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path is genuine. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path appears for the first time. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path has extremely high popularity. After a few seconds, while Lin Yuan was considering the following grandmaster and mythical chapters, the voice of the goddess of wisdom once again entered his ears. However, compared to the electronic synthesized voice in front of him, this time's voice seemed solemn and cold, even with a hint of an emotion that shouldn't exist. Respected universal level citizen Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing a deeper level of judgment. Please wait. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He naturally noticed the change in the goddess of wisdom's tone. Could it be that the one contacting me now is one of the main consciousnesses of the goddess of wisdom? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The interstellar human alliance governed vast star regions, making it difficult to estimate the number of citizens. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom allocated to each citizen, considered as a welfare, was just an insignificant subconsciousness of the true goddess of wisdom. It was similar to ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference was that it could contact the true goddess of wisdom at any time. It was said that when encountering significant decision-making moments, the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom would appear, but Lin Yuan had never experienced it. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that at this moment, in a mysterious space many light years away from the Kanglan star, a massive light screen was rapidly flickering, frantically evaluating the value of the War Scripture. Deep judgment. This evolutionary path meets the standards in terms of completeness and stability. Deep judgment. The potential upper limit of this evolutionary path reaches Tier 3. Deep judgment. There is no similar evolutionary path in the current database. Deep judgment. This item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance Constitution. Initiate the corresponding protocol. An approval request will begin shortly. Querying the highest authority in the star region near Kanglan Star, which is Governor Song Wuyong. Initiating contact with Governor Song Wuyong. At the highest point of Kanglan Star, Song Wuyong stretched lazily, preparing to end his day's work. As the planetary governor of Kanglin Star, Song Wuyong had too many responsibilities. Kanglin Star was a mid-tier life-bearing planet with a resident population of 5 billion. Moreover, there were citizens from other planets coming for tourism and business. All of this required Song Wuyong's oversight. Prepare to rest and shut down all communication devices. Song Wuyong instructed his intelligent assistant, stood up, and rubbed his forehead. This had been his habit for many years. Once he decided to rest, he wouldn't touch any work-related matters. Of course, Song Wuyong's rest time was short, only 2 hours a day. However, during these 2 hours, he absolutely avoided any contact with work-related affairs. Just as Song Wuyong was about to rest, an electronic synthesized sound suddenly echoed in his ears. "Governor, someone is requesting communication. Didn't I say to shut down all communication devices? When I'm resting, no one should contact me about work." Song Wuyong suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows with clear displeasure. The requester has the highest authority level in the nearby star region. It cannot be refused. Highest authority level in the nearby star region. Song Wuyong raised an eyebrow, quickly calming down. Is it one of the Star Lords? No, it's the goddess of wisdom. Wisdom goddess? Song Wuyong's expression became solemn. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, the wisdom goddess had the highest authority in the nearby star region, and even in the entire universe of human civilization. Why would the wisdom goddess contact me so late at night? Song Wuyong speculated in his mind. Any action taken by the wisdom goddess was the result of countless computations by the intelligence brain and was absolutely not meaningless. Could it be that those extraterrestrial beings are attacking? Song Wuyong furrowed his brows. Several months ago, the Alliance detected traces of extraterrestrial beings in the nearby star region, prompting the conscription action to quickly resolve the extraterrestrial threat. Connect. Song Wuyong's thoughts fluctuated, and he chose to connect. In reality, with the authority possessed by the wisdom goddess, even if he refused to connect, it wouldn't have any effect. The wisdom goddess could force the connection. The so-called connection authority was proposed by a Star Lord hundreds of thousands of years ago during a constitutional assembly, claiming to protect citizens' privacy. It was granted to the 3 goddesses. Even though this authority was practically useless and refusing to connect didn't guarantee non-connection, it served as a fig leaf. This way, during moments of personal matters, he wouldn't suddenly hear the voices of the 3 goddesses. As Song Wuyong chose to connect, a ding sound followed. The wisdom goddess is now connected. Song Wuyong composed himself, assumed a respectful posture, and carefully asked, "It's quite late. I wonder what the goddess has to discuss with me." The 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of human civilization were the freedom goddess, the justice goddess, and the wisdom goddess. They each managed different aspects. The freedom goddess oversaw expansion and conquest, the justice goddess presided over legal decisions, and the wisdom goddess managed citizens' livelihoods and logistics. These 3 goddesses worked together to support the brilliant civilization of human society. According to Article 16 of the Constitution, when a newly discovered evolution path shows potential reaching or exceeding the 3rd tier, it will be jointly discussed and decided upon by the wisdom goddess and the highest authority in the nearby region. The solemn and dignified voice of the wisdom goddess echoed. Song Wuyong's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately asked, "Are you suggesting that a new evolution path has been discovered, and its potential is expected to reach the 3rd tier?" In his capacity as the planetary governor, he received numerous new evolution paths every day for approval. However, almost all of them had low potential, and most were ungraded. Occasionally, a stroke of luck might result in the discovery of a 1st-tier potential. No wonder the wisdom goddess was so cautious, contacting him outside working hours. If it were an ordinary evolution path, the wisdom goddess would have already determined it herself, waiting for Song Wuyong to authorize it during his work hours the next day. However, a potential reaching the 3rd tier was a different matter. The term potential didn't refer to the current upper limit of the evolution path, but rather the wisdom goddess using immense computing power to simulate the future upper limit of this evolution path. Any evolution path, with potential reaching or exceeding the third tier, represented the future and wealth of the entire human civilization. Through such an evolution path, the birth of a third-tier evolver was possible. That's correct. The planetary governor Song Wuyong. Please have a look, the wisdom goddess responded. Instantly, numerous layers of screens flashed before Song Wuyong's eyes, revealing the war scripture prenatal and master chapters submitted by Lin Yuan. What is this? Song Wuyong frowned. As a powerful evolver himself, he immediately realized the extraordinary nature of the war scripture, representing the terrifying potential of the martial path. It required minimal external resources and had little demand for aptitude. Even if one didn't ultimately become an evolver through this path, they could still use it to enhance their physique. With extremely high popularity and no restrictive conditions, as well as no weaknesses, it was a path unlike some extreme evolution paths, which were too specialized and vulnerable to specific countermeasures. The master realm of this evolution path should have reached the standard of entry-level evolvers, Song Wuyong judged. Evolvers from any path were divided into ungraded and entry-level evolvers. Although ungraded evolver possessed powers surpassing ordinary people, their strength was far inferior to entry-level evolvers. What's the rank of this evolution path on the evolutionary chart of our Kanglin star? Song Wuyong inquired cautiously. The Kanglin evolutionary chart recorded all the evolution paths born on Kanglin star over the past 820,000 years, since it became a suitable habitat for life. According to the highest intelligent brain calculations, the war scripture evolutionary path could rank 93rd on the Kanglin evolutionary chart. The voice of the wisdom goddess echoed. Really, on the evolutionary chart? Song Wuyong's expression became slightly complex. The Kanglin evolutionary chart recorded the 100 strongest evolution paths on Kanglin star over its entire history. These 100 paths had undergone the test of time, with very few changes. At least, since Song Wuyong became the planetary governor, the Kanglin evolutionary chart had remained unchanged. According to Article 86 of the Constitution, concerning the support policy for developing new evolution paths, this evolutionary path will reward the developer with 2,000 merit points. Does Governor Song Wuyong agree? The solemn and dignified voice of the wisdom goddess conveyed. 2,000 merit points? Song Wuyong fell into contemplation. Merit points were the most valuable currency in the universe-human alliance, directly distributed by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points could achieve almost anything, such as upgrading citizens' levels. With a sufficient number of merit points, one could even command the three goddesses. Of course, the distribution of merit points depended entirely on contributions to human civilization. The more merit points, the greater the contribution to human civilization, and naturally, the corresponding privileges. The wisdom goddess's decision to grant 2,000 merit points to the developer of the war scripture evolutionary path made Song Wuyong realize that he had underestimated the value of this path. To put things into perspective, a normal path with potential reaching the third tier would have merit points ranging from 800 to 1,000. Very rarely would there be paths with over 1,000 merit points, let alone directly granting 2,000 merit points. I agree, Song Wuyong nodded. The wisdom goddess wouldn't show favoritism. So if she believed the value was 2,000 merit points, then it must be so. In Lin Yuan's room, he continued to sit cross-legged on the bed. I'm still a bit hungry. After finishing some snacks in the room, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Just then, a solemn and dignified voice echoed. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the martial path evolutionary route you uploaded has been evaluated. Oh, Lin Yuan immediately perked up. The martial path evolutionary route was the culmination of his 20 years of immersion and mastery in the martial world. It represented the ultimate Tao fruit of Lin Yuan in the world of martial arts. Lin Yuan was eager to know its value in the universe-human alliance. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the assessment, the theoretical potential of the martial path evolutionary route is at the third tier, with widespread popularity. Its value is 2,000 merit points. Would you like to claim them now? 2,000 merit points? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of merit points. It was the highest honor bestowed by the three goddesses of human civilization, a symbol that could be used to upgrade citizens' levels. As for 2,000 merit points, it was a surprise even for Lin Yuan. Merit points could purchase almost all restricted resources. In the underground black market, a single merit point could fetch astronomical prices, often reaching tens of millions. Even if he sold 2,000 merit points at a low price on the black market, it would still amount to hundreds of billions. Merit points have been granted. The voice of the wisdom goddess resonated. Lin Yuan immediately noticed that on his account, in the merit points section, the previously unseen 2,000 had appeared. Upgrade citizen level. Lin Yuan began the operation. Although merit points were valuable, their most crucial function was to upgrade citizen levels. As for using merit points as currency to buy goods, or converting them into currency through the black market, it was a practice akin to draining a pond to catch fish. Once the citizen level was raised, who would worry about not having money? Lin Yuan knew that citizens of level 2 or above could easily obtain interest-free loans of tens of millions annually from the central bank. Many places only required high-level citizens to lend their names, bringing in millions or even billions of income each year. As Lin Yuan started to upgrade his citizen level, the voice of the wisdom goddess resonated once again. Universe level citizen Lin Yuan, using 1,000 merit points, upgraded to level 2 citizen. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Upgrading from level 1 citizen to level 2 citizen required 1,000 merit points. Although he hadn't reached level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was already content. Level 1 citizens accounted for over 99.9% of the population. Normally, one would find a level 2 citizen among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of level 1 citizens, making it an elite and privileged class. As Lin Yuan's civic level changes, emails quickly flood into his inbox. Emails. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow. With a slight thought, he connects to the network, and a virtual screen appears in front of him. The human civilization in the universe values technological development and has long abandoned external networking devices, such as phones and computers. Any human citizen can connect to the ubiquitous network through specific conscious fluctuations at any time. Open the mailbox. Lin Yuan browses through the first email he receives. The sender is the human civilization in the universe. The email congratulates Lin Yuan on becoming a second-level citizen and expresses hope for future cooperation with the human civilization, etc. At the end of the email is a transfer of 5 million. Quite generous, Lin Yuan remarks. He then checked his bank account. Sure enough, 5 million has just been deposited. The currency of a human civilization in the universe is extremely stable. 5 million is enough to cover the living expenses of a normal family of 4 for 200 years. Lin Shouqing, Lin Yuan's father, worked his whole life and didn't earn 5 million. Even though he is now a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan appreciates the 5 million. After all, who would complain about having too much money? It seems that higher-level citizens are much more popular than same-tier, evolved, Lin Yuan thinks to himself. At least he has never heard of any citizen receiving a transfer from the human civilization right after becoming an evolved. In fact, this is reasonable. To become an evolved, one has many ways, such as buying specific resources like gene elixirs or developing the body, which are mostly one's own business and have little to do with the human civilization in the universe. However, to become a second-level citizen, one must contribute to the human civilization and receive merit points from the Goddess of Wisdom. The human civilization in the universe naturally values higher-level citizens more. Lin Yuan happily looks at his 5 million savings again. With this sum, he can buy various nutritional supplements and recovery items without any restrictions to restore his full strength. Next, Lin Yuan reads through other emails. The general content of these emails mainly explains various privileges. After becoming a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan gains access to many privileges that ordinary citizens cannot touch. There are mainly 5 aspects. 1. Livelihood assurance. A second-level citizen can receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank every month, even without doing anything. 2. Exemption privilege. Exemptions from compulsory actions involving conscription, immigration, etc. Unless Lin Yuan voluntarily agrees, he can directly refuse. 3. Virtual world authority. A second-level citizen has the qualifications to enter the local area network of the virtual world. 4. Life privilege. In the governed regions of the human civilization in the universe, even if a second-level citizen commits a crime, local law enforcement agencies have no right to arrest, let alone kill. 5. Purchase authority. Many of the limited resources in human civilization, even with money, cannot be bought. One must possess the corresponding citizen level. Of course, apart from the aforementioned 5 privileges, second-level citizens have many implicit benefits. For example, according to the regulations of the Cosmic Human Alliance, a large corporate entity must have a certain number of second-level citizens, and so on. No wonder there are so few higher-level citizens. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a sense of amazement. Virtual world access. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the 3rd privilege. Lin Yuan could understand the other privileges of second-level citizens, but this virtual world access. Would you like to enter the virtual world? Just as Lin Yuan was gazing at the virtual world, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded in his ears. Enter. Lin Yuan nodded. He was curious about this virtual world, applying to connect to the virtual world. As the applicant is connecting to the virtual world for the first time, identity verification is required. Iris verification passed. Blood verification passed. Checking clone characteristics, verification result. Non-clone, DNA verification passed. Life-specific fluctuation, in accordance with records, verification passed. Citizen Lin Yuan, during your entry into the virtual world, do not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Just as the voice of the goddess of wisdom reached him, Lin Yuan felt his surroundings go dark, and his consciousness quickly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily break free from this sinking feeling. But doing so might prevent him from entering the so-called virtual world, so he allowed his consciousness to continue sinking. Where is this? When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in the midst of a starry sky. Beneath his feet, a pale blue planet was slowly rotating. Is this Kanglin's star? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet beneath his feet was an exact replica of the real Kanglin star. Whether it was the number of continents or the percentage of ocean area, it was identical to the real Kanglin star. Respected citizen Lin Yuan. At this moment, a solemn voice came. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white dress, quietly looking at him. I am a goddess of wisdom. I will now introduce the functions of the virtual world to you. The goddess of wisdom paused for a moment and continued. The virtual world that citizen Lin Yuan is currently connected to is, to be precise, the Kanglin Star Local Area Network. It is divided into 7 regions, namely the living area, trading area, arena area, and central plaza area. As the goddess of wisdom described each area, the corresponding part of the Kanglin star below enlarged in an instant. That is, Lin Yuan looked towards the central plaza area introduced by the goddess of wisdom. In this area, a large number of figures gathered, and in the center, there stood a massive towering monument. That is the Kanglin Evolution Ranking. It records the top 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. The goddess of wisdom explained in a soft voice. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, suddenly curious, and asked, I wonder where my martial path ranks among the evolutionary paths. Citizen Lin Yuan's developed martial path, after the highest intellect calculation, is ranked 93rd. The goddess of wisdom replied. 93rd. Lin Yuan showed no particular emotion. The martial path he developed now had taken him 20 years in the world of martial arts. Even with his extraordinary comprehension, It wasn't surprising to be ranked 93rd in a history spanning nearly a million years on Kanglan Star. In terms of comprehension, over a million years of history on Kanglan Star, no one could compare to Lin Yuan. But time and a large population did play a role. The Kanglan evolution ranking will be updated tomorrow, and at that time, Citizen Lin Yuan's martial path will be displayed for the first time. Would Citizen Lin Yuan like to hide his citizen number? The goddess of wisdom inquired. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, determining a citizen's identity was not based on their name, but on their citizen number. Given the commonality of names, the citizen number was unique. Hide it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. The Kanglan evolution ranking only selected the top 100 evolutionary paths, so it was undoubtedly prestigious. Lin Yuan, with his current strength and lack of background, decided it was best not to draw too much attention. After understanding the functions of the virtual world, Lin Yuan exited. Is it getting light? Lin Yuan checked the sky. Little Yuan, can I come in? At this moment, Lin Xiong's voice came from outside the door. Due to concerns about Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the impact of forced conscription, his parents refrained from actively seeking him out all night. Now, with the dawn approaching, Lin Xiong, his mother, decided to come and check on Lin Yuan. Come in. The door isn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. You woke up so early? You probably didn't sleep well last night, right? Lin Xiong's voice was gentle, and although her appearance was somewhat ordinary, she gave off a feeling of approachability. Little Yuan, actually, we knew about the conscription yesterday. The district head called Aching, MC's father, at the time, and Aching refused. You know your dad. He can't trade freedom for a future. I don't want it either. Our family of 4 is fine. Why should we be separated? Lin Xiong's eyes turned red. Mom, don't be too sentimental. I understand, I really do. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the matter of forced conscription was purely due to Lin Yuan's bad luck, unrelated to others. There's no need for you to worry about it. You're my son whom I've raised for so many years. If you, who were born from my own flesh, are conscripted, what will I do in the future? Although methods such as external gestation had long been achieved with the current technology of cosmic human civilization, nearly half of the couples still preferred the laborious method of conceiving through 10 months of pregnancy. Lin Xiong was one of them. Little Yuan, in this card, I've saved up money over the years. Aching doesn't know about it. You take it first. The password is your birthday. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Lin Xiong took out a bank card, handed it to Lin Yuan, and said with a slightly choked voice, This? Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. Naturally, he could see that the money in this card was the result of his mother Lin Xiong's frugal habits over the years. Now, giving it all to him at once. In fact, I don't need all this. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yuan spoke, I don't need to go for conscription anymore. I know, little Yuan, you're sensible. Lin Xiong was about to speak when she suddenly realized something. What did you say? I don't need to go for conscription, Lin Yuan repeated. Lin Yuan's original plan was to visit the Evolver Association, register, and then, as an Evolver, reject conscription. However, everything became simpler after he was promoted to a second-level citizen. Among the 3 methods the Goddess of Wisdom provided to exempt from conscription, both Evolvers and second-level citizens had the privilege to refuse conscription. Little Yuan, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Mother Lin Xiong didn't show any joy on her face, but expressed worry. Forced conscription was no trivial matter. It wasn't something one could refuse just by wanting to. In Lin Xiong's eyes, Lin Yuan might have experienced some kind of shock, leading to a mental disorder, causing him to speak incoherently. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, I should be an Evolver now. Don't believe me? Watch. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the living room. Several meters away, the ceramic bowl placed on the dining table turned into pieces. Seeing this unexpected scene, Lin Xiong widened her eyes. Faced with such a fantastical sight, Lin Xiong's heart suddenly started to race. Really an Evolver? Lin Xiong muttered to herself. Ordinary people couldn't do such things unless they were those mythical evolvers. Old Lin, wake up quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong hurriedly ran out to report the good news to her husband, Lin Shoucheng. A moment later, Lin Yuan sat at the dining table. Father Lin Shoucheng and Mother Lin Xiong sat upright, examining Lin Yuan from top to bottom. It seemed like the first time they truly recognized their own son, especially Lin Shoucheng, who was racking his brain over the conscription issue. Even though the hope wasn't high, watching his son being sent to fight against other races was something he couldn't accept no matter what. But Lin Shoucheng could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an evolver. According to the regulations of human civilization, even an unranked evolver had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an evolver? Father Lin Shoucheng couldn't help asking. There were many ways to become an evolver, but most required a substantial cost, either in terms of money or other aspects. Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student. Where could he find the resources? I woke up this morning and found that I had become one. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and casually gave an explanation. He certainly couldn't reveal the gateway of the Myriad Realms. It was his biggest secret, something he couldn't share with anyone, not even his closest family. It can't be an awakening-type evolver, can it? Father Lin Shoucheng enthusiastically speculated. Evolvers were divided into two types, unique and general. Among them, the unique category had many subtypes, and awakening-type evolvers were one of them. Awakening-type evolvers had evolution factors in their bloodline, which might not manifest for their entire lives or could suddenly appear one day. According to Lin Yuan's description, his son seemed to resemble an awakening-type evolver. My old Lin family must have had a powerful evolver ancestor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for evolution factors to be passed down. Father Lin Shoucheng was quite pleased. Mother Lin Xiong immediately became unhappy, pushing Lin Shoucheng. Why can't it be the evolution factors from my side? The tone of their conversation became noticeably more relaxed. Regardless of whether it was from one side or the other, the evolution factors in Lin Yuan meant that he had become an evolver, and the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him. Of course, after being exempted from forced conscription, the conditions set by the government earlier were naturally canceled. However, compared to his son becoming an evolver, these conditions were insignificant. Lin Yuan, once exposed to the circle of evolvers, could at least soar through the ranks effortlessly, benefiting not only himself, but also those around him. Kanglin Star's virtual world. Central Square area. Everyone appearing here was without exception second-level citizens or evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone entering this area. Among the 7 regions of the virtual world, the Central Square area was the liveliest, dominated by the monumental Kanglin evolutionary ranking. Countless evolvers and higher-level citizens looked up to it. You've just become evolvers and entered this virtual world. First, you need to understand the significance of the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. In a corner of the Central Square area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was spreading knowledge to several young men and women. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking contains the 100 most powerful evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star, some of which have even shone brightly in other star domains. You must remember that these 100 evolutionary paths have undergone the test of the ages and are a monument to us evolvers, unchangeable. The middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses quickly spoke. The young men and women nearby nodded repeatedly. They weren't foolish. They naturally understood the value of the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. All right, the middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses nodded slightly. This time, no one stood up to refute her words arrogantly. Next, the middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue speaking when a young woman below suddenly opened her mouth. Sister Yuan, it changed, the ranking changed. The young woman with a baby face stuttered. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How could the Kanglin evolutionary ranking change? The woman with black-framed glasses frowned slightly. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking contained the 100 most powerful evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star over nearly 1,000,000 years. It was inconceivable for it to change. The woman with black-framed glasses squinted. The young woman had mentioned that the ranking had changed. Blood evolutionary path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolutionary path, which was ranked 100. Is it really gone? The woman with black-framed glasses felt a bit uneasy. The blood evolutionary path, originally ranked 100, had disappeared, replaced by the evolutionary path that was previously ranked 99. Path of martial arts, evolution. The woman with black-framed glasses quickly looked upward, realizing that the newcomer was ranked 93. So, this evolutionary path made its way onto the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath, waves of turmoil surging within her. The fact that the martial arts evolutionary path had made its way onto the ranking proved the potential of this evolutionary path. What shocked the woman was the question of which influential figure had developed this particular path. Something big is about to happen, she thought to herself. Changes in the Kanglin evolutionary ranking were inevitably going to attract the attention of various forces on Kanglin Star. For instance, the evolvers who practiced the now-removed blood evolutionary path were probably going crazy. The change in the Kanglin evolutionary ranking quickly caught the attention of others in the square. It's amazing. I remember the last change in the ranking was around 560 years ago. Who could have developed the martial arts evolutionary path? Dr. Chun? Or the director? Sure. I'm not sure. Dr. Chun is my relative, and I haven't heard that he's been researching new evolutionary paths recently. Has anyone tried the martial arts evolutionary path? Numerous evolvers, as well as second-level and higher citizens, engaged in lively discussions. They wanted to know who had developed the martial arts evolutionary path, but unfortunately, the citizen number was hidden and no one knew. Lin Yuan was unaware of this because he had uploaded the martial arts evolutionary path, causing a hurricane-like disturbance in the virtual world. At the moment, he was browsing the marketplace, intending to purchase some nutritional fluids to quickly recover his strength. The so-called marketplace was an official shopping platform established by human civilization. The variety of goods available was extensive, and the prices were fair given the official endorsement. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan's access to the marketplace featured mostly restricted items. Genetic elixirs, which ordinary citizens could never access, were also available, and they were priced at 1,000,000 credits per bottle. Advanced nutrient fluid? Lin Yuan quickly searched and focused on the advanced nutrient fluid. Nutrient fluid was one of the essential supplies for space explorers, significantly replenishing their energy expenditure. Nutrient fluids were categorized as low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A low-level nutrient fluid contained enough energy to sustain an ordinary person's consumption for a month. This meant that by consuming a low-level nutrient fluid, a normal person could survive for a month without eating or drinking. Mid-level and high-level nutrient fluids were mainly used for certain giant or alien creatures, as their energy content was too overwhelming for ordinary humans to endure. Let's buy a bottle and see its effects first. Lin Yuan selected the quantity of the advanced nutrient fluid as 1 and clicked on purchase. The price for a bottle of advanced nutrient fluid was 200,000, equivalent to 10 years' income for an ordinary citizen who neither eats nor drinks. Moreover, high-quality nutrient fluids had already become restricted resources. If Lin Yuan hadn't upgraded to a second-level citizen, he wouldn't even have seen this option, let alone purchase it. I guess my current strength level is probably close to an unranked evolutionist. After buying the advanced nutrient fluid, Lin Yuan began to evaluate his own condition. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's standards for different evolutionist ranks, his martial Tao innate realm had barely reached the threshold of becoming an evolutionist, meaning he was at an unranked level. However, He understood that the realm and combat power were different things. With his control over the unrestrained realm, free and unrestrained realm, he could achieve extraordinary effects even at an unranked level. He could easily crush ordinary ranked evolutionists. Among ranked evolutionists, the first rank is divided into 12 stages. If I could recover to full strength, I'd probably be between stages 10 and 12. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. Purely in terms of destructive power, the unrestrained realm was likely approaching the limit of the first rank and was close to the second rank. A true second-rank evolutionist might not reach the city annihilation level, but as long as there are no evolvers of the same level or technological weapons to block it, destroying a city will not take long. A casual blow can easily destroy tall buildings hundreds of meters and kilometers high. Since the high-grade evolutionary fluid was a restricted resource, it would probably take half a day to a day for it to be delivered to Lin Yuan. During this time, he decided to buy a house. More precisely, he intended to purchase a training space. His current residence was too small and fragile. Lin Yuan sometimes worried that even stretching would cause it to collapse. Moreover, he occasionally needed a larger space to verify his martial Tao. As an evolutionist, he also needed an independent space, which his current residence didn't meet. Shuiwei District. Lin Yuan browsed the internet for a while and selected this district. Shuiwei District belonged to the high-end real estate area of Dongning City, recently opened for sale in the suburbs. In the cosmic era, true upper-class elites preferred not to live in the city center. Thus, high-end communities like Shuiwei District, located in the suburbs, close to nature, and emphasizing the environment, always remain popular. Lin Yuan looked at the housing prices in Shuiwei District, ranging from 10 million to 15 million. In addition, second-level citizens could enjoy a 50% discount. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this. In the cosmic human civilization, higher-level citizens naturally enjoyed many benefits and privileges. After all, the citizen level couldn't be inherited, and the current higher-level citizens were individuals who had made significant contributions to human civilization. This district will do. Lin Yuan went out and headed to the suburbs. The 5 to 7.5 million credits exceeded his current deposit limit. However, after upgrading to a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan received a credit card from the central bank. He could borrow up to 20 million credits at no interest. This 2 million credits only needed to be repaid within 50 years. It was one of the hidden benefits of being a second-level citizen. With the income of a second-level citizen, earning a few million in a year would easily repay the loan within 7 or 8 years. It wasn't a high-risk loan. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the sales office of Shuiwei District. There weren't many citizens here, but without exception, they all exuded extraordinary charm, belonging to true elite individuals. After all, ordinary citizens rarely strolled around high-end properties worth 1 or 2 million. Even though Lin Yuan was dressed casually, he didn't go unnoticed. Immediately, a staff member approached him. "Hello, sir. What type of house are you looking for?" The staff member, a girl with red lips, white teeth, large eyes, and a tall figure, wearing a slightly tight uniform that subtly outlined her curves, greeted Lin Yuan. A larger one, quieter. Lin Yuan stated his requirements. Sure. As the conversation continued, Anna's mood gradually became serious. She glanced at the young man in front of her, wondering if he was really here to buy a house. It wasn't that Anna looked down on Lin Yuan, but out of 10 people who came to inquire, 9 only came to ask, and only 1 might have a slight intention to buy. This was normal since dealing with matters involving 1 or 2 million required careful consideration. However, judging by Lin Yuan's tone, it didn't sound like a mere inquiry. Thinking about this, Anna immediately became excited, closing the distance between them. She almost leaned into Lin Yuan. "I'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made a decision. This property had 3 floors and could be considered more of an estate than a house, complete with a dedicated courtyard and even an underground training ground. "Really buy?" Anna felt delighted. "Would you like to apply for a loan, sir?" Anna asked cautiously. "No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. Processing a loan would involve interest, and he had an interest-free loan with a credit card from a central bank. Do you offer a 50% discount for second-level citizens on housing purchases here? Lin Yuan inquired. Yes, indeed. For higher-level citizens. We at Shueiyue District. Anna started her usual response. However, halfway through her answer, she froze. Sir, are you a second-level citizen? Anna's voice trembled. Among the people who came here to inquire, Anna had encountered many wealthy individuals. However, second-level citizens and above were extremely rare. The entire Dongning city had only a handful of second-level citizens, making their number quite scarce. Sir, please wait. Let me get our manager. Anna apologized a few times and led Lin Yuan into the VIP room. In the lounge of the sales office, Zhao Qiwen took a sip of water and immediately walked out. She had earned the opportunity to work part-time here, but it came at a great cost. Saleswomen for high-end properties like Shueiyue District needed to meet basic requirements, such as appearance and figure. Interpersonal skills and hospitality were also crucial. They had to make clients feel no displeasure and willingly part with their money. I wonder when I'll sell a unit. Zhao Qiwen sighed. Glancing upwards, she noticed Lin Yuan talking to Anna. He's Lin Yuan, isn't he? Zhao Qiwen immediately recognized Lin Yuan, who was conversing with Anna. Why would he come here? Zhao Qiwen was puzzled. She and Lin Yuan were classmates. Although they didn't interact much, they were aware of each other's family backgrounds. According to common sense, with Lin Yuan's family situation, he definitely couldn't afford a house in Shueiyue District. Could he be here just for a visit? Zhao Qiwen speculated in her mind. She had no intention of approaching him. Firstly, they were classmates, and meeting in such a situation would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, Anna had already taken charge, and Zhao Qiwen approaching might be seen as trying to steal a customer. Even though Zhao Qiwen thought Lin Yuan didn't have the financial capability to purchase a house, she chose not to intervene. However, what happened next left Zhao Qiwen wide-eyed. First, Lin Yuan said something to Anna, and then he was respectfully led into the VIP room by her. Heavens, that was the VIP room. Normally, clients would only be invited into the VIP room after their financial credentials were verified and their deposits exceeded 2 million, demonstrating the ability to make a purchase. Zhao Qiwen couldn't fathom why Lin Yuan was being ushered into the VIP room. If Anna hadn't been a seasoned employee here, making such a common-sense mistake, Zhao Qiwen would have intervened. But before Zhao Qiwen could fully process this, a dignified, middle-aged man hurriedly approached and entered the VIP room. Before entering, he even took a moment to patiently knock on the door. Manager Wang. Seeing this, Zhao Qiwen felt her throat dry up. Manager Wang was the manager of the sales office, rumored to have connections with some high-ranking leaders in Dongning City. With Manager Wang's status, he seldom attended to clients directly. Even if they had the financial capability, it was challenging to meet him. Moreover, Manager Wang rarely lowered himself to such levels. Did I see it wrong? At this moment, Zhao Qiwen began doubting her eyesight. Maybe that person just now wasn't Lin Yuan at all, but someone who resembled him. But would such a distinguished person wear such plain clothes? She remembered Lin Yuan wearing a similar outfit at school. Was it just a coincidence? Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Qiwen waited outside. After a while, Zhao Qiwen saw Lin Yuan being respectfully escorted out by Manager Wang. Then, under Manager Wang's personal guidance, they went to inspect the houses in the rear of the complex. It really is Lin Yuan. This time, Zhao Qiwen observed carefully. She was sure the young man walking ahead of Manager Wang was her classmate. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at the client like that? Is this how you usually behave? At this moment, Anna walked over, frowning at Zhao Qiwen. Anna, I'm just curious about that person's identity. Even Manager Wang is following him like. Zhao Qiwen didn't say the words like a grandson out loud, but the meaning was clear. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of our Shueiyue group. Don't refer to him as that person. If manager finds out, you won't be spared. Anna glared at Zhao Qiwen and continued. And don't inquire about the guest's information. It's a rule of the group, understand? Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiwen's face turned slightly pale. Anna had cited the group's regulations, indicating that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond her reach. The environment is quite good. In Shueihua District, number 32, Lin Yuan sat in the underground training room, his expression showing satisfaction. You get what you pay for. And this place indeed met Lin Yuan's standards. All right, I need to change my address. Thinking of something, Lin Yuan opened a shopping app and updated the address of the purchased advanced nutrient solution to his current location. A stranger arrived at Shueihua District half a day later, stopping in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box handed over by the man, and his finger swiped across the top. Drip. Fingerprint verification successful. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the alloy box opened, revealing a 10-centimeter test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky blue liquid, worth every bit of the 200,000. Lin Yuan smiled as he examined the advanced nutrient solution. Gulp. Lin Yuan opened the advanced nutrient solution and took a sip. Instantly, a scorching breath began to spread throughout his limbs and hundreds of bones. The terrifying force almost burst out of his body, exploding in all directions. Refined, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the terrifying heat rapidly merged into his body, continuously being refined. An hour later, Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes. Advanced to the Grandmaster realm? Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as he felt a substantial increase in his blood and internal energy. Maybe another 20 bottles, and I'll be able to fully restore my strength. Confirming the effectiveness of the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to purchase 20 bottles. 2 days later, after absorbing all 20 bottles of advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan's strength fully recovered. Water Moon Residential Area, House number 32, Underground Training Room. Now, there's no sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, his eyes deep, silently thinking. In the martial world, after stepping into the unrestrained realm, he felt the oppressive force from the depths, as if a stranded whale, uncomfortable all over. But now there's no such feeling. Is it because of the different world limits? Lin Yuan speculates in his mind. The upper limit of the martial world is obviously much lower than the main world. This can be seen from the huge difference in the flow of time. Lin Yuan is in an unprecedented, unrestrained realm, perhaps approaching the true limit in the martial world. He may be suppressed and rejected by the world, but in the main world, even if it's not a starting point, there is still a distant distance from the true world limit. At least, as far as Lin Yuan knows, those truly powerful evolvers in the Cosmic Human Alliance can easily cross the starry sky with their bodies, destroying stars with a snap of their fingers. In the history of the Starry Sea for over 2 million years, human civilization has emerged from the mother star, sweeping across alien races, occupying vast star domains. Apart from the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses who unified the command, extremely powerful individual evolvers also made indelible contributions. Having fully restored his strength, Lin Yuan gradually adapted and realized that he could connect to the virtual world. These days, while refining advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan would occasionally explore the virtual world. Kanglin Star Virtual World Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appears on a street. People pass by from time to time. In the corners, a few figures occasionally gather to chat. At a glance, there are dozens of figures on this residential street. Lin Yuan is no longer surprised by this. Although ordinary people don't have the privilege to connect to the virtual world, Kanglin Star has a population of 5 billion. Even if there is one second-level citizen among 50,000 citizens, the total number of second-level citizens on Kanglin Star exceeds 100,000. In fact, in a population of 2 to 300,000, one second-level citizen can emerge, and the actual number of second-level citizens on Kanglin Star is close to 300,000. This is just second-level citizens. Evolvers also have the privilege to connect to the virtual world. and the number of evolvers is much larger than the number of second-level citizens. After all, there are various ways to become an evolver: normal, abnormal, mutation, inheritance, and so on. Of course, the number of evolvers is relative to second-level citizens. Compared to ordinary citizens, evolvers are still extremely rare, with 1 in thousands on average. Lin Yuan casually enters a bar in a residential area, sits in a corner, and orders a mixed drink. This texture. Lin Yuan takes a sip, slightly amazed. If he didn't perceive the outside world's body very clearly, Lin Yuan almost thought he had come to the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. With such clear sensory simulation, it must be built on a giant server. If everyone can connect, the cost would be terrifying. Lin Yuan sat in the bar for a while and then exited the virtual world. Now that my strength is restored, I should go to the Evolver Association as soon as possible, register, and get the Evolver certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance tightly controls evolvers. Even those who haven't advanced must register as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the local Evolver Association and made an appointment for registration the next day. Like organizations such as the Evolver Association, it's better to make an appointment in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan went back home. These days, he stayed away from home under the pretext of needing to undergo training as an evolver. At the dinner table, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiong, seemed to remember something and said, "Little Yuan, you've become an evolver, haven't you?" Old Lin loves to show off, and he mentioned it in the relatives group. A few relatives heard about it and want to hold a family banquet. Everyone wants to get together, celebrate, and take a look at you. That relatives group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shoucheng. In the interstellar era, the concept of clans had long faded, but social connections still existed. Lin Yuan becoming an evolver was a significant event that transcended social classes, much more reliable than entering some higher education institution. Entering a higher education institution does not guarantee that you will stand out. There are millions of students graduating from higher education institutions every year, but only a few find satisfactory jobs. But being an evolver is different. Even if you're just an unadvanced evolver, many companies and corporations are willing to hire you at a high salary. In case, in the future, you are fortunate enough to become an advanced evolver, that's like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Originally, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, occupying a dispensable position among relatives. But now, everything had changed since Lin Yuan became an evolver. No one could guarantee that in the future, they wouldn't need the help of Lin Yuan, the evolver. Sometimes, asking for help is not embarrassing. What's embarrassing is not being able to find the person to ask for help. Uncle Nian helped me before, and he wants everyone to get together. I can't refuse. Father Lin Shoucheng smiled bitterly. He just boasted a bit in the group. He didn't expect someone to actually step forward. It's okay. I'll be there during the family banquet. Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. They were worried that he might have other commitments and wouldn't be able to attend. If even the protagonist, Lin Yuan, didn't show up, what would be the point of holding a family banquet? Family banquet? What family banquet? Is there delicious food? Lin Yuan's sister, Lin Yi, immediately became excited, blinking her big eyes and asking. After finishing the meal and leaving home, Lin Yuan planned to go to the Evolver Association to get his certificate. Not long after he started walking, Lin Yuan received a phone call. "Is this Mr. Lin Yuan?" The voice on the other end of the phone was a cautious female voice. "I am." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'm from the Evolver Association." Mr. Lin Yuan applied to register today. At that time, it wasn't clear that Mr. Lin Yuan is a second-level citizen, so it wasn't explained properly. According to the association's rules, any second-level citizen who comes for business needs to be escorted by a dedicated person. The woman on the phone was almost on the verge of tears. There are only a few second-level citizens in Dongning City, and they all knew the president of the Evolver Association. When they came for business, they usually went directly through the president. As a small employee, she had never had contact with any second-level citizen. Yesterday, When she received Lin Yuan's application, she was busy with other things and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until this morning, when entering Lin Yuan's citizen number, that she discovered he was a second-level citizen. Because of this incident, it drew the attention of her superiors, who asked what this second-level citizen needed and insisted on meeting his needs as much as possible. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head. He hadn't lost anything. So, where is Mr. Lin now? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away. The woman on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan held her accountable for her service attitude, undoubtedly, she would be dismissed the next day, and the reason would be written into her file. At that time, no enterprise or group would be willing to hire her because, regardless of the circumstances, disregarding higher-level citizens is crossing a bottom line. I'm here right now. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but decided to disclose his current location. Having someone pick him up would be convenient, and he could also save some taxi money. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan casually found a coffee shop on the roadside and waited. However, not long after, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Lin Yuan, why are you here? Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a tall and sturdy guy running towards him. It was none other than Lin Yuan's desk mate and good friend, Du Quan. Du Quan jogged over and hugged Lin Yuan's shoulders. Where have you been for the past half-month? I asked Annie Lu, and she said you were busy. Lin Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Du Quan didn't pay much attention either. Suddenly, he looked surprised and touched Lin Yuan's shoulders and chest with his hand. Haven't seen you for half a month, brother. You become quite strong. Du Quan marveled. Really? Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, not long ago, Lin Yuan had just refined 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution. Energy conservation principle aside, even though the majority of the energy from the 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution had been transformed into vitality and spirit, the physical body had still been affected to some extent. This was because Lin Yuan's martial path emphasized discrete and restrained absorption. If it were another evolver from a different evolutionary path who rashly absorbed so much energy, it wouldn't be surprising if their height drastically increased and their body became as strong as an ox. Yet, Lin Yuan only appeared to be somewhat stronger. Du Quan marveled for a moment and then pointed to a few people approaching from a distance. Look who's coming. Lin Yuan glanced over and immediately recognized these people as classmates from his class. Just graduated? Perfect time to hang out. Du Quan explained. He originally wanted to invite Lin Yuan too, but since Lin Yuan wasn't home, he had to give up. At this moment, those people also approached. Lin Yuan, why are you here? Waiting for someone. A bespectacled and scholarly-looking young man casually asked. Are you Lin Yuan? Haven't seen you in a few days. You seem to have changed a lot, a girl said, slightly surprised, eyeing Lin Yuan up and down. Hello, everyone. Lin Yuan greeted as everyone gathered. In fact, the original owner of this body was a very silent person. If it weren't for Du Quan, he wouldn't have played with these people at all. Among these people, there were mainly two groups. One was led by Chu Shiryu, a scholarly young man with glasses. Chu Shiryu came from a wealthy family, excelled in academics, and many students were willing to get close to him. The other group was led by Hua Qingyao, an extraordinary figure with military connections. He was fearless both in school and outside. Du Quan, good at socializing and mediating, played well with both sides. Due to his righteous character, both Chu Shiryu and Hua Qingyao gave him face. In addition, there were several girls present. Lin Yuan, look who's here. Our class flower, who has already been admitted to a prestigious university. I invited her to join us this time. Brother has some face, right? Du Quan pointed to a tall girl and said proudly. This girl had well-defined features, wearing simple jeans that outlined her curvy hips and legs. It was Zhao Qiwen. Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwen's mind was extremely unsettled. Ever since she saw the seemingly ordinary Lin Yuan at the Water Moon Residential Area Sales Office, being respectfully welcomed into the VIP room and directly buying a standalone residence worth over 10 million, with even manager Wang showing utmost respect. Zhao Qiwen realized that Lin Yuan's identity was not simple. The entire class, and even the entire school faculty and students, were deceived by Lin Yuan. She agreed to Du Quan's invitation this time because Du Quan usually had the best relationship with Lin Yuan. Maybe Lin Yuan would also come. Otherwise, with her personality, how could she participate in such a meaningless gathering? But after arriving and finding that Lin Yuan wasn't there, she felt a bit disappointed. However, seeing Lin Yuan now, her emotions were in turmoil. "Hello, classmate Lin Yuan." Zhao Qiwen collected herself and proactively extended her right hand towards Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan nearby. Zhao Qiwen had always been aloof, not showing any special attention even to second-generation individuals like Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiryu. How could she take the initiative to shake hands with Lin Yuan? "Hello." Lin Yuan courteously shook hands. After some small talk, they found seats, and Chu Shiryu called the staff to order the signature coffee for everyone at the CAF. "Still the generous brother you." Du Quan praised beside them. The signature coffee in this CAF was not cheap, almost 30 per cup. With a total of over 200 for a few people, it was equivalent to half a month's living expenses back in school. Once seated, they began chatting. "This college entrance exam didn't go well. I chose a third-rate university. I don't know what to do in the future." A girl sighed. "That's easy. You have a good relationship with Brother Yu, right? After graduation, just work at Brother Yu's place." Du Quan joked beside her. "Me?" The girl pretended to be angry, but she was secretly delighted, stealing glances at Chu Shiryu from time to time. Du Quan is right. In the future, come to work in my company, and the treatment will definitely be good. Chu Shiryu waved his hand generously. In front of classmates, how could he miss such a high-profile opportunity? Besides, graduation was still far away, and future matters could be discussed later. Then, "Thank you, Brother Yu." The girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude. As they chatted over coffee, the conversation naturally turned to Lin Yuan. "Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, did you make it onto the conscription list?" Hu Qingyao seemed to remember something and asked. As soon as this was mentioned, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Yuan. In ordinary times, conscription wasn't a bad thing. It could even lead to job arrangements after service. For normal people, that was considered a good outcome. However, this time's conscription was targeted against the alien race. Due to security concerns, those on the conscription list would probably not return. Even if they didn't die in battle, it would be challenging to see them again in their lifetime. It's all hearsay. Whether it's about the alien race or not, it's just some small talk. Du Quan immediately spoke up. "Right. The government hasn't mentioned anything publicly. It might just be a routine conscription." "Yes, Lin Yuan, don't worry too much. After retiring, you might be reassigned back to work in the military district." Several people reassured Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just comforting words. In reality, everyone was not optimistic about this conscription. Although the government hadn't clearly stated the purpose of this conscription, all those on the conscription list had already received substantial compensation. This wasn't a secret. Anyone with a little curiosity could find out. If it were just a regular conscription, why provide so much compensation? In fact, there might be a turning point. "My uncle works in the military district. Why go back tonight? I'll ask my uncle to see if we can make some flexible arrangements." Hu Qingyao spoke up at this moment. He was the only one with a military background, and he was the one with the most confidence to say such things. "That would trouble Brother Yao," Du Quan immediately said, not as a compliment, but a heartfelt gratitude. As a classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to go down an irreversible path. Hearing these words, especially the several girls, their eyes lit up. Hu Qingyao's statement hinted at many possibilities, most notably the potential influence on the conscription list. This was a tremendous networking advantage. Compared to that, Chu Shiryu, who had just promised to help arrange a job, seemed insignificant. Just a job. How could it compare to Hu Qingyao, who could potentially influence the conscription process in the military district? For a moment, all the girls on the scene, except for Zhao Qiwen, including the girl who wanted Chu Shiryu to arrange a job for her, approached Hu Qingyao. Lin Yuan sat on the side, and instead of feeling offended by Hu Qingyao's boasting, he found it somewhat amusing. After all, the conscription list was reviewed by the goddess of wisdom. It wasn't something that could be changed just like that. Nevertheless, Hua Qingyao was, in the end, trying to help him. Even if the nature of this help was to compete with Chu Shiryu, the rivalry between Hua Qingyao and Chu Shiryu at Lin Yuan's level was as laughable as children playing house. It's about time. I should go now. Somebody is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, stood up, and bid farewell. Immediately, without waiting for everyone's agreement, he left the coffee shop and walked towards the roadside. Seeing this, everyone in the cafe frowned, especially Hua Qingyao. He had promised to go back and ask his uncle. Although there was no guarantee of anything, at least you could say a word of thanks. However, Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He just sat there the whole time and now left with a casual excuse. This impolite behavior made Hua Qingyao feel somewhat annoyed. This person, Hua Qingyao, looking through the cafe's window, watched Lin Yuan's back and was about to say something when, at that moment, a sleek black hovercar stopped by the roadside. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. The license plate of that hovercar. Chu Shiryu also noticed it and instantly focused on the license plate. Although Chu Shiryu's family didn't have a military background, they often dealt with the government. He immediately recognized the license plate of this black hovercar as government exclusive. Having such a license plate allowed access to special roads, avoiding potential traffic jams. Just that this kind of specially provided hovercar was usually used only when escorting important figures. Now, why was it parked in front of Lin Yuan? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Chu Shiryu couldn't help but think. However, the next moment, in the gaze of everyone, a tall man came down from the black hovercar and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd fell silent again. Originally, they thought Lin Yuan's statement about someone waiting for him was just a casual excuse. However, they didn't expect it to be true, and the person waiting for him came in a government-provided vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I followed my cousin to the association before and saw similar license plates. Chu Shiryu seemed to recall something and spoke again. The Evolvers Association. Hua Qingyao's face changed slightly. Among many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly the most challenging to deal with. They managed the Evolver community, were extremely powerful, and had a significant influence. However, the formidable Evolvers Association sending a specially provided vehicle to pick up a student like Lin Yuan, everyone was puzzled. It was entirely illogical. Haha, it might be a coincidence. Perhaps there's some cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Hua Qingyao racked his brains and gave this reason. That makes sense. That's the only possibility. The others nodded slightly. Although this explanation was extremely absurd after all, the Evolvers Association and the military district were two different systems. It was the only way to make sense of the scene in front of them. After all, Lin Yuan had been on the conscription list, and the only relationship he could have with the Evolvers Association was through the various military districts behind the conscription. The other day, I checked the conscription notice again and found that Lin Yuan's name is no longer on the conscription list. At this moment, Zhao Qiwen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. With this statement, the entire atmosphere froze. Everyone was instantly stunned, especially Hua Qingyao. His expression froze on the spot. He wasn't a fool. He knew how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially in the case of forced conscription. Although he had confidently claimed he would inquire with his uncle, it was more of a routine question. He doubted his uncle had any solution. Even if there was a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it was impossible to do it for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had truly been removed from the list. It's impossible. I need to consult the goddess of wisdom. Hua Qingyao immediately connected to the network. Upon finding Lin Yuan's name missing from the list, he started applying for access to the goddess of wisdom to inquire about why Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and majestic female voice echoed directly in Hua Qingyao's ears. Warning, First-tier citizen Hua Qingyao, you are accessing content beyond your authorization, suspected of violating Article 560 of the Constitution. Now, initiating the first warning. If you continue to access, you will be brought to trial at the Supreme Court. Hearing the cold warning from the Goddess of Wisdom, Hua Qingyao turned pale and was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The Supreme Court of the Cosmic Human Alliance had always been reserved for judging heinous felons who had committed severe crimes with extremely detrimental impacts. How could someone like Hua Qingyao, who was nothing special, be worthy of the Supreme Court taking the time to judge him? Hua Qingyao's teeth chattered, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. You can support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon /David_Lord. Laughing Face, Goddess of Wisdom, as one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance, has one of the highest authorities. Even the lofty Star Lords are respectful and dare not show any impatience in front of the three goddesses, fearing that it might diminish their evaluation by the goddesses. Now that the Wisdom Goddess has personally descended into his main consciousness and sternly warned him, Hua Qingyao feels as if the sky is falling. Hua Qingyao hasn't recovered yet when he hears Chu Shiryu beside him turning pale suddenly. His level of shock is no less than that of Hua Qingyao. Did you also check Lin Yuan's information? Hua Qingyao asked, suddenly turning his head to look at the others. He warned, don't ever try to check Lin Yuan's personal information. Even he, trying to check Lin Yuan's personal information, received a warning from the Wisdom Goddess. The others should refrain from it even more. Several girls looked confused. Hua Qingyao briefly explained his experience. Why is Lin Yuan's personal information encrypted by the Wisdom Goddess? What is his background? Chu Shiryu reacted, his expression turning unpleasant. Although personal information is considered private in the era of cosmic human civilization, the degree of personal information protection he just encountered is usually only possessed by rare and special individuals or high-level citizens. Is Lin Yuan involved in these two aspects? Whatever his background is, I just embarrassed myself this time. Hua Qingyao's face turned slightly red. In front of everyone, he had just confidently promised to ask his uncle to help Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't need his help at all, and his name had already been removed. Zhao Jiwen, since you knew early on that Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription, do you know more? Chu Shiryu seemed to think of something and looked at Zhao Jiwen. The other people's eyes immediately brightened, focusing on Zhao Jiwen. Indeed, Zhao Jiwen was the first to say that Lin Yuan was no longer on the conscription list. Obviously, she knows more than they do. I don't know much. Zhao Jiwen shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and truthfully said, it's just that a few days ago, I was part-time at the sales office of the newly opened Watermoon community. I found Lin Yuan there, and he directly bought a residence. As soon as these words came out, everyone was astonished. The Watermoon community had quite a reputation. It was advertised heavily during its development. It was undoubtedly a high-end residential community, with prices for a random unit exceeding 10 million. If Zhao Jiwen was not lying, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the richest student in their school, casually throwing away millions. Even Chu Shiryu would find it difficult to do without utilizing his family's connections to borrow money. It's not that Chu's family doesn't have millions in assets, but Chu Shiryu can't represent Chu's family. Hua Qingyao and Chu Shiryu looked at each other, their expressions quite complex. They've been fighting for 3 years in the class. Lin Yuan probably witnessed their open and hidden struggles like watching a monkey show. There's one more thing she didn't mention. That is, the manager of the Watermoon sales office treats Lin Yuan with the utmost respect, as if a grandson meets his grandfather. Watermoon Real Estate Group is a well-known asset giant, with its market spanning dozens of cities around it. The manager has connections with several leaders in Doning City, but he still behaved in such a respectful manner in front of Lin Yuan. Zhao Jiwen couldn't help but shudder at the thought that she had been interacting with such a big-shot day and night for 3 years. If Zhao Jiwen bit her lip, pondering something. Lin Yuan has such a significant background. Duquan was a bit dazed. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years, but at this moment, He felt like he had never truly understood him. Evolver Association. A silent black hovercar arrived. The hovercar stopped, and Lin Yuan walked down from it. Is this the Evolver Association? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel strange. In front of him was a gray building, extremely low-key, and it didn't even have a sign that said Evolver Association. Is it Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman in a black dress, the skirt slightly short, only reaching halfway to her knees, revealing fair and slender legs, ran over and inquired. Yes, it's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come inside. Zhu Qianqian stole a glance at Lin Yuan and immediately walked ahead to lead the way. She was the staff member who failed to input Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this incident, Zhu Qianqian had faced tremendous pressure, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had been living in anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she would probably have been dismissed by her superiors today. Mr. Lin looks so young. Zhu Qianqian led the way and sneakily glanced at Lin Yuan again. Following Zhu Qianqian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. Entering the elevator, Zhu Qianqian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to undergo an assessment. Finally, based on the assessment results, an evolver certificate will be awarded. I'm aware of that. Lin Yuan nodded. The evolver certificate specifies the specific rank, and this can only be determined through a strength assessment. Before long, the elevator arrived. The two of them took the elevator and arrived at the 22nd floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were a series of small rooms, constructed of dark gold alloy, neatly divided into 2 rows. Mr. Lin Yuan's assessment room is here. Zhu Qianqian led Lin Yuan to the door at the very end. Is the assessment conducted in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Zhu Qianqian nodded and then shook her head. She directly pushed open the door. Inside was a silver-white metal cabin. This is a virtual world cabin. Mr. Lin will undergo the assessment in the virtual world. Zhu Qianqian didn't beat around the bush and said directly, in the virtual world? Lin Yuan surveyed the room. That's correct. Zhu Qianqian smiled and said, powerful evolvers can easily cause destruction. Are we supposed to allocate a whole planet just for their strength assessment? So, evolver assessments are mostly conducted in the virtual world. Zhu Qianqian paused for a moment and continued, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry. Your strength in the virtual world will be perfectly synchronized with your real-world strength. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of evolvers varied. Those weaker, such as those not yet evolved or at the first or second stage, were not a big issue. They could use a plaza for their assessment. However, stronger evolvers like Lin Yuan, capable of casually destroying this gray building beneath him, and even stronger ones at the second, third, or fourth, fifth stages would require immense resources for their assessment. Therefore, placing the assessment location in the virtual world was the most efficient approach. In the virtual world, everything was simulated. Even simulating an entire galaxy was not a difficult task. Qiushin spoke to Lin Yuan again, giving him some precautions when using the virtual world cabin. He respectfully exited the room. Virtual world cabin. Lin Yuan carefully observed for a while and then lay down. Buzz. A slight ripple passed through. Lin Yuan only felt a slight tingling on his skin, and then he heard the voice saying, Replication complete. Please connect to the virtual world, Evolver. Welcome to the assessment world. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw a stern man looking at him. Assessment world? Lin Yuan immediately assessed himself. Physical strength, the circulation of elemental power in his body, and the spiritual power in the Niwen Palace in his mind all were no different from his external body. The human alliance is truly formidable. Lin Yuan was secretly surprised. Such perfect replication meant that he had no secrets. No, the gateway to the Myriad Realms hasn't been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to realize something and focused his mind deep into his thoughts. In the position where the gateway to the Myriad Realms should have stood, there was nothing. Even the human alliance can't replicate the gateway to the Myriad Realms. Or is it that they can't even detect the existence of the gateway to the Myriad Realms? While relieved, Lin Yuan couldn't help but speculate. "Evolver, please choose your assessment scene," said the stern man nearby, suddenly breaking the silence. As soon as he finished speaking, scenes appeared before Lin Yuan. There were deserts with miles of yellow sand, forests with ancient trees, and cities with towering buildings. Just the desert. Lin Yuan randomly chose one. Scene confirmed. The stern man waved his hand. The surrounding environment changed instantly, and Lin Yuan found himself in a desert with endless yellow sand and scorching heat. According to the energy fluctuations in the Evolver's body, this assessment will start directly from the first stage. First, you have to defeat the opponent at the first stage. Only then will you qualify for the next assessment. Understand? The stern man looked calmly at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Swoosh. The stern man disappeared. Not far away, a large expanse of yellow sand quickly gathered, forming a humanoid figure. This was a tall man with dark skin, and a fierce black horn grew on his forehead. Die for me. The man with the black horn didn't say a word, striding towards Lin Yuan. His speed is a bit faster than an ordinary master, but he's not a threat to me. Lin Yuan remained calm. According to the stern man, the assessments progressed from weak to strong. The first opponent's strength was at the first stage. Only by defeating him could Lin Yuan face a second-stage opponent. Crack! The man with the black horn suddenly stopped, his gaze dimming instantly, and his body turned back into yellow sand and dissipated. Lin Yuan stood still, without even moving. In the face of an opponent whose strength was far below his own, the fastest way to defeat him was to use spiritual martial arts. With Lin Yuan's spiritual strength at the unrestrained realm, he could instantly crush the opponent's spiritual soul. Exhale. The yellow sand gathered again. This time, Lin Yuan's opponent was once again the man with the black horn. However, this time the black horn man's aura had increased, reaching a level close to the peak of a master. However, whether it was a master or a great grandmaster, it was just a matter of perspective for Lin Yuan. Just like that, in a few breaths, he faced the ninth opponent. This time, the opponent was still the man with the black horn. However, compared to the previous 8 opponents, this time the black horn man's gaze was deep. After materializing, he did not immediately attack Lin Yuan. An evolving path like a spiritual master. I specifically strengthened my soul defense this time. I can exempt 60% of your spiritual attacks. The man with the black horn revealed a cruel smile. Although he was only an intelligent life simulated from a large amount of data, he had basic emotions. Anyone would feel uncomfortable after being instantly crushed 8 times. Die for me. After the man with the black horn spoke, he strode towards Lin Yuan again. But in the next moment, crack! A slender right hand, holding his neck at some point, twisted it with force. Who told you that I only have spiritual attack methods? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For evolvers on the martial arts evolutionary path, the most fundamental aspect was always the physical body. As for spiritual powers, they were just powers born from a powerful physical body. Aren't you an evolver like a spiritual master? The man with the black horn was incredulous, then once again turned into yellow sand. Evolvers like spiritual masters possessed mysterious spiritual attack methods. However, in terms of the physical body, they were indeed lacking. Even powerful spiritual masters, who tried to balance both paths by taking genetic drugs, found it challenging to eliminate this disadvantage. Evolvers Association. After leaving the assessment room, Zhu Qianqian returned to her workstation. I wonder which stage Mr. Lin's evolver rank will be fixed at. Zhu Qianqian was quite curious, staring intently at the screen in front of her. To protect the privacy of evolvers, the battle scenes that occurred during their assessments were not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Therefore, even internal staff like Zhu Qianqian couldn't watch the specific assessment content. They could only determine the evolver's progress by the number of illuminated columns on the real screen, indicating how many stages the evolver had successfully passed. Little Zhu, Has Mr. Lin already entered? Shortly after Zhu Qianqian sat down, the president of the Evolvers Association walked over. In his capacity as the president of the Evolvers Association, there was no need for him to pay attention to the assessment of a specific evolver. However, Lin Yuan was not just an evolver, he was also a second-tier citizen. Even if someone didn't hold an official position, the status of a second-tier citizen wouldn't be lower than that of the association president. In addition, this particular second-tier citizen was someone the president had never heard of before. Therefore, he came over specifically to wait and meet Lin Yuan after the assessment to establish connections. Regardless of the reasons, befriending a second-tier citizen would definitely not be a mistake. President. Zhu Qianqian immediately stood up nervously, stammering, "Mr. Lin has already entered. Don't be nervous." The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. Good. Zhu Qianqian steadied herself and sat back at her workstation. Little Zhu, where do you think Mr. Lin will be placed? The president of the Evolvers Association also became interested and casually asked. Mr. Lin is a second-tier citizen. Since he came to register, he must have at least the strength of the first stage. Zhu Qianqian said cautiously. For ordinary people, becoming an evolver was extremely difficult. But in the eyes of higher-tier citizens, there were many methods, and the simplest was to buy a bottle of genetic elixir and follow the genetic warrior evolutionary path. Although genetic warriors had significant drawbacks and lacked potential, relying heavily on external substances, they were undoubtedly evolvers. Exactly. The president of the Evolvers Association nodded slightly. He also thought that Lin Yuan definitely had the strength of the first stage. It was impossible for him to still be a non-ranked evolver. Typically, higher-tier citizens were likely evolvers, but many weaker evolvers remained first-tier citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin will likely be placed in the first stage between the second and third stages. The secretary next to the president, who was following him, spoke up. This speculation made the president of the Evolvers Association nod again. Higher-tier citizens finding it easy to become evolvers was one thing, but becoming powerful evolvers was another, and it had its own set of challenges. And this challenge lay between the first stage, third tier, and fourth stage. In the first 12 stages, every 3 stages formed a bottleneck. To advance from the third stage to the fourth stage, it required not only hard work and effort, but also a certain level of talent. Higher-tier citizens might have extraordinary abilities in other aspects, allowing them to contribute to human civilization and gain recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But talent and evolution was something money couldn't buy. Using genetic elixirs could forcibly enhance abilities, but there was a certain risk of death. Higher-tier citizens wouldn't play with their lives. Little Zhang is right. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Qianqian, listening nearby, had no objections. Although she had a favorable impression of Lin Yuan, strength was strength. After Mr. Lin finishes the assessment, remember to let me know. The president of the Evolvers Association was about to leave. Just then, on the screen in front of Zhu Qianqian, the first column suddenly lit up. It seems Mr. Lin has started the assessment. Seeing this, the president decided not to leave, intending to wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to finish. In the president's opinion, Lin Yuan, at most, had the strength of the first stage, third tier. Passing 3 stages would be sufficient. However, what happened next left the president of the Evolvers Association stunned. On the screen, after the first column lit up, the second column instantly followed. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, until the 12th. Almost within a few breaths, all 12 columns were lit up. At this moment, the president of the Evolvers Association hadn't even fully taken his seat. This is the 12th stage. Zhu Qianqian widened her eyes, and the president beside her was also somewhat astonished. 12th stage. First rank, 12th stage. The president of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. He wasn't surprised by the first rank, 12th stage itself. Even though it was powerful, they would still be among the top echelons of the entire Dongning city. However, given the president's remarkable background. Even if Lin Yuan was a genuine second-stage evolver, he had encountered such individuals before. What shocked the president of the Evolvers Association was that Lin Yuan had the strength of the first-stage 12th stage during his first registration at the association. It's worth noting that the evolution of an evolver requires a gradual progression. It's impossible to be at the first rank today and jump to the second rank tomorrow. The Universal Human Alliance has strict standards for categorizing evolvers based on their strength. Compared to first-rank evolvers, second-rank evolvers have energy fluctuations in their bodies that are over 100 times greater. Such a huge gap is difficult to bridge in a short period. Yet, Lin Yuan showed up for registration at the association with the strength of the first-rank 12th stage. The president of the Evolvers Association had two speculations about this. One was that Lin Yuan had been hiding his abilities very well. He might have become an evolver a long time ago, but refrained from registering until now, accumulating strength up to the first-rank 12th stage. This possibility was not very likely. Given the Human Alliance's control over evolvers, an evolver who hadn't registered and revealed their abilities would face penalties if discovered. Even if Lin Yuan, as a second-tier citizen, could avoid punishment, the president of the Evolvers Association would have known about it. The second speculation was that Lin Yuan's evolutionary talent was exceptionally terrifying. Going from the first-rank first stage to the 12th stage might have taken only a few years, perhaps less than 10. A first-rank evolver, coupled with the Human Alliance's longevity technology, could easily live for 500 years. Thus, a few years would be a relatively short time. The president of the Evolvers Association leaned toward the second speculation. In contrast to the president's calm analysis and contemplation, Zhu Qianqian, standing beside him, had her mouth slightly agape. Oh my, this was a 12th stage evolver. She had been working here for almost 2 years and had never seen a 12th stage evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first-rank 12th stage evolver was already considered the pinnacle, and their numbers were comparable to second-tier citizens. It wasn't something you could easily come across. Moreover, this 12th stage evolver looked no different from an ordinary person like Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Qianqian find it even more incredible. To think that, according to the official standards, a first-rank 12th stage evolver had combat capabilities sufficient to destroy buildings tens of meters high with a single strike. Just thinking about the immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Qianqian find it unbelievable. Let's go meet Mr. Lin. In just 2 breaths of consideration, the president of the Evolvers Association decided to personally go to the assessment room and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. Initially, he had only planned to meet Lin Yuan and establish a good relationship. But now, speculating on the terrifying evolver talent of the other party, the president felt that he needed to lower his stance a bit. Assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and got up from the virtual world capsule. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After dealing with the 12th opponent, the assessment space condensed an opponent of the second stage. Lin Yuan didn't withdraw. Instead, he wanted to see how much gap existed between him and those second-rank evolvers. The result was obvious. In just 3 moves, Lin Yuan was defeated. Second rank. Countless insights flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Under the influence of his extraordinary comprehension, he began to slowly understand the essence of the second rank. Merely by battling a second-rank evolver, he started comprehending the second rank's nature. If this were to be known, countless evolvers might slam their heads into walls out of frustration. Compared to Lin Yuan, most evolvers seem to be living like dogs. However, for Lin Yuan, this was ordinary. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan was constantly in a state of enlightenment. Even if he didn't engage with second-rank evolvers, comprehending the second-rank realm was just a matter of time. The general direction is clear now. I can break through in less than 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This visit to the Evolvers Association turned out to be very fruitful. Not only did he register, but he also gained insights into the path ahead. Clap. Lin Yuan pushed the door open. He saw Zhu Qianqian and a middle-aged man waiting outside. "Mr. Lin, this is our president." Zhu Qianqian immediately introduced. "The president?" Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. The president of the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly a significant figure, likely ranking in the top 5 in the entire Dongning city. "My surname is Liao." The middle-aged man stepped forward and cordially said, "What president? You could just call me Brother Liao, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind." President Liao spoke warmly. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan took his leave. President Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan outside. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. "Tomorrow, be a bit more sweet-tongued. Even though you are now an evolver, you shouldn't appear too indifferent. Those are relatives, and even as an evolver, you still need to show some social skills. Maybe you'll need those relatives' help in the future." While preparing dinner, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiong, reminded him. "I know." After finishing their meal, Lin Yuan, along with his younger sister, turned his attention to the large bag of snacks nearby. Tomorrow was the family feast, and Lin Yuan's distant relatives would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and gather for a celebration. Lin Yuan remembered this event, as his father, Lin Shoucheng, had mentioned it a few days ago. "Ah, Lao Lin, should we book a few tables at the Starry Sky Hotel?" Lu Qiong hesitated a bit, as booking a table at the Starry Sky Hotel, one of the highest-rated hotels in Donghai City, would cost Lin Shoucheng's several months' salary. Lu Qiong was a bit reluctant. "Book it. We must book it at the Starry Sky." Lin Shoucheng answered directly without hesitation. "This time, Uncle Nian has specifically invited Lin Hao. He is the secretary of a certain bureau in our Dongning city. We can't lose face in front of him." Lin Shoucheng spoke. Lin Hao. Lu Qiong was a bit absent-minded. In terms of social status, Lin Hao and their family were in completely different classes. Usually, Lin Shoucheng didn't even have a chance to meet Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, due to Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had invited this esteemed guest. "In that case, we should indeed book it at the Starry Sky." Lu Qiong nodded. In her simple mindset, since Lin Hao was willing to take the time to come, they should naturally entertain him properly. It was worth spending a little more money. In Dongning City, inside a luxurious mansion, Chu Shiryu stood with his head lowered. Before him sat a man with a beard. "You tried to investigate your classmates' information, and the main consciousness of the wisdom goddess warned you?" The man with a beard asked again with a serious expression. "Yes, grandfather. I didn't mean to." Chu Shiryu's face turned pale, and his legs were trembling. The man with the beard sitting in front of him was the founder of the Chu family. He had called Chu Shiryu over today to inquire about why he had been warned by the main consciousness of the wisdom goddess. Chu Shiryu could only answer truthfully. The severity of this incident is beyond imagination. Although it may seem unrelated, being able to receive such personal information protection from the wisdom goddess means that your classmate has an extraordinary background. Even if you didn't specifically target him, if he cares about it, it will be troublesome. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to visit your classmate's home." The man with the beard made a decision. He was not overly cautious without reason. The seriousness of the matter exceeded expectations. The wisdom goddess, who ruled the entire Universal Human Alliance, was not someone to be taken lightly, even by the Chu family. In the face of everything related to the wisdom goddess, no amount of caution was too much. All right. Chu Shiryu forced a response. In another estate, Hua Qingyao stood upright and communicated through video with a man dressed in military attire, a stern-faced man. "Wisdom goddess, your classmate. I guess he has already been included in the goddess's watch list. He will definitely have significant development in the future." "Great development." The man in military attire on the other end of the video slowly said. "Great development?" Hua Qingyao's head shrank. Being evaluated by his eldest uncle like this meant that Lin Yuan's achievements in the future would far exceed the limits of Dongning City. "You brat really knows how to cause trouble." "All right, I'll run an errand for you." No matter what development your classmate has in the future, first, the relationship between you two needs to be eased. When you boasted the other day about mobilizing the conscription list, even someone with a little insight would see it as an extravagant claim. Tomorrow, I'll take you to apologize. The man in military attire on the other end of the video spoke. Evolvers Association. President Liao sat in his chair. Before long, his secretary walked in. Have you found out the background of that, Mr. Lin? President Liao asked, looking up. President, Mr. Lin's personal information is blocked by the main consciousness of the Wisdom Goddess. I didn't dare to continue investigating to avoid any trouble. The secretary said directly. Goddess's blockade? President Liao's expression became serious. It was inconceivable for the wise goddess to specifically block the information of a citizen, even if he was a second-level citizen. There must be other reasons. However, although I couldn't investigate Mr. Lin, I found information about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City and have no significant connections elsewhere. The secretary suddenly said, So Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City? A glint flashed in President Liao's eyes. President, what do you mean? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed what was happening and couldn't help but ask. Whether he can succeed or not, I need to personally ask. In that case, postpone everything for tomorrow. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home and have a detailed conversation with him. President Liao said solemnly. Star Hotel. Early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shoqing, MC's father, stood at the door of the private room. As one of the most high-end hotels in Dongning City, Star Hotel was expensive, but there was nothing to complain about in terms of service or the quality of the dishes. The banquet celebrating their son becoming an evolver was booked here, adding to the prestige. Uncle Tang, you're here. Sit here, please. Is this your daughter? She has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Uncle Nian, please walk slower. Inside, please. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Lin Shoqing didn't have a moment to spare, constantly exchanging pleasantries at the door. Half an hour later, almost everyone had arrived. The family banquet officially began. Everyone sat down to eat and drink. Lin Yuan sat at the main seat, and his chopsticks never stopped. Star Hotel's success in Dongning City was not only due to influential backers, but also its own excellent conditions. Many of the ingredients at Star Hotel came from other planets, and many meats were from rare exotic beasts, surpassing the quality and taste of locally raised meats in Dongning City. Although the energy contained in these meats was not as high as advanced nutrient solutions, it exceeded ordinary meals. Lin Yuan enjoyed the food very much. During the banquet, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone didn't just focus on eating. The main activity was chatting and socializing. Among them, those who had done well in life were the most active. Lin Shoqing's distant cousin, Lin Jie, had caught the trend in Dongning City, bought some land in the suburbs, and eventually made a fortune through government development projects. He was truly enjoying success. Let me tell you, I've seen the owner of Star Hotel a few times. It's a woman, they say. Lin Jie immediately began to show off his connections. His words did attract the attention of most people present. The owner of Star Hotel had always been mysterious, and few people had seen her. Everyone was secretly speculating about who this big shot might be. Oh, by the way, Shoqing, what are your plans for your son, Xiao Yuan, in the future? After chatting about the owner of Star Hotel, Lin Jie suddenly looked at Lin Yuan, who was eating and drinking. As soon as this statement was made, everyone's attention immediately focused on Lin Yuan. After all, today's family banquet was initiated because of Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan becoming an evolver indeed exceeded the expectations of his relatives. Apart from that, just considering Lin Yuan's future development, it was bound to be extraordinary. Most of the relatives present could only look up to him. I haven't really thought about it. I'll take it step by step. Lin Yuan paused, put down his chopsticks, and spoke truthfully. That was indeed the truth. So far, Lin Yuan didn't have any specific goals. If anything, it was to become as strong as possible. However, stating this intention was like not saying anything at all, as who wouldn't want to become stronger? How about joining my company? Although your uncle's company isn't big, as long as you come, I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Lin Jie said, patting his chest. 20,000 a month? The relatives around them showed envious looks one after another. 20,000 a month, which amounted to 240,000 a year, was already considered a high salary. The normal monthly salary for an average citizen was about 2 to 3,000. How about it? Don't feel like you're settling. Our company has also hired an evolver responsible for security-related work. By coming over, not only can you earn money monthly, but you can also consult him on evolutionary matters. Lin Jie said confidently. For ordinary people, evolvers were extremely rare. But in the eyes of wealthy bosses, there was a specific channel for hiring evolvers. Of course, they only hired evolvers who had not reached the rank. Evolvers who had reached a higher stage were not affordable for small bosses like Lin Jie. Even so, Lin Jie's words greatly elevated his status in the minds of the relatives present. Someone immediately asked, Jie, is your company still hiring? My son is currently looking for a job. No need for a salary of 20,000. 5,000 is enough. 5,000? Third aunt, your son didn't graduate from a prestigious school. How dare you ask for 5,000? Jie, my daughter is beautiful and has a good figure. She would be perfect for the front desk in your company. Unconsciously, Lin Jie replaced Lin Yuan and became the focus of the banquet. And Lin Jie also acted very politely, smiling in response to the flattery from many relatives. Lin Yuan paid no attention to this, picked up his chopsticks again, and watched Lin Jie's performance while eating. Don't be fooled by Lin Jie's current enthusiastic appearance. He might play dead after the banquet. Just now, Lin Yuan casually accessed the network and, using his second-class citizen privileges, roughly checked Lin Jie's financial situation. Indeed, he had a company and had employed an evolver who had not reached the first rank. However, this evolver, who hadn't reached the first rank, had voluntarily resigned several years ago. The reason was that Lin Jie had repeatedly withheld wages, and the matter almost escalated to the Evolver Association. One could imagine that Lin Jie might have been wealthy before, but his current financial situation was probably not great. How could he afford to hire another Evolver? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it without exposing it, but Lin Xiaoqing and Lu Qiong thought the other party was sincere and occasionally chatted with Lin Jie about work details. At this moment, Lin Hao, sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke, Little Yuan is still so young. Even if he becomes an evolver, there's no need to enter the workforce so early. Lin Hao spoke, and the scene fell into silence. Even Lin Jie, who had been talking big just now, immediately shut up. Among all the people participating in the family banquet, Lin Hao undoubtedly had the highest status. As the secretary of a certain bureau chief in Dongning City, Lin Hao's participation in this family banquet even shocked Lin Xiaoqing. Brother Hao, what do you mean? Lin Xiaoqing asked in a low voice. Our bureau has a spot for someone to study at a higher education institution this year, and only an evolver can apply. After contemplating for a while, Lin Hao spoke. So, in a while, little Yuan will participate in the bureau's interview, and after he is hired, I will transfer the spot to him. Going to a higher education institution as an evolver would undoubtedly receive preferential treatment from that institution, which was completely different from the treatment ordinary students received. Therefore, this spot was highly sought after by the evolvers in Lin Hao's bureau. But this matter was something Lin Hao could decide. Although he wasn't an evolver, he was the secretary of the bureau chief and supervised several evolvers. Originally, Lin Hao had planned to leave this opportunity for his own son, but his son wasn't ambitious enough. Despite seeking guidance from several evolvers, he still hadn't become an evolver. Now, it seemed that the spot might end up with the other evolvers in the bureau. But unexpectedly, a distant relative's family had produced an evolver. Lin Hao's idea was simple. Since his own family had no chance at this spot, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan. At least, in the future, Lin Yuan would remember his distant uncle. After all, everyone was family, no matter how you put it. Oh, is this spot valuable? Lin Xiaoqing was a bit confused. Although he wasn't an evolver, he didn't understand the difficulty of obtaining a spot for higher education as an evolver. But for ordinary people, entering a higher education institution was extremely difficult. How could Lin Hao's son just get in with a single sentence? No problem. Just listen to me when the time comes. Lin Hao doesn't mind, he said. Giving the spot to Lin Yuan could be considered a windfall. It served Lin Hao's son right for not being ambitious enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao glanced at his son sitting beside him. This is for Brother Hao. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Shouqing felt joy in his heart and immediately stood up to express his gratitude. Xiao Yuan, why aren't you thanking your uncle? Lin Shouqing glared at Lin Yuan. Thank you, uncle. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. To be honest, Lin Yuan wasn't interested in furthering his education at a higher institution. He believed that spending time on deepening his understanding of martial arts evolution, pushing the evolutionary path to higher levels, would earn him more merits established by the goddess of wisdom. By accumulating merits, he could raise his citizen level. This seemed more worthwhile than pursuing formal education. However, this was Lin Hao's goodwill, and if he refused on the spot, not only would Lin Hao lose face, but his parents might also be displeased. You've received such a great benefit, and you still act like this. What are you pretending for? Lin Yin, who had been sitting next to Lin Hao without saying a word, felt extremely uncomfortable. Logically, the spot should have been his. After all, he was Lin Hao's son. Who else should receive such a great benefit if not him? However, due to the incident with becoming an evolver, he couldn't get the spot. He had already prepared himself for it, but he didn't expect his father to give the spot to a distant relative. The thought of Lin Yuan enjoying everything that originally belonged to him in the future, going to a higher education institution, made Lin Yin extremely uneasy. You useless thing. You couldn't even become an evolver, and yet you dare criticize others. Lin Hao furrowed his brows, staring at his son. He was almost about to slap him. Others, upon hearing this, displayed strange expressions on their faces. It was evident that there was an internal issue within Lin Hao's family. Now, it involved Lin Shouqing's family, making the situation quite interesting. Lin Shouqing's face turned somewhat red, unsure of what to say. Normally, he should have spoken up immediately, stating that his family didn't need that spot to ease the relationship between Lin Hao and his son. But he was reluctant to give up the spot. The atmosphere became awkward. Just then, a staff member from Star Hotel suddenly barged in, looking a bit nervous. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" This statement immediately shattered the atmosphere. "He's here. Is there something wrong?" Lin Shouqing stepped forward to answer. The staff member immediately said, "Someone wants to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." This statement left Lin Shouqing puzzled. Someone wanted to visit his son? Hadn't all the guests for the family banquet arrived already? Who could be coming at this time? "Who's looking for my son?" Lin Shouqing asked as he stood up. Internally, he once again went through the calculations, confirming that all the relatives who should be present were indeed there, without any omissions. Could it be that some relative had a spontaneous idea and came without informing them in advance? Lin Shouqing couldn't help but be suspicious. "It's Mr. Chu," the staff member said, letting out a sigh of relief. There was no choice. Chu Corporation and Star Hotel had a long-standing collaboration. The founder of Chu Corporation personally coming and saying he wanted to find Mr. Lin Yuan had startled her. Fortunately, the person was indeed here. Mr. Chu. The crowd at the family banquet was slightly stunned. Surname Chu? They weren't part of the Lin family? As everyone was silently discussing this, a bearded man, accompanied by a young man of 17 or 18, walked in. Although the bearded man's attire was ordinary, the demeanor he exuded casually was not something an ordinary person could match. It resembled those in power and authority. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone in the crowd seemed to recall something, couldn't help but exclaim. In the interstellar era, with advanced networking, photos of citizens with even a bit of fame were circulated. Chu Corporation, being among the top 50 enterprises in the whole Dongning city, naturally had great fame. Even if the founder tried to keep a low profile, it was impossible for no one to recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation? My goodness, this is a big figure in our Dongning city. It said that Chu Corporation's assets are tens of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in several nearby cities. Such a big shot is here to find Lin Yuan. People at the banquet started discussing, and some even connected to the network immediately, comparing the bearded man in front of them with the photos online. Director Chu, Lin Jie rushed over, full of excitement, and stood in front of the bearded man. We met 6 years ago. At that time, the land in the suburbs was still purchased by your group. Yeah, the bearded man responded indifferently. In reality, he didn't remember Lin Jie at all. Is Secretary Lin here, too? The bearded man swept his gaze around and, seeing Lin Hao sitting in the main seat, nodded slightly as a greeting. Then, he pulled the 17 or 18-year-old young man, Chu Xiu, who was behind him, to quickly walk in front of Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, my junior here acted rashly. I hope you won't hold it against him. The bearded man presented himself in a very humble posture, without the airs of an elder. No problem. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Xiu, who was standing awkwardly beside him, recalling the recent encounter in the coffee shop. He shook his head and said, "How did you find this place? I originally planned to bring Xiu to visit Mr. Lin's home in person today. However, after we went there, we heard from others that Mr. Lin and his family were hosting a family banquet at Star Hotel, so we followed over." The bearded man explained truthfully. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The family banquet organized by his father, Lin Shui, was not a secret. Most neighbors in the community knew about it. At least 6 or 7 out of 10 were aware. This is a little token of my congratulations for Mr. Lin becoming an evolver. The bearded man handed over an envelope with a touch of respect. His reverence wasn't for Lin Yuan's status, as an evolvers were rare but not unheard of, and even Chu Corporation, the bearded man's group, employed a group of them. The bearded man's true apprehension stemmed from the favoritism the goddess of wisdom showed towards Lin Yuan. Even searching for related information could trigger warnings from a goddess. It was common knowledge that Lin Yuan was extraordinary. Other people searching for a business founder like him would not receive any warnings. Understood, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He hadn't taken the incident at the coffee shop to heart. In fact, nothing significant had happened. What Lin Yuan didn't know was the impact his conversation with the bearded man had in the eyes of the relatives present. Originally, upon recognizing the bearded man's identity, some people suspected that they might have found the wrong person. Perhaps the Mr. Lin Yuan the bearded man was looking for was simply someone with the same name as Lin Shui's son. However, when the bearded man walked up to Lin Yuan and the two engaged in a conversation, everyone realized there was no misunderstanding. The founder of Chu Corporation was indeed seeking Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Jie's expression changed, vacillating between light and shadow. Moments ago, he had planned to give Lin Yuan an opportunity to work for him, even offering a monthly salary of 20,000. However, now, the founder of Chu Corporation, who was once someone Lin Jie could only look up to, stood before Lin Yuan in a humble posture. My nephew, sitting at the main seat, Lin Hao fell into contemplation. In the eyes of others, the bearded man was a big shot. However, for Lin Hao, he was just a businessman, a bigger one perhaps. What astonished Lin Hao was that, no matter how well off the bearded man was, how could he speak to Lin Yuan in such a manner? Dong dong dong. The private room door was knocked again. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan's room? A strong and resonant voice echoed. Again, someone coming to find Lin Yuan? With the example of the bearded man, no one dared to underestimate it. Lin Shui personally went forward to open the door, and in the sight of everyone, a man with a straight posture entered the room. Behind him was a 17 or 18-year-old youth, none other than Hua Qingyao. Who is this person? People at the family banquet began connecting to the network, but found no relevant information. This shouldn't be a big shot, right? Everyone felt a slight relief. The stimulus from the bearded man had made everyone uneasy, thinking Lin Yuan had some formidable identity. Now, it seemed they had overthought it, and the bearded man's attitude towards Lin Yuan might have been a coincidence. Just when everyone was putting down the anxiety they held, Lin Hao, who had been sitting in the main seat and even had to bow his head to greet the bearded man, suddenly stood up. Hui da xiao. Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Military district information was usually kept confidential, and ordinary people without certain permissions couldn't easily find it on network. However, Lin Hao was different. As the secretary of the bureau, his authority was much greater, and he had access to more information. Secretary Lin? Hui Yiming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. Then he stepped aside, making way for another figure to gracefully walk in. President Liao? If seeing Hui Yiming had shocked Lin Hao, then seeing the person behind Hui Yiming made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. President Liao, chairman of the Evolver Association in Dongning City. A second-tier citizen, in terms of identity and status, he could easily rank in the top 5 in Dongning City. Such a significant figure. Even Lin Hao's boss, the director, would greet him cautiously if they met. Could it be President Liao is also here to find little Yuan? An unthinkable thought suddenly flashed through Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao's speculation was correct. President Liao did indeed come to find Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it was certainly more than just congratulations. Lin Hao, being insightful, immediately stood up and took the lead when he heard that President Liao wanted to discuss important matters with Lin Yuan. He arranged for everyone else to leave, leaving only Lin Yuan and President Liao in a private room. As the secretary of the bureau, Lin Hao, with his high authority, wasn't intimidated by the military district colonel, Hui Yinming. The others, naturally, didn't dare to voice any objections and exited the room one after another. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and President Liao sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, I came to you this time with a request, President Liao stated directly. Please go ahead, President. Lin Yuan replied with a serious tone. The arrivals of Chu family members and Hua family members made sense to him, but he couldn't quite fathom President Liao's intentions. In another year, the Kanglin Star Challenge will take place. I would like to ask Mr. Lin to represent Dongning City. The Kanglin Star Challenge. Lin Yuan was momentarily puzzled, but soon realized. The Kanglin Star Challenge was one of the hottest events in Kanglin Star and the entire human alliance. 2 evolvers would engage in a battle to determine the champion, and the entire process would be broadcast live, drawing immense enthusiasm and excitement from the citizens. Why choose me? Lin Yuan asked casually. Because Mr. Lin is from Dongning City and is under 100 years old, meeting the criteria for the star-level challenge. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is very close to the second tier, or rank, it's the same. Already standing among the strongest in Dongning City. If not you, should I let those much weaker evolvers represent us? President Liao answered truthfully. The Kanglin Star Challenge selected evolvers from various major cities to compete and determine their strengths. Let me be honest, Mr. Lin. In the past few challenges, Dongning City's rankings were not good. If this challenge follows the same pattern, I, as the head of the Evolver Association, might as well resign. President Liao wore a bitter expression. The Evolver Association was responsible for managing and cultivating all local evolvers. If Dongning City's evolver strength remained weak in the challenge, he, as the head of the association, would bear the primary responsibility. This was also one of the methods used by the Human Alliance to stimulate evolvers' potential and guide the birth of more powerful evolvers. Of course, achieving a good ranking in the Kanglin Star Challenge, such as entering the top 3,000, would also bring official rewards. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Mr. Lin, rest assured, if we can secure a place within the top 5,000 in this challenge, our Evolver Association will provide 50 million civilization coins as a reward. President Liao was afraid that Lin Yuan might decline and immediately made this promise. Based on previous challenges, there would be around 10,000 participating evolvers. Achieving a ranking within the top 5,000 could be considered decent. 50 million? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Nobody would complain about having too much money, especially since Lin Yuan was unusually short of funds. Not to mention other things, the demand for advanced nutrient solution alone was substantial for Lin Yuan. During his first shuttle back, Lin Yuan had used a total of 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution to fully recover his strength. How many more bottles would he need for the next shuttle, especially when his strength became even more powerful? It was likely that he would need more advanced resources to replenish, and all of this required money. If he could earn 50 million, Lin Yuan's financial pressure for the next few years would likely be significantly reduced. All right, I'll consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan nodded. No problem. President Liao said nonchalantly. Since the Star Challenge was still a year away, there was plenty of time, and President Liao wasn't in a hurry for Lin Yuan to provide an immediate answer. Outside the private room, a large group of people was anxiously speculating. Shouqing, your son's future is limitless. Looking at Lin Shouqing, Lin Hao sighed. With this statement, the relatives around them showed complex expressions. Originally, many of them harbored jealousy or resentment towards Lin Yuan. However, now that the gap between them and Lin Yuan was insurmountable, all jealousy and resentment had disappeared. Lin Yuan was a concrete example. Even the president of the Evolver Association came to discuss important matters with Lin Yuan. What did that imply? Any normal person could figure it out. Rascal, do you still have the face to stand here? Lin Hao glanced at his son with a trace of anger in his heart. If it weren't for the last few words Lin Yin said, the favor he intended to gain from transferring the Bureau's quota to Lin Yuan would have been significant. However, now, because of Lin Yin, this favor would probably be greatly reduced. Dad, Lin Yin lowered his head. He had no idea that Lin Yuan would have such great influence. Business, military, and even the president of the Evolver Association, such big shots personally came to visit. At this moment, Lin Yin was still trembling in his heart, especially when President Liao of the Evolver Association mentioned that he had come to find Lin Yuan. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and President Liao walked out of the private room. After President Liao took his leave, the members of the Chu and Hua families also bid their farewells. Since it was someone else's family banquet, they couldn't stay any longer after paying their respects to Lin Yuan. Once these people left, Lin Yuan's family banquet continued. However, at this moment, no one had the mood to participate. Their hearts were filled with complexity and awe as they looked at Lin Yuan. An hour later, the Lin family banquet concluded. Many relatives were hesitant, wanting to get closer to Lin Yuan, but lacking the courage. Little Yuan, what exactly is going on? When they returned home, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiong, couldn't help but inquire. Although Lin Yuan had become the focus of attention during the family banquet, Lu Qiong was now somewhat worried. Mom, don't worry. During the last Evolver registration, I was classified as a first-tier, 12th rank Evolver. Lin Yuan casually explained. First rank, 12th rank. Lin Yuan's mother widened her eyes. Mother, Lu Qiong, almost thought she was dreaming. She had barely seen any Evolvers, let alone a 12th stage Evolver like her son. My son is a 12th stage Evolver. Father, Lin Shouqing, looked bewildered. And so, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had gone by. LOL, time skipped, just like this, yeah, laughing face. Water Moon Residential Area, number 32. In the underground training ground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind deep into his consciousness, only to see that tall, majestic, and grand gate of a Myriad Realms. The edge of the area was completely lit up. Can I cross now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. The ability to cross through the gate of a Myriad Realms was not without limitations. It required time to accumulate energy, manifesting as being gradually lit up. Upon his first return, Lin Yuan received information from the gate of a Myriad Realms. The degree of illumination was categorized as lit on the outer periphery, lit internally, and lit at the core. The outer periphery's illumination allowed for consciousness traverse, taking approximately 8 months to a year. Internal illumination enabled bodily traverse, taking several years to a decade. As for core illumination, it involved a certain transformation of the gate, requiring decades or even centuries. Let's go for consciousness transmigration. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in bodily traverse. It took too long to accumulate the energy required for bodily traverse, and the margin for error was too low once dead. It meant true death. In comparison, consciousness traverse had a higher effectiveness. Before teleporting, let's make some preparations. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to arrange things, mainly reminding his parents that he might disappear for a while. Although there was a time difference in the flow of time between higher and lower level worlds, Lin Yuan was unsure of the specific conditions of the world he was about to traverse to. With everything prepared, Lin Yuan left the underground training ground and arrived at a room. After this traverse, I should be able to deduce the path of martial arts evolution to the second tier. By then, continuing to upload to the Wisdom Goddess should raise my citizenship level to level 3, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Half a year ago, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved martial arts classics, Mythical Chapter and Unrestrained Chapter, and received 3,000 merit points as a reward. Simultaneously, the ranking of the martial arts evolution path on the Kanglen evolution list had risen from 93 to 78. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglen evolution list were ranked by the Wisdom Goddess based on factors such as potential, popularity, difficulty of cultivation, and more. When Lin Yuan officially broke through to the second stage, the ranking was expected to rise once again. Overall, uploading the martial arts evolution path provided Lin Yuan with 5,000 merit points. Promoting to a second-level citizen consumed 1,000 merit points, leaving him with 4,000 merit points. Promotion from second-level citizen to a third-level citizen required 5,000 merit points. Let's get started. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and approached a 2-meter-long nutrient storage container. During Lin Yuan's first traverse, he had no choice but to undergo it forcibly due to the conscription task on his shoulders, proceeding with it head-on. Fortunately, he had good luck. He spent 20 years in the martial world, while only a little over 10 minutes had passed in the main world. Now, Lin Yuan was not going to leave everything to chance. The nutrient storage container he obtained through Liao Hui, with military-grade quality, could sustain him for a minimum of 200 years once activated. This meant that, as long as Lin Yuan entered it, the nutrient substances inside the container would be sufficient for his body's needs over 200 years, provided he did not actively wake up. This sense of security made Lin Yuan feel much safer, preventing a scenario where he would traverse back with a body starved to the bone. Thinking about the usage of the nutrient container, Lin Yuan opened the cover and directly entered it. Traverse. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged into the deep recesses of his mind where the gate of a Myriad Realms was. In an instant, an invisible force came. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness rapidly plummeting. Zhang Family Fortress. It was adorned with lights and looked very festive. The people inside the fortress knew that the Lord of Zhang's wife had given birth to a son. "Madam, you've worked hard." In the room, Zhang Kun gently placed the swaddled baby on the bed and looked towards the weak woman lying on the couch, his tone full of tenderness. "Not hard at all, Lord Zhang. This is our child." Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up, cradling the swaddled baby in her arms with gentle eyes. After sharing a moment of warmth, Madame Zhang brought up the main topic. "Husband, the Devil's Sect has been somewhat restless recently, trending towards our direction. Did you inform Taoist Longqing from Mount Long?" "Don't worry, madam." Zhang Kun patted his chest and said, "I've already sent a letter to Taoist Longqing. I believe he should be arriving soon." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Kun continued, "Moreover, what does the Devil's Sect have to fear? You and I are considered top-notch martial artists in the martial world. How can we be afraid of those demonic bastards?" Zhang Kun's tone exuded immense confidence. It seems that this birth is not bad. Zhang Kun and his wife were unaware that, at the moment of their conversation, the baby in the swaddle opened his eyes, revealing a depth not fitting for his age. This baby was naturally Lin Yuan. Through their brief conversation, Lin Yuan deduced that his father's social status in this lifetime was decent. At least, when he was born just now, there were no fewer than 5 midwives, and more than 10 maidservants were serving. This was something ordinary people couldn't achieve in any world. As Lin Yuan was lost in thought, he began to feel tired. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he heard a very noisy commotion. The room's door was tightly closed, but the sounds of battle outside were audible. His mother looked anxious. "What's going on?" Lin Yuan widened his eyes. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How could it be like this now? His mother sat down immediately upon seeing Lin Yuan wake up, her eyes teary. "Child, the 8 sect masters of the Devil's Sect have attacked. Your father and the experts in the fortress have gone to fight them. They will definitely repel the Devil's Sect." Lin Yuan's mother, holding him, seemed to be comforting herself rather than consoling the child. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and Lin Yuan's father, Zhang Kun, entered, covered in blood. "Husband, what's happening outside now?" Lin Yuan's mother, Su Yun, hurriedly asked. "We can't hold on. The Devil's Sect didn't just send 8 sect masters. There's also a protector hiding in the shadows. Our Zhang family fortress. The Zhang family is finished," Zhang Kun said with a lifeless expression. He never expected that, to deal with Zhang family fortress, the Devil's Sect would mobilize a protector. Anyone who became a protector for the Devil's Sect was at least on the level surpassing top-notch martial artists. "What should we do now?" Lin Yuan's mother, Su Yun, remained silent for a moment before asking. "You all should leave." Zhang Kun came to the back of the bed and gently patted it, revealing a hidden passage. "This tunnel leads 10 miles away. Take the child and go far away. Don't come back in this lifetime." After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kun, as if losing all his strength, almost collapsed to the ground. "Husband, let's go together. Let's leave this place together," Su Yun said, looking at the tunnel. "I can't leave," Zhang Kun shook his head. "I was struck by a palm from the Devil's Sect protector. My heart's vein is severed, and I won't live for much longer." Zhang Kun looked at Lin Yuan and softened his voice. "I had thought of a name for you, Shanfeng. You were supposed to become the peak of our Zhang family fortress. Unfortunately, there's no future now." After saying this, Zhang Kun took out a jade pendant and placed it in the swaddle. The jade pendant had 2 characters carved on the front Shanfeng. After completing these actions, Zhang Kun looked at his wife, Su Yun. "When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just let him live an ordinary life. Don't think about seeking revenge for me." After saying this, Zhang Kun directly pushed Su Yun into the tunnel. Through the secret passage, Mother Su Yun smoothly left her husband. However, it hadn't been half an hour. The pursuers from the 10,000 demon sect arrived. Obviously, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. With no other choice, Su Yun could only hide Lin Yuan in a secluded thicket. "I'll lead them away. I'll come back to get you later," Su Yun said and headed in another direction. As the wife of the top-notch expert Zhang Kun, Su Yun was not an ordinary person. Even just after giving birth, her strength was not inferior to that of 3rd or 4th-rate experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, until 2 or 3 hours passed, Su Yun still hadn't returned. She probably won't be able to come back. Lin Yuan thought silently. For such a long time, if Su Yun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she would have returned long ago. Not returning indicated she hadn't escaped from the pursuers. The outcome of not escaping from the pursuers didn't need much explanation. Sigh. Lin Yuan sighed softly. Just a moment ago, he was the highly anticipated heir of the Zhang family. But now, everything was gone. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Now is not the time for lamentation. The urgent matter was how to survive. In this travel, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan couldn't afford any big movements. If he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be freezing to death. As for crying loudly, attracting the attention of others nearby, Lin Yuan wasn't sure if what he attracted would be the pursuers from the demonic sect. Moreover, Lin Yuan's current surroundings were extremely remote, seemingly uninhabited. He feared that any slight movement he made would attract wolves and leopards. In the eyes of those ferocious beasts, a human baby was a delicacy. What a pity! If only it were a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt helpless. With his extraordinary understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. During his first travel, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child and was able to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist, stepping into the innate realm. Although there were many restrictions on a baby's body, it wasn't that he couldn't do anything. At least he had some resistance. Soon, it was nighttime. The temperature began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold creeping in. If it were another baby, they probably would have started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that if he cried, it would attract nearby wild beasts, and he would be taken away and devoured by them. However, even so, the innate smell of a baby's milk faintly emanated. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Judging by the sound, it clearly wasn't made by a human. What should I do? Lin Yuan's heart began to race. If it wasn't a person making the noise, it must be a wild beast. Faced with wild beasts, Lin Yuan was helpless. To them, he was nothing more than a tasty meal, and they wouldn't feel any sympathy. As the rustling sound drew nearer, Lin Yuan's breathing slowed. At the same time, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and wood on the ground. Being in the wilderness, there were abundant plants, and dry leaves and wood were scattered everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and wood, numerous insights suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. With your extraordinary understanding, observing the withered wood, you comprehend the withered wood breathing technique. Withered wood breathing technique. Converge all breath by using a special breathing rhythm, simulating the appearance of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's breath continued to converge. The faint smell of milk disappeared completely. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally fair and tender, gradually took on the deep color of withered wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in swaddling clothes. Howl! Several meters away, an adult wild wolf paused. It sniffed the air, emitting a puzzled low growl. After lingering around for a while and confirming the absence of any scent of food, the wolf could only turn and leave. In the swaddle, Lin Yuan's breath vanished, but his consciousness remained. After hearing the rustling sound move away, he released a sigh of relief. The withered wood breathing technique? Lin Yuan maintained this art of convergence. In fact, during his first travel, Lin Yuan had comprehended many techniques related to concealing one's breath. However, these breath-concealing techniques typically required the assistance of internal energy and vital energy. And Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, had neither internal energy nor vital energy. As for the newly created withered wood breathing technique, it achieved the goal of concealing breath simply by adjusting the breathing rhythm. It was something Lin Yuan could currently manage. There shouldn't be any danger for now. Lin Yuan constantly surveyed his surroundings, not letting his guard down. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body conveyed the feeling of starvation. With your extraordinary understanding, enduring hunger, you comprehend the hibernation breathing technique. Once again, Lin Yuan's extraordinary understanding saved him. The hibernation breathing technique could greatly reduce the body's consumption, and combined with the withered wood breathing technique, Lin Yuan was nearly indistinguishable from a piece of genuine withered wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan, maintaining the last shred of consciousness, experienced a sudden turn of events. At that moment, a Taoist priest in Taoist robes descended from the sky. Someone's here. And a Taoist at that? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in the past 2 days. I don't care. If I continue like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly dispelled the withered wood breathing technique and hibernation breathing technique. Although the hibernation breathing technique could significantly reduce Lin Yuan's physical consumption, it was still just a reduction. As a newborn baby, sustaining for 2 days was already the limit. Continuing like this, even the hibernation breathing technique wouldn't hold up. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan mustered all his strength and began crying loudly. As the cries of the infant resounded, the Taoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned baby? The Taoist appeared to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is this an abandoned baby from the Zhang family? The Taoist immediately deduced Lin Yuan's identity from the pattern on the swaddle. This jade pendant? It's Brother Zhang's jade pendant? This is Brother Zhang's child. Tears welled up in the Taoist's eyes. He was launching Taoist, and a few months ago, Zhang Kuan had sent him a letter. In the letter, Zhang Kuan mentioned discovering traces of the 10,000 demon sect. Launching Taoist immediately set out for Zhang family fortress. However, on the way, he was ambushed by several guardians of the 10,000 demon sect. It delayed him for a few days. When he finally arrived again, Zhang family fortress was completely wiped out. Just as launching Taoist was disheartened and about to return to Mount Long to report, he unexpectedly heard the crying of Lin Yuan. Moreover, this baby turned out to be Zhang Kuan's son. Good. Brother Zhang's bloodline lives on. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Launching Taoist immediately protected Lin Yuan and reached out to touch him for a while. In launching Taoist's eyes, a newborn baby left in the wilderness for half a day would likely have frozen to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been here, the surrounding environment suggested it was more than just half a day. Therefore, launching Taoist decided to use his true qi to replenish the baby's vitality. Even though this action would consume a great deal of his energy, launching Taoist didn't mind. If he couldn't even save the last descendant of Zhang Jiabao due to his delayed arrival, he would truly have no face to live in this world. No injuries on the body? Launching Taoist was astonished. He found that the baby's body was very healthy. Aside from being weak due to hunger, there were no major issues. Incredible. Launching Taoist murmured to himself, "Child, from now on, you'll be a member of our Mount Long." Launching Taoist embraced Lin Yuan. He immediately set off to return to Mount Long. In the true martial hall of Mount Long, launching Taoist stood in front of a venerable Azure Taoist, recounting the whole story. The Azure Taoist was the current head of the Mount Long Taoist school, a prominent figure in the martial arts world. The current sect master of the 10,000 demon sect is a talented and ambitious individual, having entered the realm of celestial phenomena. Hence, he ordered his disciples to plunder in all directions to demonstrate demonic power. Azure Taoist slowly spoke. Then, he took Lin Yuan from launching Taoist's hands. Poor child. The Azure Taoist sighed deeply. Lord Zhang devoted his life to righteousness. He died at the hands of the 10,000 demon sect. Our Taoist school will absolutely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? I found a jade pendant in the swaddle with the characters Mountain and Peak. It should be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child. Launching Taoist whispered, Mountain Peak, Mountain Peak. Well, from now on, your name will be Zhang Shanfeng. Shan equals mountain and Feng equals peak. The Azure Taoist spoke slowly, and so Lin Yuan settled down on Mount Long. Initially, launching Taoist worried that Lin Yuan's crying might disturb others. However, after a few days of interaction, launching Taoist was surprised to find that Lin Yuan was exceptionally well-behaved. He never cried, and when hungry, he would open his big round eyes and stare at launching Taoist, almost overly sensible. As for the need for a baby to drink milk, there were plenty of villages at the foot of Mount Long, including women who had just given birth. Launching Taoist would boldly ask these women for some breast milk, barely managing to keep Lin Yuan alive. And so, 10 years passed. Remember to review the novel, Laughing Face. Mount Long, evening. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Taoist robe, walked to a giant rock and stopped. 10 years have passed. Lin Yuan sat on the giant rock, immersed in a brief contemplation. In the span of 10 years, Lin Yuan had gained a profound understanding of this world. In this world, the cultivation system was divided into 9 grades, from the lowest 9th grade to the highest 1st grade. Beyond the 1st grade was the celestial phenomenon realm. The strong in the celestial phenomenon realm were said to be able to encompass heaven and earth, comprehend the chi of all things, and shake mountains with a wave of their hand. Even in the Universal Human Alliance, they would be considered second-tier combat power. From this perspective, Lin Yuan confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than the martial world he had encountered in his first traversal. 70 more years of residence. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity, controller of the door to the Myriad Realms. Bound talent, unrivaled insight. Current status, conscious descent. Residence time, 80 years. Perhaps due to the increase in strength and the different world rank, Lin Yuan's residence time this time had increased from 20 years to 80 years. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this. Under the backdrop of the conscious descent, the longer the residence time, the better. Celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, sensing the slow operation of the true power within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had naturally not been idle. With the unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan reached the 1st grade realm in just 3 years, corresponding to the unrestrained realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly entered the celestial phenomenon realm, becoming one of the top-notch experts of his generation. Of course, all of this was done covertly by Lin Yuan, and the others on Mount Long were unaware. Still need to stay low-key. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, thinking to himself. The Tianshi sect of Mount Long was the ancestral land of the Taoist sects in the world, with an unfathomable foundation. At least, after breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that there were a few places on Mount Long where there were breadths surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. Slow cultivation. Since the residence time is long this time, there's no need to rush. While thinking, Lin Yuan left from beside the giant rock. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist courtyard on the mountainside. This Taoist courtyard was where the Taoist disciples lived on Mount Long. In the entire Mount Long, there were a total of 8 Taoist courtyards like this. The Tianshi sect usually didn't exert strict control over the Taoist disciples. As long as they completed their daily tasks, they could do their own things. Not long after Lin Yuan returned, he saw many small Taoist disciples of his age gathering together. Elder Pingyang. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment, the old Taoist surrounded by many young disciples wore a tattered Taoist robe. This old Taoist usually wandered around Mount Long, liked to mingle with young disciples, and many of the Celestial Master's disciples didn't bother with him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid attention to Elder Pingyang was that this person was undoubtedly a strong celestial phenomenon realm expert. Mount Long publicly announced that the only celestial phenomenon realm expert was the Azure Taoist. In reality, there were 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts in the Tianshi sect. The seemingly unkempt Elder Pingyang was one of them. Lin Yuan speculated that Elder Pingyang should have a role similar to a guardian of the Tao. He would only appear when the Tianshi sect was in danger. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest in the world? Among the young disciples surrounding Elder Pingyang, a small disciple who seemed younger in age asked in a childish voice. The strongest in the world? Elder Pingyang was slightly stunned, then smiled. Naturally, it's the celestial masters of our Tianshi sect throughout history. Our Tianshi sect has a heritage of 6,800 years and has produced 36 celestial masters. Each celestial master is extraordinarily talented and invincible in the world. Even someone as strong as the celestial phenomenon realm has to bow before the celestial master. Elder Pingyang's tone slightly elevated, feeling quite self-satisfied. The other young disciples were inspired by his words. After all, everyone was a disciple of the Tianshi sect. Hearing that their celestial master was invincible made them naturally happy. So who is the celestial master of the Tianshi sect now? Another innocent young disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the young disciples looked at Elder Pingyang, the current celestial master. Elder Pingyang hesitated when he heard this, then answered, "In our generation of the Tianshi sect, there's not been a celestial master." Elder Pingyang didn't say something else. It wasn't just in this generation that the Tianshi sect hadn't produced a celestial master. It had been 500 years since the last celestial master passed away. The celestial master. Lin Yuan gazed calmly from a distance. Based on his understanding over the past 10 years, the real realm of the celestial master of the Tianshi sect should surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. As for how to become a celestial master, it seemed to involve some kind of test. The specific nature of the test, Lin Yuan didn't know for now. This was already the most confidential secret of the Tianshi sect, and only celestial phenomenon realm experts were likely to know. How to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm? Lin Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ever since he entered the celestial phenomenon realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had noticed that his cultivation speed had slowed down significantly. At this rate, even with the unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan would need at least 50 years to break through the celestial phenomenon realm. This was quite strange. Even with Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, it took 50 years to break through. For others, even if they were exceptionally talented, it would take at least 200 or 300 years, if not 500 years. However, as far as Lin Yuan knew, each generation of celestial masters never exceeded 100 years of age. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly, casting another inconspicuous glance in several directions. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence of energies surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. Is it about the mountain peak? Elder Pingyang looked up at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Considering the days, in another half a month, it will be the Tianshi sect once every 20 years trip to the Sword Tomb. Make sure to perform well then. It will be highly beneficial for your future. Elder Pingyang spoke with a deep meaning. The Sword Tomb trip? A ripple stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else saying this, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. However, Elder Pingyang was a guardian of the Tianshi sect and one of the 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts. His understanding of the Tianshi sect was undoubtedly far beyond Lin Yuan's. Such a person emphasizing the Sword Tomb trip and even urging Lin Yuan to perform well implied deeper implications. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Pingyang. Although Lin Yuan wasn't clear about what the Sword Tomb trip truly entailed, he respectfully saluted Elder Pingyang. Over the past 10 years, Elder Pingyang had taken care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Long. While Elder Longqing took care of him, Elder Pingyang had secretly used his celestial phenomenon True Qi to cleanse Lin Yuan's body a few times. Elder Pingyang believed that Lin Yuan, being young, was unaware of these matters, but Lin Yuan, with the consciousness that descended upon him, was fully aware of everything since his birth. After Taoist Pingyang left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist courtyard. Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan contemplated in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Mount Long is the place where the swords of the predecessors of the Tianshi sect are stored. The Tianshi sect, devoted to the worship of the true martial emperor, excelled in swordsmanship, with the true martial 7-segment sword being the strongest sword technique of the time. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. Those places naturally referred to the locations with an aura surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. It was also something that made Lin Yuan quite apprehensive. As the boat reaches the bridgehead, we'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan settled his mind and closed his eyes to begin cultivation. At the summit of Mount Long, True Martial Hall, the head of the Tianshi sect, Azure Taoist Songqing, raised his hands, looking up at the towering true martial statue in front of him. Half a month later is the Sword Tomb expedition. I wonder if the disciples of our Tianshi sect in this generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Azure Taoist Sanqing side. The sword tomb of Mount Long contains countless swords. Among them are the swords of the disciples of the Tianshi sect from various generations, the swords of the true martial hall masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial master. Of course, there was the most important true martial sword. It is said that the true martial sword originally belonged to the first generation celestial master, related to the worship of the true martial emperor. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step and become the new celestial master of the Tianshi sect. 500 years. 25 sword tomb expeditions. No disciple of the Tianshi sect has been chosen by the true martial sword again. As a result, the position of celestial master has been vacant for 500 years. Although the Tianshi sect is still the ancestral land of the Tao sect, no one dares to underestimate it. But in terms of high-end combat power, it is still somewhat lacking. Over the past few decades, the 10,000 Demon sect has made a comeback, causing countless killings. If the Tianshi sect had a celestial master sitting in, would the 10,000 Demon sect have the audacity? Master, don't worry. A plump Taoist priest beside him spoke. This plump Taoist priest seemed to have no aura at all, but he was one of the 3 celestial phenomenon experts in the Tianshi sect. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Lin Yuan had just walked out of his courtyard, and a Taoist priest from the top of the mountain hurried over. All Taoist children under the age of 20, follow me. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 30s, but he was already a 4th grade expert. Is it time for the Sword Tomb expedition? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, obediently standing in place according to the Taoist priest's instructions. Soon, all the Taoist children in this courtyard who met the requirements gathered together. Lin Yuan took a rough look, and there were probably more than 100 of them. Follow me. Don't fall behind. Don't run around. Seeing this, the Taoist priest immediately spoke. In his voice, there were faintly hidden sound waves of martial arts. All Taoist children only felt a buzzing in their ears and didn't dare to be unruly. After a small half-day, under the guidance of the Taoist priest, Lin Yuan and many Taoist children arrived at a valley behind Mount Long. Many other Taoist children from the other 7 Taoist courtyards had already gathered here. So many people. Beside Lin Yuan, a small and thin Taoist child couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Shanfeng, why did the Taoists bring us here?" The small Taoist child, named Qingping, approached Lin Yuan and whispered, "I don't know." Lin Yuan shook his head. Qingping had a good relationship with Lin Yuan, and in a sense, he regarded Lin Yuan with great respect. Due to the influence of Taoist Longqing, Lin Yuan had some background as a 2nd generation in Mount Long and wouldn't be bullied. However, even in the ancestral land of the Tao sect like Mount Long, there were still factions, and groups of Taoist children naturally formed small circles for mutual support. After a considerable amount of time passed, a Taoist hurried over, carrying many booklets in his hands. He distributed the booklets to each Taoist child, and then the Taoist spoke. The booklet contains a technique called sword intent sensing technique. Everyone should start practicing according to this method, and then enter the sword tomb one by one. During the process, maintain the sensing heart method continuously and find a suitable sword in the sword tomb. After a quick explanation, the Taoist repeated it several times, confirming that all Taoist children understood before going elsewhere. This sword intent sensing technique is so difficult, Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. Other Taoist children were also struggling to understand. Sword intent sensing technique. Lin Yuan unfolded the booklet and quickly browsed through it. You have unrivaled insight. Read sword intent sensing technique and comprehend the supreme sword command sensing technique. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual light about swordsmanship and sword intent surged out. Even for Lin Yuan, who had already entered the celestial phenomenon realm, it took nearly half an hour to absorb it all. This sword intent sensing technique. Lin Yuan's heart was full of uncertainty. After learning and elevating this sensing heart method, Lin Yuan seemed to have a faint connection with the nearby sword tomb. On top of the sword tomb, a high platform. 3 figures sat there, looking down at the sword tomb below. The leader of the trio was Azure Taoist Sanqing, the current head of the Tianshi sect. In an era without the emergence of a celestial master, the head of the sect took control of the entire Tianshi sect. The other two were the messy-looking Taoist Pingyang on the left and the plump Taoist on the right. These three figures were the current grandmasters in the Tianshi sect, all at the celestial phenomenon realm. The Sword Tomb Expedition. It is the key to the birth of a celestial master in our Tianshi sect. I hope this time won't disappoint us. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything in the sword tomb below. In the sword tomb, it's not just about selecting swords, it's also about swords selecting people. The swords that can be placed in the sword tomb all contain sword intent. As long as you cultivate the sword intent sensing technique to a certain level, you can sense many sword intents and have a chance to choose the swords of the previous celestial master. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why the Taoist children were not instructed to practice the sword intent sensing technique in advance, this technique served as both a sensing method and a measurement of one's innate aptitude. Those who could elevate the sword intent sensing technique to a preliminary level in just a few hours undoubtedly possessed extraordinary aptitude in swordsmanship. The sword they ultimately chose would reflect their true skill. Moreover, if one's innate aptitude in swordsmanship was lacking, even spending 10 years practicing the sword intent sensing technique might not lead to its mastery. As for reaching the level of perfection in the sword intent sensing technique, it had been a long time since anyone in the Tianshi sect achieved it. This was something that only the seeds of the Celestial Master generation had a chance to accomplish, as they might be sensed by the revered, true martial sword. Half a day later, as the Taoist children below successively entered the sword tomb and selected suitable swords, the three celestial phenomenon realm masters observing from the high platform gradually smiled. Current head of the sect had tears streaming down his face. After 500 years, true martial sword had finally revealed itself. Today, true martial sword had finally appeared before them. Up to that point, 4 Taoist children had chosen the swords of past celestial master, indicating their potential to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. Another 31 had chosen the swords of past sect leaders, ensuring their advancement to at least the first realm, even if they did not reach the celestial phenomenon realm. This scene brought great satisfaction to Azure Taoist Sanqing. Although he had hoped for a Taoist child to be chosen by the revered, true martial sword, such expectations were elusive. For 500 years, no one had been sensed by that sword, so why would it happen this time? The current outcome, which focused on the birth of more celestial phenomenon realm experts, was more in line with the actual situation in the Tianshi sect. No. These sword intents are too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating the sword intent sensing technique to the supreme sword command sensing technique, the sword intent in the entire sword tomb appeared to Lin Yuan as if it were visible lines on the palm of his hand. By slightly activating the supreme sword command sensing technique, Lin Yuan could sense countless swords sending out eager signals towards him. While these swords were extremely powerful for the Taoist children, Lin Yuan, already in the celestial phenomenon realm, found them unimpressive. There's a sword intent over there. Following the sensing, Lin Yuan continuously moved towards the deeper parts of the sword tomb. Almost simultaneously, on the high platform, the 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts looked towards Lin Yuan. Who is this person? Instead of choosing a sword properly, why is he going deeper into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist frowned and spoke. Is it Shanfeng? Taoist Pingyang recognized Lin Yuan and also looked puzzled. Although he had urged Lin Yuan to perform well, it didn't mean wandering around recklessly. Moreover, in the deeper parts of the sword tomb, the sword energy was rampant, and if the Taoist children rashly contacted it, it could lead to hidden dangers. Seeing this, Azure Taoist Sanqing also showed a look of puzzlement. I will bring him back. The plump Taoist was about to stop Lin Yuan from going further. However, the next moment, Lin Yuan's expression became serious. He lifted his right hand and reached deep into a pile of swords. "Come out." Lin Yuan activated the Supreme Sword Command sensing technique and slowly pulled out a worn-out sword with the characters "True Martial" engraved on the front. With Lin Yuan at the center, thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. Many Taoist children knelt down towards the true martial sword in reverence. 39 first-grade people of the Tianshi sect respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Even Azure Taoist Sanqing, celestial phenomenon realm expert in this sword. In the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the sword's hilt. Even so, he could clearly feel the sword trembling slightly. If he hadn't been continuously operating the Supreme Sword Command sensing technique within him, Lin Yuan had no doubt that this sword would have flown away on its own. A mere inanimate object possesses such spirituality? Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. If this were placed in the Universal Human Alliance, only spacecraft battleships created through the fusion of biological technology with a value comparable to planets might be worthy of comparison. However, even with spirituality, it is still an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. In just a moment, the trembling stopped, and the sword was calmly held in Lin Yuan's hand. Only at this point did Lin Yuan turn around to look behind him. The current head of the sect, Azure Taoist Sanqing, the Plump Taoist, and Taoist Pinjiangthi's 3 celestial phenomenon realm masters stood not far away, quietly watching Lin Yuan. Their expressions were complex, reflecting satisfaction, shock, or reminiscence. Sect Master. Lin Yuan's face promptly showed a trace of awe. He was about to bow respectfully. No need. The head of the sect, Azure Taoist Sanqing, took a step forward and raised Lin Yuan. "Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you are the inheritor of true martial in this generation and the future Tianshi sect master." Azure Taoist Sanqing spoke with a solemn tone. The journey to the sword tomb concluded, and Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist quarters on the mountainside. Instead, he was personally taken by the head of the sect, Azure Taoist Sanqing, to a residence at the mountaintop. 4 other Taoist children accompanied Lin Yuan. From Azure Taoist Sanqing's casual chat, Lin Yuan learned that these 4 Taoist children had chosen swords left by the past celestial masters. While not as exceptional as the true martial sword Lin Yuan had selected, these swords were still outstanding. There was a great hope for them to reach the celestial phenomenon realm in the future. Senior Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the sect master is doing? A little Taoist who had closely followed Lin Yuan asked anxiously. "Don't worry, it must be a good thing," Lin Yuan replied casually. From the information inadvertently revealed by Azure Taoist Sanqing, Lin Yuan inferred that the 5 of them would definitely be cultivated by the Tianshi sect as seeds. Especially for Lin Yuan, being chosen by the true martial sword directly designated him as the future celestial master, as mentioned by Azure Taoist Sanqing. What was the concept of the celestial master in the Tianshi sect? Even after 500 years, the world still couldn't forget the terror of the celestial master. If the Tianshi sect produced a celestial master, they would be invincible in the world. In Lin Yuan's understanding, the world's power ceiling was the celestial phenomenon realm. Perhaps there were very few exceptional talents who could barely step a small or large part beyond the celestial phenomenon realm's foundation. But only the celestial master in the Tianshi sect could completely surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. This was also the reason why the celestial master was invincible in the world. Even Lin Yuan is curious about what it takes to completely step beyond that stage known as the Tianshi, or celestial master. After all, according to Lin Yuan's calculations, achieving a breakthrough beyond the celestial phenomenon realm would take at least 50 years, even with the assistance of extraordinary innate understanding. And yet, the celestial master, how can they achieve it? Could it be that every celestial master in the Tianshi sect possesses extraordinary innate understanding like Lin Yuan? This is clearly impossible. After Azure Taoist, Sanqing escorted Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence. He reminded them not to wander around at night before leaving. Lin Yuan sat on the bed, absent-mindedly placing the true martial sword in front of him. By now, this sword had completely settled down. There must be secrets of the celestial master within this sword. Otherwise, Azure Taoist Songqing wouldn't have recognized me as the future celestial master. Lin Yuan gently touched the sword's hilt. At the same time, a faint aura of true power began to probe deep into the sword along the blade. Boom! The scene around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a deep and dark void. Not far to the left was a sun-like fireball, and on the right was a deep abyss exuding endless coldness. The power of the sun and moon permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. A plethora of insights suddenly surged in his mind. Your extraordinary innate understanding allows you to observe the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang, deepening your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang. Moments later, numerous insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was captivated, completely focused on the forces of yin and yang on either side. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he finally understood why the past celestial masters of the Tianshi sect could surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. It was because of the true martial sword. Inside the sword, the external manifestations of the sun and moon forces were apparent. This was a path that directly led to realms beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. The past celestial masters of the Tianshi sect constantly observed the external manifestations of the sun and moon forces within the sword. By doing so, they continually deepened their understanding, surpassing the limitations of the celestial phenomenon realm. 20 years. No, at most a little over 10 years. I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement. In fact, by comprehending either the power of the sun or the power of the moon within the sword, he could break through the celestial phenomenon realm. This was the path taken by the past celestial masters of the Tianshi sect. However, Lin Yuan's ambitions were great. He wanted to comprehend both the power of the sun and the power of the moon simultaneously, greatly increasing the time needed. If Lin Yuan were to comprehend only one, with his extraordinary innate understanding, he could likely break through the celestial phenomenon realm in just a year or a few months. Wrong. I've misunderstood the method to break through the celestial phenomenon realm. After observing the essence of the yin and yang forces within the true martial sword, Lin Yuan immediately became aware of a problem within himself. Several years ago, he quietly broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomenon realm mainly came from the martial world he traversed last time. It's not that he was wrong, but breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm in this manner would make the subsequent path more difficult. If I use either the power of the sun or the power of the moon as a foundation to enter the celestial phenomenon realm and then attempt the combination of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan quickly formed thoughts in his mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomenon realm again. For others, attempting to break through the celestial phenomenon realm again would likely require discarding their cultivation and starting anew. However, Lin Yuan possessed extraordinary innate understanding. He quickly deduced a method that allowed him to seamlessly convert his celestial phenomenon realm true qi and true power into the power of the moon or the power of the sun. Although there was some loss in the process, it was much better than scrapping everything and starting over. This sword, could there truly be a true martial emperor in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on the sword in front of him. The inherent essence of the power of the moon and the power of the sun contained within the sword could guide living beings to transcend the celestial phenomenon realm. The strength of such a creation would be inconceivably terrifying. The next day, Lin Yuan and the other 4 disciples gathered outside. Sect Master Songqing along with the other two celestial phenomenon realm experts, stood not far away. All right, the five of you are the future hope of our Tianshi sect. Sect Master Sanqing's gaze lingered imperceptibly on Lin Yuan for a moment. Clearly, in Sect Master Sanqing's eyes, the other four were dispensable. As long as Lin Yuan, the future celestial master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, it sufficed. However, due to the rules of the Tianshi sect, the other four were also brought along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Dao repository. That is where the past celestial masters of our sect secluded themselves in cultivation. There, you will find records of the paths and insights gained by the celestial masters. Sect Master Sanqing spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the four disciples. In Mount Long, the celestial master was already a legend. Being able to visit the place where the celestial masters once cultivated was something every disciple of the Tianshi sect longed for. You can support me and read additional chapters, 10 chapters ahead, on my Patreon /David_Lord. Laughing Face. Review the novel on /series /creating heavenly laws /. When we reach 5 reviews, I will upload a bonus chapter. The true martial arts treasury is built within the body of Mount Long, extremely concealed. The internal space is vast, and the walls are covered with densely packed characters. These characters were written by the celestial masters of past generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. Don't observe them too often. Just occasionally is enough. Lord Sanqing, Azure Taoist, the head of the sect, reminded. Because, apart from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Tao disciples had already crowded around, staring at the characters on the wall with big eyes. Only when Lord Sanqing reminded them did the disciples reluctantly shift their gaze. Your main focus in the coming time is to comprehend the essence of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl. Lord Sanqing brought everyone to the center of the treasury. There were 2 stones placed here, one with a fiery red surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a large amount of heat and cold radiated from them. These Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl are made from the Tian crystal stone deep in the East Sea, capable of preserving various auras. Our celestial masters of past generations would often infuse their own power into them. Accumulated over the long years, they have formed the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl we have now. Lord Sanqing explained. Beside him, Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, seemed to be lost in thought. These Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl should be a heavily truncated version of the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword. They are imitations created by the collective power of the celestial masters of past generations who sought to simulate the essence of the sun and moon forces. Unfortunately, whether it was due to the material or a significant difference in strength, even if the collective power of the celestial masters was combined to create the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, when compared to the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword, it was still like comparing the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the sun. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, Lord Sanqing continued, "Your main goal now is to comprehend the sun force and moon force from within the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl. Our sect's experts generally follow 2 paths, Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Whether it's Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, as long as you comprehend 3 or 4 points, you can step into the celestial phenomenon realm." Lord Sanqing scanned the whole room and continued speaking. This was also the cultivation path set by the first celestial master of the sect for the disciples of future generations. In fact, it has been proven that these 2 cultivation paths are indeed very powerful, and the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm in the sect has always been a few steps ahead of those outside. They rely on Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Even the celestial masters of past generations walked on one of the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. But celestial masters could comprehend the essence of the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword. The effects of that were unknown, but certainly much stronger than the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl before them. So the Celestial Masters have been able to walk far on the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Lord Songqing finished speaking and sent the 4 Dao disciples away. Then he came to Lin Yuan. You don't need to sense the fire pearl and ice pearl. Lord Songqing stared at Lin Yuan, although he didn't know the secret of the true martial sword. According to the records of the sect, when celestial masters of past generations came to cultivate in this true martial arts treasury, it seemed that they were not very interested in the fire pearl and ice pearl. In such a situation, celestial masters have still been able to maintain a lead in the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Lord Songqing speculated that there might be other cultivation methods for the celestial masters. Mainly, you should observe the characters on the walls. Those are the insights and realizations of the celestial masters, which should be helpful to you. This was the advice given by Lord Songqing to Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan was identified as the future celestial master, this advice was given with great emphasis. In case you have any problems or difficulties, you can always call me. Before leaving, Lord Songqing left this sentence specifically for Lin Yuan. It was evident that he highly valued Lin Yuan. For the following period of time, Lin Yuan did not step out of the true martial art treasury. Food and drink were delivered by the Taoists of the sect. There was no need for him to leave. In fact, even if Lin Yuan wanted to go out, he could at most stroll around Longhu Mountain, Mount Long. The celestial seeds selected by the true martial sword in each generation, before becoming a celestial master, were forbidden to leave Longhu Mountain. The main reason was to ensure that the true martial sword would not be lost. The true martial sword was crucial for the birth of a celestial master in the Tianshi sect. It absolutely must not be lost. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. Numerous characters were carved on it. These characters were left by the 18th generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain. They narrated the insights and realizations of this celestial master on the path of Taiyang Wuji. Your unrivaled insight deepens when watching the celestial master's stone wall, enhancing your comprehension of the yin-yang Tao. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It's finally completely transformed. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. During this time, besides contemplating the yin-yang Tao, Lin Yuan spent the remaining time transforming all his previous celestial phenomenon realm true energy into yin and yang forces. Stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm with yin or yang as a foundation would make one's strength 2 to 4 times stronger than normal. And this was just the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji surpassed many others in the celestial phenomenon realm. Originally, Lin Yuan needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. However, by converting his foundation into Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, even without relying on the essential insights of yin and yang from within the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm would be at most 20 to 30 years. A nearly half time saving. Senior brother Shanfeng, how's your contemplation going? At this moment, Qingping, a junior Taoist, ran over. It's too difficult to comprehend the fire pearl. Until now, I haven't realized anything. Qingping's face was full of disappointment. Take it slow. Don't rush. Lin Yuan comforted him. Qingping had chosen the path of Taiyang Wuji, so he was contemplating the fire pearl. Although the effect of the fire pearl was far from that of the true martial sword, it was still better than nothing. Given Qingping's qualifications as a disciple chosen by the celestial master's sword, with patience and contemplation for several or even a dozen years, he would surely gain something. Senior brother Shanfeng, how's your contemplation going? Seemingly recalling something, Qingping, full of anticipation, looked at Lin Yuan. I've gained a bit. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a trace of yin and yang forces circulated and collided between his fingers. Wow, Shanfeng's senior brother, you're amazing. Qingping widened his eyes. Although he was amazed, Qingping didn't show disbelief. As early as when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword in the sword tomb, all the Taoists felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Later, Lord Sanqing reminded them several times not to compare themselves to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future celestial master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves to Lin Yuan could easily lead to a disturbance in their mental state. By then, it would be challenging to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. Upon seeing Lin Yuan simultaneously manipulating yin and yang forces, Qingping, the junior Taoist, could only marvel. Seeing this, the other 3 junior Taoists also gathered around, blinking their big eyes, expressing envy. Half a month later, Lord Sanqing and the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts came over to inspect the progress of the disciples' cultivation. First was Qingping, who struggled to raise his hand, and a faint trace of scorching heat circulated. Not bad. You've made some progress. Lord Sanqing nodded. As someone on the path of Taiyang Wuji, he was particularly sensitive to the fiery aura in the world. Next were the 3 junior Taoists. One of them, like Qingping, had barely made progress on the path of Taiyang Wuji. The other 2 still hadn't made any progress. The paths of Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji are profound and challenging to comprehend. Even with the guidance of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, it's not an easy task to make progress. This was roughly Lord Sanqing's message, encouraging everyone not to be discouraged and to take their time in contemplation and cultivation. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 junior Taoists, Lord Sanqing's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not only Lord Sanqing, but also the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts were focused on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was chosen by the true martial sword and was the seed of the future celestial master. Among the other 4 junior Taoists, 2 had made progress on the paths of Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Considering this, what achievements would Lin Yuan, with the strongest qualifications, achieve? Lord Sanqing and the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts were highly anticipative. Sect Master. Lin Yuan walked forward and raised his right hand. Yin and yang forces emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, emitting a deeper and more profound aura. Amazing. Senior Brother Shanfeng has become even stronger. I wonder when I can reach Senior Brother Shanfeng's level. Seeing this, the other 4 junior Taoists began discussing with excitement. Among them, even the 2 who had made progress had only gathered Taiyang or Taiyang forces as fine as a strand of hair. In contrast, Lin Yuan had accumulated yin and yang forces as thick as a thumb. The disparity was clear at a glance. What the junior Taoists didn't notice was that when Lin Yuan simultaneously operated yin and yang forces, not far away, Lord Sanqing's expression suddenly turned very ugly. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji? Lord Sanqing's face even turned somewhat red, and he looked at Lin Yuan with a pained expression. Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji are both supreme paths, but cultivating both simultaneously is a dead end, an absolute road to ruin. Yin and yang are fundamentally opposing forces. Cultivating them simultaneously may not show problems in the early stages, but the further you go, the more troublesome it becomes. The 3rd-generation celestial master of our Tianshi sect wanted to cultivate both yin and yang. He tried to infuse yin and yang forces into his celestial master's body, and the result was a burst and death. Do you realize the consequences of your reckless actions? Lord Sanqing was nearly driven mad and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan. 10 chapters ahead on /David_Lord. Review the novel on /series/creating heavenly laws/ When we reach 5 reviews, I will upload a bonus chapter. Within the true martial sword repository, the furious reprimands of Lord Sanqing reverberated continuously. The other 4 junior Taoists turned pale, displaying a fearful expression. Even though Lord Sanqing had been strict with them over the long period, he had never been angry, let alone reprimanded them. Even when they hadn't made progress on the paths of Taiyang Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, Lord Sanqing would only offer a few words of encouragement. Zhang Shanfeng, You were chosen by the true martial sword, enjoying unique advantages. I don't even have the certainty to guide you. That's why I asked you to read the insights left by the previous generations of celestial masters on the stone walls. Lord Songqing's voice was low. In those insights, did any of them mention simultaneously cultivating Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji? Indeed, none of them did. Lin Yuan nodded. All the insights left by the celestial masters within the repository focused on either Taiyang Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. The simultaneous mention of both paths was indeed absent, because the celestial masters of Tianshi sect had also chosen to walk either the Taiyang Wuji or Taiyang Wuji path. If that's the case, why did you act on your own? The path of cultivation should be taken cautiously. The routes carved by the predecessors with their lives. Do you think it's acceptable to change them at will? Lord Songqing looked disappointedly at Lin Yuan. Shanfeng, being chosen by the true martial sword, all you need to do is follow the prescribed path. Whether you choose Taiyang Wuji or Taiyang Wuji in a short period of 50 years or a long one of 80 years, you're guaranteed to become a celestial master. You are the hope of our Tianshi sect, the hope of the world. We all have high expectations for you, but what have you done? Lord Songqing's heart was filled with various emotions: anger, disbelief, and sorrow. Clear Ping, the junior Taoist, trembled beside them. They also realized that Lin Yuan might have deviated from the correct path in cultivation, or else Lord Songqing wouldn't be so angry. Lin Yuan was the seed of the celestial master. If he went astray, it would be even more painful for Lord Songqing than falling into demonic cultivation himself. Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, two completely opposing paths. By cultivating both simultaneously, your foundation has already been affected. Even if you realize something is wrong in the future, do you think you can go back and start over? Regrets surged within Lord Songqing. He should have told Lin Yuan this common knowledge at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, this was not negligence. For the vast majority of people, cultivating Taiyang Wuji or Taiyang Wuji was already extremely difficult. Wanting to comprehend the path of Taiyang Wuji, which was completely opposite to Taiyang Wuji, on the premise of already entering Taiyang Wuji, would undoubtedly increase the difficulty tenfold or even 100-fold. So, Lord Songqing had never thought that Lin Yuan would simultaneously cultivate Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Moreover, the insights of the previous celestial masters on the stone walls also didn't mention the simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang. Lord Songqing truly couldn't understand how Lin Yuan managed to merge Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. I know, Lin Yuan frowned slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji is the most correct path. Unrivaled insight wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan could perceive both Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji through unrivaled insight, the path ahead must not be a dead end. Oh, you feel that way? Lord Songqing chuckled. Even ordinary people know to learn from history. The Tianshi sect has a history of 6,800 years, with 36 invincible celestial masters who have chosen paths for disciples in later generations. However, Lin Yuan casually denied these established paths. Perhaps, to take a step back, combining yin and yang might be a path superior to Taiyang Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Yet, the effort and sacrifices required to traverse this path were unknown. Consider the third-generation celestial master of Tianshi sect, who attempted to balance yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. The result was a tragic demise, exploding into pieces. Exploring new paths inevitably involves sacrifices, even for a celestial master. However, Lin Yuan, having gained recognition from the true martial sword, was destined to become a celestial master. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. 10 birds in the woods are not worth one in hand. Rather than choosing a vague path, it's better to stick with the established ways of the invincible celestial masters. This was the reason for Lord Songqing's intense anger. From today onwards, Shanfeng, you will stay by my side. I will use true qi daily to temper your body. Try to eliminate the influence of yin and yang forces. In no more than 10 years, your foundation will be reshaped, and then you can start practicing anew. Lord Songqing spoke after a long silence. What? The chubby Taoist beside him looked astonished at Lord Songqing. Even for a peak celestial phenomenon expert, using true qi daily to temper someone else's body would require a significant sacrifice. Lord Songqing was essentially sacrificing himself. Not only might his cultivation fall back to the initial stage of celestial phenomenon, but he might also lose 20 years of lifespan. Senior brother, the Taoist in tattered robes sighed. Although Lord Songqing was stern and strict, he truly considered things from the perspective of Tianshi sect. Lin Yuan was the first person chosen by the true martial sword in 500 years. Even though he deviated from the right path, Lord Songqing didn't want to give up. He wanted to pull him back as much as possible. Master, I still believe that combining yin and yang is not a dead end. If you choose for me and force me into a different path, I'm afraid I'll lose interest in cultivation. Lin Yuan directly rejected Lord Songqing's offer, mainly because allowing Lord Songqing to temper his body would expose Lin Yuan's secret. Secondly, Lin Yuan didn't think that cultivating both yin and yang was wrong at the moment. The constant insights from unrivaled insight confirmed that this was a path surpassing the previous celestial masters. However, Lin Yuan couldn't explicitly tell Lord Songqing about this. Very well, this is your choice. Don't regret it in the future. Lord Songqing shook his head. Even if he was unwilling, he had to let go of Lin Yuan. Cultivation was an extremely personal matter, and Lin Yuan had gained recognition from the true martial sword. Lord Songqing couldn't force him to do anything. Soon after, Lord Songqing and the other two celestial phenomenon experts left the true martial sword repository. Lin Yuan returned to the stone wall of the celestial masters, deep in thought. He wasn't scared by Lord Songqing's words. As his consciousness descended into the body, even if something happened due to simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang, it wouldn't affect his main body in the primary world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless opportunities to start over. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would tread the same path as the third-generation celestial master. The third generation tried to forcibly introduce yin energy into his body, intending to merge it with the overwhelming yang energy cultivated for nearly a century. The imbalanced yin and yang resulted in an explosion, a bizarre occurrence. Senior brother Shanfeng, are you okay? While Lin Yuan was sorting out his thoughts, Qingping, a junior disciple, cautiously approached. The other three junior disciples stood not far away and didn't dare to come closer. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the external political machinations, things on Longhu Mountain were relatively pure. The four junior disciples inside the true martial Tao repository usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Even when Lin Yuan received a scolding from Songqing True Man, these disciples didn't mock him. Instead, they expressed genuine concern. Even Lord Songqing, upon discovering Lin Yuan's deviation, didn't immediately give up but considered a way to bring him back using body refinement, despite the irreversible damage it would cause to himself. It must be that the master misunderstood. I find it difficult enough to comprehend either Taiyin Wuj or Taiyang Wuj. Try to sense both at the same time is incredibly challenging. Senior brother Shanfeng, sensing two at once is amazing. Qingping Jr. whispered. He wasn't lying. After gaining a slight understanding of Taiyang Wuj, Qingping tried to sense Taiyin Wuj and found the difficulty skyrocketing. Even with the guidance of fire pearls and ice pearls, he could barely feel yin energy. After successfully entering Taiyang Wuj, he couldn't sense yin energy at all, let alone trying to comprehend Taiyin Wuj. Therefore, Lin Yuan's simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang was considered an incredible feat by Qingping. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. After chatting with the junior disciples for a while, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. Thanks to his extraordinary insight, he had constant moments of enlightenment, especially after studying the insights left by the past celestial masters on the stone wall. In Lin Yuan's mind, the celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository fell into three categories. The first category belonged to the first-generation master. Undoubtedly, the first-generation master's strength stood at the pinnacle among all the masters, with a substantial lead. Following that were the second, third, 15th, and 28th generation masters. Though not on par with the first-generation master, they were noticeably stronger than the rest. Each of them had significant achievements on their chosen paths of Taiyin and Taiyangwuj. The remaining masters, while still surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, seemed somewhat ordinary compared to those in the first two categories. Lin Yuan believed his path shouldn't be confined by the past celestial masters. He was determined to surpass them all. My path should not be limited by the past celestial masters. I want to surpass every celestial master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart resolute. Just then, he sensed a presence and looked towards the entrance. Shortly after, a Taoist from the true martial Tao repository walked in. Senior Brother Zhang, someone is looking for you. Even if Lord Songqing didn't have high expectations or even gave up on him, Lin Yuan's status within the true martial Tao repository remained unparalleled. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a celestial master, he would have control over the entire true martial Tao repository. Even if he didn't become a celestial master, nobody could command him, including the current headmaster. Elder Longqing. Lin Yuan walked out of the true martial Tao repository and saw the figure of Taoist Longqing. Lin Yuan held great respect for Taoist Longqing. After all, without him back then, Lin Yuan would have struggled to survive in the cold, possibly dying from frostbite or starvation. Despite his extraordinary insight enabling Lin Yuan to constantly break through limits and comprehend various techniques, there were still limits. As an infant without food, even if he could hibernate for a while, it wouldn't be sustainable for long. Moreover, Taoist Longqing had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he didn't arrive in time back then, he had treated Lin Yuan well over the years. Shanfeng, I heard that the headmaster was quite upset with you. Taoist Longqing looked at Lin Yuan with approval and spoke casually. I do feel guilty for not meeting the headmaster's expectations. Lin Yuan nodded. Lord Songqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was to become a master. However, Lin Yuan aimed to surpass the celestial masters and become something more than just a celestial master. Ha ha! The headmaster usually keeps his emotions in check. It's interesting to see him so worked up because of you. Taoist Longqing laughed. Suddenly, he became serious and said, Shanfeng, do you know why I came here today? Did the headmaster send you to persuade me? Lin Yuan speculated. Indeed, Taoist Longqing nodded. The headmaster asked me to talk to you, hoping you would accept the body refinement. He wishes for you to follow the path of the past celestial masters and become a celestial master like them. But now, it seems I don't need to persuade you anymore. You just need to live happily. As for whether you become a celestial master or not, don't worry too much about it. Taoist Longqing said, reminiscing about something. Back then, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father, asking what achievements he hoped his son would attain. I thought your father would say he wanted his son to become a renowned hero, at the very least inheriting the Zhang family estate. However, your father only wished for you to live a happy life. In one's life, happiness is a way of living, and living under pressure is also a way. Even the celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository, who were invincible in the world, eventually died thoroughly. As for posthumous fame, who cares after you're dead? I just hope that the path you choose won't lead to regrets in the future. Taoist Longqing's words left Lin Yuan slightly stunned. He originally thought Taoist Longqing would act as Lord Songqing's representative, but he directly spoke from Lin Yuan's perspective. After Taoist Longqing left, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. With the insights left by the past celestial masters on the stone wall and the deduction from his extraordinary insight, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was significantly faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, In a maximum of 10 years, he would be able to simultaneously push Taiyin Wuj and Taiyang Wuj beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. On this day, as Lin Yuan was cultivating, a Taoist in tattered robes appeared behind him silently. Elder Pingyang. Lin Yuan's face showed surprise, immediately greeting him. Compared to Lord Sanqing, Lin Yuan was more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the journey to the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often had lively conversations with the disciples at the mountainside Taoist temple, displaying none of the dignified demeanor expected of someone at the celestial phenomenon realm. Remarkable. Cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang Wuj is something even the past celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository didn't achieve. Taoist Pingyang nodded appreciatively, expressing his admiration. Among the 36 celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository, only the third-generation celestial master had considered cultivating both yin and yang paths. However, he attempted to introduce yin energy after becoming a celestial master, and the result was less than ideal. Lin Yuan, even before becoming a celestial master, was already contemplating these matters and had put them into practice, truly living up to the recognition of the true martial sword. Thank you for your praise, senior uncle. Lin Yuan remained calm. However, have you considered the path ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Wuj and Taiyang Wuj, you may be able to reach the celestial phenomenon realm. But stepping into the realm of a celestial master and surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm requires your true energy to undergo a transformation. When you cultivate both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin and yang energies will repel each other. The consequences you should be aware of, Taoist Pingyang warned. The consequence is the same as that of the third-generation celestial master, exploding and dying. Senior uncle, regarding this matter, I have already thought about it. The reason why yin and yang energies repel during the true energy transformation is because they are not originally one entity. As long as I fuse the yin and yang energies before that, creating a completely new force, and then break through the celestial phenomenon realm again. Lin Yuan shared his thoughts. This was the result of continuous deduction using his extraordinary insight over the past few days, leading to the subsequent path. Fuse yin and yang energies? That means combining Taiyin Wuj and Taiyang Wuj together. Are you out of your mind? Two completely opposite forces. You can't even cultivate both at the same time, and now you want to fuse them. Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly shocked by Lin Yuan's idea. It was like trying to merge fire and water. The final result would either be the fire extinguished and part of the water evaporated, or the water completely evaporated and the fire suffered significant damage. More likely, both fire and water would disintegrate simultaneously, with no other possibility. You're crazy. You're really crazy. Fusing Taiyin Wuj and Taiyang Wuj, how absurd. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do this. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it's impossible for anyone to have such an idea. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with incredulous eyes. Combining two extreme forces through the adjustment of the human body was challenging enough, but fusion? That was seeking death. Taoist Pingyang opened his mouth to say something more, but eventually decided against it. He could see that Lin Yuan's determination was unwavering, and he truly wanted to merge the two paths of yin and yang. Taoist Pingyang sighed and turned away. Lin Yuan watched Taoist Pingyang's departing figure and then walked out of the repository. Standing outside, he looked down from a high vantage point at the mountain below. Ancient people didn't dare, and future generations couldn't. Lin Yuan raised his head slightly, and within the deep recesses of his eyes, the yin and yang energies continued to intertwine and collide. I will do it. Ush, how cool, winking and laughing. 8 years later, at the summit of Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a huge rock. The raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into nothingness within a few feet of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, overlooking the morning clouds drifting. Yin energy and yang energy may seem like two completely opposite paths, but fundamentally, they are a part of the vast heavens and earth. Yin can transform into yang, and yang can transform into yin. Deep within Lin Yuan's dantian, yin and yang energies manifested as black and white, continuously colliding, dissipating, and regenerating without apparent end. For these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending yin energy and yang energy. Even his cultivation level had not advanced a bit, remaining at the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, mastering yin energy and yang energy made little difference between the early and peak stages of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, and the true martial sword hovered in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan discovered the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. To compress the essence of yin and yang energies into a sword, available for future generations to comprehend, was an unimaginable level of control. Over these years, without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehension might have been reduced. Mastering yin energy and yang energy is not difficult, but fusing them is indeed a nearly impossible task. Ordinary people who attempt this would end up dead. Lin Yuan thought to himself, no wonder celestial phenomenon realm experts like Songqing and others believed it to be a dead-end path. Even a formidable celestial master dared not attempt this. The third-generation celestial master was a glaring example. As one of the powerful celestial masters in the second tier among the 36 celestial masters of the Tianshi sect, the third-generation celestial master knew the consequences of forcibly introducing yin energy. I am different from the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master tried to balance yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. But at that time, the foundation was already established. I am different. I have not yet become a celestial master. Balancing yin and yang, and then fusing yin and yang, is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought. Of course, the entirely possible here referred to Lin Yuan with his extraordinary insight. For another person, even with exceptional talent and the recognition of the true martial sword, attempting to balance yin and yang, let alone fusing them, would be a faint hope. Firstly, how to enter the initial stage of yin energy or yang energy after entering one of them. Secondly, during the period of balancing yin and yang, how to fuse them. In this process, any slight mistake would lead to the consequence of exploding the body. Lin Yuan had the extraordinary insight, which allowed him to grasp a slim chance of survival in any situation. The terrifying aspect of extraordinary insight was its ability to comprehend the most advantageous methods for oneself, regardless of the circumstances. Like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still a baby and was about to be discovered by a wild beast, he realized the breath-holding technique. At the brink of starvation, he comprehended the hibernation breathing technique. Both of these techniques did not require any internal energy or true qi, but were created entirely based on Lin Yuan's circumstances at the time. Fusion is close. Just a bit more, and I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm with the power of yin and yang. Lin Yuan felt the collision and interweaving of yin and yang forces deep within his dantian, with anticipation in his heart. According to his estimation, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the power of yin and yang would make him stronger than all the celestial masters of the Tianshi sect combined. How could the power of individual yin and yang energies compare to the fused yin and yang forces? After examining himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently flickered towards the outside of Longhu Mountain. These years, it hasn't been peaceful outside. In fact, since more than 20 years ago, when the demon sect made a comeback, the world had not seen peace. However, with the suppression of righteous forces like the Tianshi sect, the demon sect did not dare to act too recklessly. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a sudden piece of news spread from the demon sect. The sect master of the demon sect had obtained the inheritance of the primordial demon sect. Primordial demon sect was an incredibly ancient force that, theoretically, should have vanished from history long ago. Since the establishment of the Tianshi sect 6,800 years ago, the successive celestial masters of the Tianshi sect had always been synonymous with invincibility. However, invincibility did not mean that others couldn't come close. 6,800 years ago, the first celestial master emerged with a true martial sword. That era belonged to the first celestial master. But in that same era, another powerful figure was born. That was the primordial demon lord. Although the primordial demon lord couldn't defeat the first celestial master, the first celestial master also couldn't completely kill him. In the end, the first celestial master sacrificed himself in a battle and finally killed the primordial demon lord. However, even though the primordial demon lord was dead, the primordial demon sect continued to exist. Over the next few centuries, with the joint efforts of the second and third celestial masters of the Tianshi sect, they completely wiped out the primordial demon sect. Afterward, for thousands of years, the primordial demon sect disappeared from the scene and never reappeared. The Tianshi sect hasn't produced a new celestial master for too long as 500 years. Without the deterrence of a new celestial master, the influence of demonic forces has grown rapidly, leading to the rise of the demon sect today. According to the tradition of the successive celestial masters of the Tianshi sect, each celestial master, upon becoming a celestial master, would first descend the mountain to eliminate demons and suppress demonic influences. Now, 500 years had passed without the emergence of a new celestial master. In this situation, although the forces of the Tianshi sect and other righteous factions still held the upper hand, it undoubtedly provided ample time for the development of demonic forces. Compared to the righteous path, demonic cultivation techniques were easier to cultivate, and even absorbing human blood could quickly enhance their strength. This was also the reason why Zhang family village was annihilated. Apart from the vast wealth of the Zhang family, there were enough people and even strong individuals. In the eyes of demonic cultivators, these were no different from tempting delicacies. Regardless of whether the news about the demon sect obtaining the inheritance of the primordial demon sect is true or false, this information will undoubtedly boost the reputation of the demonic forces. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, he had grievances with the demon sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family village was wiped out by the 8 leaders of the demon sect. His biological parents died that day. Senior Shanfeng. Senior Shanfeng. At this moment, a shout came. A young Taoist was running over. I knew Senior Shanfeng would be here. Seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist grinned. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around and glanced. The young Taoist who had come looking for him was none other than Qingping, the former little Taoist. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown considerably. Coupled with his cultivation, he was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary adult man. Over the years, Lin Yuan has been a lone wanderer. Nevertheless, he gets along well with Qingping, mainly because Qingping often comes over to chat with Lin Yuan, whether there's anything going on or not. Incidentally, he talks about various news on Longhu Mountain. Apart from Qingping, Elder Changqing visits Lin Yuan every once in a while. For Elder Changqing, Lin Yuan is no different from his own offspring. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan becomes a celestial master or not, Elder Changqing's attitude remains unchanged. In Elder Changqing's heart, there has always been a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If he had arrived in time back then, Zhang family might not have met such an end, and Lin Yuan wouldn't have lived a frugal life on Longhu Mountain from a young age. A few days ago, the sect leader asked the 4 of us to go down the mountain for training. Qingping casually mentioned. The 4 of us he referred to are the 4 disciples who received the Celestial Master's sword during the Sword Mound journey. Although they can't compare to Lin Yuan, chosen by the true martial sword. But now, they're also the hope of the Tianshi sect. As for why they go down a mountain one by one, it is to prevent extreme events. For example, if all four of them were to die at the same time. With Lin Yuan, the Celestial Master's seed, taking a deviating path, if all four Celestial Phenomenon Realm seeds were to die, Longhu Mountain would be at least 50 years in turmoil. Go down the mountain. Lin Yuan was slightly curious. Having been aware in this world for 18 years, Lin Yuan had only been outside on the day he was born. The rest of the time, he stayed on Longhu Mountain. Senior Shanfeng, you are the Celestial Master's seed. Different from us, you can't go down the mountain. Seeing this, Qingping immediately felt a bit uneasy. Now, he was no longer an ignorant little disciple. He knew the importance of a Celestial Master's seed to the Tianshi sect. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword can become the Celestial Master's seed. And each Celestial Master's seed always has the true martial sword by their side. If Lin Yuan were to go down the mountain, it would mean the true martial sword would go down with him. In case of an accident leading to the loss of the true martial sword, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Tianshi sect. The current sect leader of this generation would probably be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. While the deviation of Lin Yuan, the Celestial Master's seed, is indeed serious, it doesn't shake the foundation of the Tianshi sect. At worst, after Lin Yuan dies of old age, the true martial sword will return to the sword mound, and the Tianshi sect will still have hope for the birth of the next Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword is lost, then it would truly be an irreversible disaster. Qingping could fully anticipate that if Lin Yuan were to sneak out because of him, Taoist Sangqing might want to flay him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He's not a real 18-year-old youth. Considering all the time, Lin Yuan's actual age is probably over 50. Add to that his unrivaled insight. He doesn't really need so-called training outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Longhu Mountain is the best place. Everything he needs is available, and it's extremely safe. How would he possibly think about going down the mountain? That's good. Qingping let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Senior Shanfeng, I've been feeling strange in my recent cultivation. After chatting for a while, Qingping brought up the topic of cultivation again. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and roughly figured out the reason. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You are on the path of the sun's infinite extremity. The sun's infinite extremity, utmost strength and yang, out-and-out perseverance. Throughout the history of our Tianshi sect, 36 celestial masters, most of them followed the path of the sun's infinite extremity, including the strongest, the first-generation celestial master. What is the sun's infinite extremity? Utmost strength and yang, forging ahead without hesitation. Lin Yuan hit the nail on the head, slowly speaking. It's not that those who follow the path of the sun's infinite extremity are reckless. It's about having a mindset of unwavering determination, acting decisively. So that's how it is. Qingping suddenly realized. Indeed, he was quite excited about the matter of going down the mountain for training, wanting to explore the outside world and fearing encountering danger. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his mindset suddenly became clear. Qingping felt the qi flowing smoothly within his body, and a hot airflow surged through his limbs and bones incessantly. 3rd grade. After a moment, Qingping opened his eyes, looking excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's reminder, he actually directly broke through from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade. It's important to note that in this world, the levels of cultivation are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, and the 1st grade is the highest. The 3rd grade is already among the top 3 grades. Even on Longhu Mountain, it can be considered a powerful cultivator. Thank you, Senior Shanfeng, for your guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He knew in his heart that if it weren't for Lin Yuan's words, not only might he not have broken through to the 3rd grade, but his cultivation might have even regressed. No need to thank me. Lin Yuan waved his hand, indifferent. At his current level, guiding a cultivator who hasn't even reached the celestial phenomenon realm is nothing more than child's play. In the true martial hall, Taoist Sangqing rubbed his forehead, a hint of fatigue flashing in his expression. With the continuous disturbances from the demon sect outside, and the fact that the Tianshi sect can't deal with them alone, they have to unite with other righteous forces to suppress them. Coupled with the fact that the leader of the demon sect received the inheritance of the original demon sect, it boosted the morale of the demonic forces. As a result, every clash between the righteous and demonic forces ended with the defeat of the righteous side. The various pressures make Taoist Sanqing feel a bit breathless. It seems that the leader of the demon sect is indeed a remnant of the original demon sect. When the previous celestial master traveled the world, he discovered traces of the original demon sect, but couldn't find the source. At that time, he thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the original demon sect existed at that time. Over the years, the demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the original demon sect. The chubby real person beside him spoke. As the ancestral land of the Taoist sect and the foremost sect in the world, Longhu Mountain, and in particular the Tianshi sect, naturally have excellent intelligence capabilities. They quickly figured out the details of the demon sect. It's too late to say these now. Taoist Sanqing shook his head. The most important thing now is how to continue suppressing the demon sect. Just at this moment, a figure rushed in from outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was light, sharing this good news. As the celestial phenomenon realm seed of the Tianshi sect, Qingping and the other 3 disciples have always been directly taught by Taoist Sanqing. Whenever any of them makes progress in cultivation, they are required to inform Taoist Sanqing immediately. 3rd grade, so fast. Taoist Sanqing, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows slightly. It's not that he doesn't want Qingping to break through, but he is worried that Qingping used some shortcut. According to the cultivation speed of disciples who obtained the Celestial Master's sword in previous generations, it would take at least 15 to 20 years to advance to the 3rd grade. And Qingping, since the beginning of his cultivation, hasn't even reached 10 years. His cultivation speed is obviously abnormal. The foundation is solid. I don't see any problems. The chubby real person stepped forward, carefully observing Qingping for a while before concluding. Upon hearing this, Taoist Sanqing finally relaxed his brows. Qingping, what's going on with your cultivation speed? Taoist Sanqing still felt somewhat surprised. Master, it's Senior Shanfeng who guided me. That's why I broke through so quickly. Qingping truthfully replied. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, compared to the other 3 disciples, his cultivation speed was only slightly faster, still within normal limits. Therefore, Taoist Sanqing did not inquire further, only thinking that it was Qingping's own effort. However, this time, jumping from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade normally takes 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless breakthrough naturally caught Taoist Sanqing's attention. Is it Senior Shanfeng who guided you? Taoist Sanqing's tone sounded somewhat astonished. A few casual pieces of guidance that could allow Qingping to advance to the 3rd grade indicated that his strength should be far beyond the 3rd grade. It's something that even most celestial phenomenon realm experts might not achieve. Yes, these years Senior Shanfeng has been guiding me. He's amazing. Every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves. Qingping's words undoubtedly struck like thunder in the ears of Taoist Sanqing and other celestial phenomenon realm experts. Every word he says enlightens people, and then strength improves. These 3 sentences may seem ordinary, but in the ears of Taoist Sanqing and other experts, it signaled something unusual. To achieve such a scene, one must have a profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the essence of power. And this, unexpectedly, came from Lin Yuan, who had already been completely abandoned by Taoist Sanqing. I also feel that Senior Shanfeng is very strong. Seeing Senior Shanfeng is like seeing the master. Seeing Taoist Sanqing silent, Qingping gathered courage and spoke. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent once again. Similar to Taoist Sanqing, Taoist Sanqing is a celestial phenomenon realm expert, isn't he? Could it be that Lin Yuan is also a celestial phenomenon realm expert? Entering the celestial phenomenon realm before the age of 20, there has never been such a case in the history of celestial masters. Could it be that Shan Feng is truly an unprecedented genius? The chubby real person's expression was shocked, muttering to himself, "Genius." Taoist Sangqing fell into silence. Soon, a bitter expression appeared on his face. If what Qingping said is true, then Lin Yuan is truly a genius surpassing everyone's imagination. However, even if he's a genius, what difference does it make? Practicing both the yin and yang infinite paths, the limit is the celestial phenomenon realm, and it's impossible to reach the heights of the past celestial masters. Because the power of yin and yang within the body bursts at the moment of becoming a celestial master. So young, yet possessing such an understanding of the essence of power. In our Tian Shi sect, the chubby real person paused halfway through his words. At this moment, a deeply pained thought surged in his heart. Such a genius. Why choose to deviate from the right path? Time flows like a river. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lin Yuan's life has hardly changed. Not in the insights left by the previous celestial masters within the true martial Dao treasury, but on top of Longhu Mountain, watching the sea of clouds. Apart from occasional communication with Qingping, he hardly speaks a word. Master Azure Taoist Sangqing learned of Qingping entering the third realm, thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance. He wanted to have a conversation with Lin Yuan, but was quickly distracted by external events. The demon sect is about to engage in a decisive battle. The demon sect master, along with 9 vice sect masters, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands of demons, is determined to attack Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain is the ancestral land of the Dao sect, and the celestial master sect, Tianshi sect, it's the same, is the foremost sect in the world, producing invincible celestial masters throughout generations. As long as Longhu Mountain is conquered and the celestial master sect is destroyed, who in the world can stop the footsteps of the demon sect? The true martial hall. The atmosphere is tense. Various celestial phenomenon realm experts, led by Azure Taoist Sangqing, gathered together. Most of these celestial phenomenon realm experts come from other forces across the world, responding to the call of the celestial master sect. Everyone understands the principle of mutual dependence. If the demon sect really conquers the celestial master sect, other righteous forces will be next. During peacetime, righteous forces have slain many demons. Once the demon sect gains power, their fate will not be much better than that of the celestial master sect. The 9 vice sect masters of the demon sect are all in the celestial phenomenon realm, and the 43 protectors are in the third realm. This won't be easy to deal with, says a middle-aged woman-looking celestial phenomenon realm expert. Other celestial phenomenon realm powerhouses nod slightly at her words. Together, they have 11 celestial phenomenon realm experts, surpassing the demon sect by 2. However, demon sect celestial phenomenon realm experts are formidable and skilled in combat. Even if 2 righteous celestial phenomenon realm experts team up against one from the demon sect, the outcome is uncertain. But it doesn't matter, says Azure Taoist Sangqing, the sect master of the celestial master sect. In terms of combat power, the celestial phenomenon realm experts who follow the path of Taiyan Wujia or Taiyang Wujia are obviously stronger than those of the demon sect. This has been confirmed in multiple past confrontations. Azure Taoist Sangqing has effortlessly repelled several vice sect masters of the demon sect in 3 encounters. Even the demon sect master chose to retreat when facing Azure Taoist Sangqing. However, under the current circumstances, the demon sect is daring to initiate a decisive battle, intending to attack Longhu Mountain. This gives Azure Taoist Sangqing a bad premonition. 2 possibilities exist. 1. The demon sect has gone mad and is ready to fight to the death. 2. The demon sect has sufficient confidence and believes it can conquer Longhu Mountain. Azure Taoist Sangqing thinks the former is unlikely. In his numerous interactions with the demon sect master, He is aware of the latter's extremely calm personality. He wouldn't undertake something without certainty. This is also the reason the demon sect master chose to retreat without directly engaging with Azure Taoist Sanqing, not out of fear, but out of a desire to avoid wasting time. On this day, Qingping hastily ascends to the top of Longhu Mountain. Senior brother Shanfeng, something's wrong. Master Chongqing. Master Chongqing. Qingping's face is pale as he carefully looks at Lin Yuan. What happened to Master Chongqing? Lin Yuan opens his eyes and turns to look at Qingping. When Senior Chongqing Taoist pursued the demon leader, he fell into an ambush. By the time we arrived, he was already heavily injured and unconscious. The sect master and others have examined him and said that demonic energy has entered his lungs, making it difficult for him to wake up. Qingping explained the situation in one breath. Take me to see him, Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it weren't for Senior Chongqing Taoist back then, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Although for Lin Yuan, death is not the end. It's just a waste of a chance to traverse. Inside the Taoist Institute, Lin Yuan looks at the unconscious Senior Chongqing Taoist. Qingping stands beside, his face showing sorrow. Senior Chongqing Taoist has a good relationship with the Celestial Master sect, and Qingping has received countless help. In Qingping's heart, Senior Chongqing Taoist is more like an elder than just a senior uncle. It's nothing serious. Lin Yuan carefully examines him and comes to a conclusion. Senior Chongqing Taoist fought with a demon leader who infused demonic energy into him, causing him to lose consciousness and be unable to wake up. This kind of infusion is difficult for outsiders to intervene in. Even the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm can't do much. But as long as Lin Yuan, using the power of yin and yang as a foundation, breaks through the celestial phenomenon realm, it will be an easy task to deal with this demonic energy infusion. Take care of Senior Chongqing. I'll come to save him in a while. Lin Yuan instructs Qingping. Now, he is only a step away from completely integrating yin and yang. The insights into the unrivaled insight are deepening every moment, bringing Lin Yuan closer to the level of the Celestial Master. All right. Qingping hesitates for a moment and responds. The coma of Senior Chongqing Taoist has not affected Lin Yuan much. He is always in a state of enlightenment. With the help of unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan is in a state of enlightenment whether he is awake or asleep. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged on a giant stone, his mind free of distractions, continuing to comprehend the power of yin and yang. It must be said that the power of yin and yang is the highest level force Lin Yuan has ever encountered. Just comprehending this power has taken nearly 10 years for Lin Yuan. This is still with the help of the unrivaled insight ability. Of course, compared to other powerhouses in this world, even the celestial masters of past generations, Lin Yuan's comprehension and cultivation speed are beyond reason, impossible to describe by any measure. Several hundred miles away from Longhu Mountain, inside a dark hall, a tall man in black robes sits on a main seat. This tall man has pitch-black eyes. Just a glance from an ordinary person would breed inner demons, with various desires surging out. Master, engaging in a decisive battle with the Celestial Master sect so early, is it? On the right below, an old man with wrinkled skin cautiously asks. The Celestial Master sect's background is immeasurable, having produced 36 invincible Celestial Masters. Even other righteous forces will not sit idly by. They will undoubtedly provide full support. Although the demon sect is powerful, it is not advisable to confront the Celestial Master sect head-on. A bunch of useless people. If this seat didn't have confidence, would I make such a decision? The demon sect master, sitting on the main seat, coldly snorts. The various demon followers below break out in a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect masters who have reached the celestial phenomenon realm feel chill down their spines. They know their own potential. And with their potential, it's impossible for them to enter the celestial phenomenon realm. The demon sect master, by some means, forcibly elevated them to this realm. Although the sacrifice was significant, at least 30 to 40 years of lifespan, the 9 vice sect masters have no regrets. This is the celestial phenomenon realm, a realm that many people dream of, and the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of the world is something no one would disdain. I know what you're worried about. The demon sect master slowly stands up from the main seat. But this seat has already stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. As long as the celestial master sect doesn't produce a celestial master, with my strength, I can sweep them aside. The demon sect master's eyes are deep and mysterious, stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm by half a step. The 9 vice sect masters below were surprised. Although surpassing the restrictions of the celestial phenomenon realm is not exclusive to the celestial masters of the celestial master sect, there are still a very few other inheritances outside the celestial master sect. These inheritances can exceed the limits of the celestial phenomenon realm by either a small or large half step. However, achieving such a level is extremely rare. And now, has their sect master also achieved it? If this seat could completely absorb the inheritance of the original demon sect, it wouldn't be just stepping out by half a step. The demon sect master glanced at the numerous subordinates below, and in his mind, images of everything he experienced in the inheritance land of the original demon sect flashed by. It was a great opportunity he obtained after surviving life-threatening situations. Moreover, it could only be entered once. Even if he wanted to enter again, it would be impossible, and he couldn't even confirm the corresponding location range. As time passed, the decisive battle between the demon sect and righteous forces like the celestial master sect approached. 6 months later, at the foot of Longhu Mountain, the demon sect gathered with thousands of demonic followers. The celestial master sect, unwilling to show weakness, had various celestial phenomenon realm experts coming out. They confronted the demon sect. Azure Taoist Songqing, don't you think that when I voluntarily withdrew before, it was because I was afraid of you? The demon sect master laughed wildly, and a terrifying demonic aura swept in all directions. Facing him, Azure Taoist Songqing remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the original demon sect. Haven't you been hunted by the successive celestial masters of my celestial master sect enough? Azure Taoist Songqing said indifferently. So what? Your celestial master sect hasn't produced a celestial master in 500 years. In the end, this world belongs to our original demon sect. The demon sect master no longer bothered to disguise, and the emitted aura became even more oppressive. Hearing this, Azure Taoist Songqing sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, the celestial master sect could have produced another celestial master. However, it's useless in the current situation. Even if it's a celestial master, it takes time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of the successive celestial masters of the celestial master sect, it would take a minimum of 50 years to become a celestial master. When celestial masters of the celestial master sect descend from Longhu Mountain, most are already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything goes smoothly for Lin Yuan, without taking any detours, he still needs 50 years to become a celestial master. Today, let you, Azure Taoist Songqing, witness my true strength. Seeing Azure Taoist Songqing silent, the demon sect master laughed again. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped. Boom! A terrifying aura crushed from all directions. Seeing this, Azure Taoist Songqing didn't hesitate to draw his sword. An extremely sharp sword chi erupted, directly piercing through the surrounding demonic energy and slashing towards the demon sect master. Celestial Master's sword? Not bad. With your strength, using the Celestial Master's sword and activating the residual power of the Celestial Master inside, you can indeed unleash a power close to my own. The demon sect master commented. As a generation of sect master of the Celestial Master sect, Azure Taoist Sanqing was naturally cultivated as a potential in the celestial phenomenon realm when he was young. He had also entered the Sword Tomb and was chosen by a Celestial Master Sword. Although the Celestial Master Sword is far inferior to the true martial sword, it still contains the essential power of yin and yang. But, nurtured day and night by the successive Celestial Masters, it retains some of the power of the Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master Sect's Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts, walking the same path, could fully activate the power deep within the Celestial Master Sword when exerting all their efforts. Too bad. Even if it's the Celestial Master's sword, it's just an external object. Even if you can activate it, how long can you sustain it? The Demon Sect Master sneered. Even if all the Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts of your Celestial Master Sect each hold a Celestial Master Sword and join forces to besiege me, at most, you'll only be suppressing me until your strength runs out. The Demon Sect Master's gaze turned cold. In fact, the Celestial Master Sect's Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts couldn't really besiege the Demon Sect Master with Azure Taoist Sanqing because they didn't have enough people. This allowed the Demon Sect's Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts to act recklessly. Die! The Demon Sect Master took a step forward, and a terrifying and frenzied demonic energy covered the area. Not good. Azure Taoist Sanqing's expression changed. At the top of Longhu Mountain, in stark contrast to the heavy and solemn atmosphere at the mountain's base. The sun was rising here, with a hint of warmth permeating the air. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, focused on his insights. Shanfeng's senior brother. Qingping didn't know when he ran up. The sect master asked me to tell you to leave Longhu Mountain through the secret passage now. Qingping quickly said. Azure Taoist Sanqing didn't have full confidence in the upcoming battle against the demon sect. To ensure the continuation of the Celestial Master Sect's heritage, Lin Yuan, this disciple recognized by the true martial sword, had to leave. In this way, even if an extreme situation occurred, the Celestial Master Sect's heritage wouldn't be completely cut off. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the demon sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master being born in the future would still exist. Shanfeng's senior brother? Qingping saw that Lin Yuan didn't respond, so he called out softly again. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to him, remained indifferent. His eyes were slightly closed, seemingly wandering in a trance. Shanfeng's senior brother? Just as Qingping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward to give him a nudge, Lin Yuan, sitting on the giant rock, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is unrivaled. Day and night in enlightenment, you've comprehended the method of merging yin and yang, and with this, you've surpassed the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up from the giant rock. At this moment, in his vision, everything in the world was divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang transformed into black and white, into yin and yang fish, constantly interweaving and merging. Shanfeng's senior brother, what's wrong with you? Qingping looked dazed. For some reason, he felt that Shanfeng's senior brother was somewhat different now. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp the void. A sword appeared out of nowhere, suspended in Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword and said lightly, You go down first. Swoosh. The sword soared into the sky and headed towards the foot of Longhu Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Azure Taoist Sanqing was engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon Sect Master. Suddenly, the Demon Sect Master seemed to sense something. His expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly retreated. An ancient sword descended from the sky, its tip planted in the Demon Sect Master's original position. The sword was only 3 feet long, but it exuded an immense and vast aura, covering the sky and sun, as if it were the towering Longhu Mountain itself. Faintly visible on the scabbard were the words, True Martial. True Martial Sword? The Demon Sect Master's face became serious. He looked up at the direction from which the sword came. It was the top of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, on the top of Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan just took a deep breath and took a step forward. This step reached 100 zhang, directly stepping out of Longhu Mountain. The clouds rolled at the top of Longhu Mountain, surging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the clouds, stepping towards the foot of the mountain. Qingping stared blankly at the strange scene before him. It seemed as if he remembered something. His eyes turned red, and he muttered softly, "Senior Uncle Changqing, wake up and see. Senior Brother Shanfeng has stepped into the realm of a celestial master." At the peak of Longhu Mountain, the surging sea of clouds billowed. A Taoist figure, dressed in Taoist robes and wearing a lotus crown, descended slowly, using the heavens and earth as stages and the sea of clouds as stairs. This scene, whether viewed from the perspective of the righteous or the demonic side, caused everyone to tremble in awe, treating the figure as if it were a deity. The celestial master of our Tianshi sect, an elderly disciple of the Tianshi sect, witnessing this, was moved to tears, his lips trembling. Who else possessed such extraordinary abilities? Stepping on the sea of clouds, descending from the sky? Even the formidable figures in this world, surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, those with the unique ability to transcend the celestial phenomenon realm by a large margin, couldn't achieve such a feat. Only a celestial master who had mastered either the infinite yin or the infinite yang could have such means. Celestial master. The 183rd generation disciples of the Tianshi sect pay respects to the celestial master. Having witnessed this miraculous scene, numerous disciples of the Tianshi sect knelt down, continuously kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous sects also knelt, recognizing the special significance of a celestial master emerging from the Tianshi sect. It was customary for the heads of major sects to personally pay their respects. Celestial Master. Master Pingyang's gaze was perplexed, different from other disciples and even the representatives of righteous sections. He, being an insider, knew about the recent emergence of a disciple recognized by the true martial sword. However, it had only been a short time, not even a decade. Even if there was potential to become a celestial master, it would still take 4 or 5 decades. Now, to become a celestial master so soon? Celestial Master. Tianshi sect's leader, Azure Taoist Sangqing, looked up towards the sky, gazing at the figure walking on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he could clearly see the face of this figure, and it turned out to be Zhang Shanfeng, whom he had once given up on. Could it be that I was wrong? Is it possible to reach the level of a celestial master by walking the path of both infinite yin and infinite yang, entering the realm of the celestial master? Azure Taoist Sangqing's thoughts were chaotic. It took several breaths before he calmed down. It wasn't surprising that he reacted this way. Others just saw another celestial master emerging from the Tianshi sect. They couldn't fathom which path this celestial master had walked, a path that combined both infinite yin and infinite yang, an unprecedented and unique route. If Lin Yuan had not become a celestial master, it would have been acceptable. But if he indeed achieved the position of a celestial master by mastering both infinite yin and infinite yang, he would be the strongest celestial master in the 6,800-year history of the Tianshi sect, surpassing even the founder of the Tianshi sect. While it was widely acknowledged that comprehending the profound truths of the heavens and the earth would elevate one to a divine level, only a few could truly understand these truths. The same held for the paths of infinite yin and infinite yang, conflicting forces that, when recklessly combined, could lead to spontaneous combustion. Yet now, Azure Taoist Sangqing's face displayed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and even a sense of relief. He had almost destroyed Lin Yuan and the entire Tianshi sect. If Lin Yuan hadn't insisted on his own beliefs, steadfastly choosing to walk the paths of both infinite yin and infinite yang instead of following the expected path by selecting either yin or yang, he would have become a relatively ordinary celestial master. He might have achieved that status only in his 50s or 60s, just like the past celestial masters, by which time the entire Tianshi sect would have been crushed by the demonic forces. Azure Taoist Sangqing took a deep breath. Regardless of everything, the Tianshi sect had produced another celestial master in its 500-year history, and there was a high possibility that he was the strongest celestial master throughout the ages. As for the consequences, did Azure Taoist Sangqing turn a blind eye? Even if he were asked to repent with his life, Azure Taoist Sangqing wouldn't hesitate. To see a celestial master of the Tianshi sect before his death was already worthwhile. Celestial master? Darn it! Why is a celestial master emerging at this moment? The Lord of the Demon sect felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In recent decades, while accumulating strength, he had been secretly probing the Tianshi sect. It wasn't until he confirmed that the Tianshi sect had not produced a celestial master in this generation that he dared to gather demonic forces, preparing for a decisive battle. Only when they surrounded the mountain did the Lord of the Demon sect finally confirm that the Tianshi sect had no celestial master presiding over it. Otherwise, with the invincible power of a celestial master, how could they have encircled Longhu Mountain? However, the Lord of the Demon sect never expected that, at the last moment, a celestial master would emerge from the Tianshi sect. With the Lord of the Demon sect's keen eyesight, he could naturally see that this celestial master had just broken through. Otherwise, even Azure Taoist Sangqing wouldn't have shown such a surprised and shocked expression. The sea of clouds sank. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes calm as he gazed at the Lord of the Demon sect. Swoosh! The true martial sword, inserted into the ground, soared once again. It spun around Lin Yuan before finally hovering at his side. Celestial Master. A tremor ran through the Lord of the Demon sect's heart. Go! Without hesitation, the Lord of the Demon sect immediately retreated. Although he still had many trump cards, including the strongest ones brought from the ancient demonic heritage. If he had used these trump cards earlier, Azure Taoist Sangqing would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged confrontation. However, the Lord of the Demon sect knew very well that, in front of a true celestial master, these trump cards were nothing more than a struggle for survival. At best, it would change from being killed with one palm to being killed with 2 or 3 palms. It might extend his life by a few breaths, but the outcome wouldn't change. Therefore, the Lord of the Demon sect naturally knew how to choose. In fact, when the true martial sword appeared, the Lord of the Demon sect vaguely guessed its connection with the Celestial Master. However, the reluctance in his heart made him decide to withdraw only after seeing Lin Yuan and confirming that he was indeed the Celestial Master. Rumbling. Suddenly, the Lord of the Demon sect's figure exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a demonic technique for self-preservation. With the Lord of the Demon sect's strength, even if he suddenly executed this technique, it wasn't certain that the Celestial Master could catch up. Moreover, Lin Yuan had just broken through and had a limited mastery of the power at the Celestial Master level. Trying to escape? Lin Yuan smiled gently. Rise! Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly. A massive circular area centered around him, formed within 100 to 1,000 meters. The area was filled with the power of infinite yin and infinite yang, transforming into black and white, shaping into yin fish and yang fish, constantly merging, converting, and colliding. Boom! Within the range, the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only one remained. With a terrified expression, the Lord of the Demon sect. No! What kind of method is this? You are not the Celestial Master. The Lord of the Demon sect struggled desperately. Dark flames vaguely ignited on his forehead as he tried to resist something. However, he turned to dust in the waves formed by the black and white forces. For decades, the Lord of the Demon sect, who had stirred countless storms in the world, leading the demonic forces to besiege Longhu Mountain. Dead. The scene fell into silence. The strong figures from the Tianshi sect felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. Although they had speculated that the Celestial Master would sweep through the demon sect, witnessing this scene still stirred various emotions within them. The Lord of the Demon Sect, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant on the roadside, easily crushed by a casual step in front of the Celestial Master. In contrast to the myriad thoughts on the righteous side, the demonic side was simpler. Fear, dread, panic, and trembling emotions overwhelmed each demonic leader's heart. Run! The Tianshi sect has produced another Celestial Master. What are you still standing there for? The sect master is dead. Run, or you'll die too. The 9 vice sect masters and many guardian elders, all in the celestial phenomenon realm, panicked and distanced themselves from Longhu Mountain. Slay! Lin Yuan's thoughts moved again. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, then the true martial sword was drawn out, and Lin Yuan made a light slash. Crackling. When the sword light first flew out, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and heavier, becoming extremely sharp. With just one slash, 7 out of the 9 Visect Masters were cut into 2, and the remaining demonic followers suffered casualties in the hundreds. Lin Yuan slashed again. Thousands of demonic followers lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground, staining the earth with fresh blood. Almost there, Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. Under the few strikes of the sword, the thousands of demons surrounding Longhu Mountain were not just mostly eliminated, they were almost entirely wiped out. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the position of the Tianshi sect members. Celestial Master, Pingyang Taoist, and Azure Taoist, Sangqing trembled, tears streaming down their faces. This was the Celestial Master, the Tianshi, emerging once again from the Tianshi sect after 500 years. Pay respects to the Celestial Master. Pay respects to the Celestial Master. Other members of the righteous sects also bowed in unison. At this moment, they were trembling with awe, yet a doubt arose in their hearts. Is a Celestial Master of the Tianshi sect truly this powerful? Can they kill Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts as easily as chickens? The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them all. Moreover, various records of the past generations of Celestial Masters were available in major sections. While the Celestial Master did indeed surpass the Celestial Phenomenon Realm in terms of strength, were their abilities and methods truly so terrifying? Please rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Everyone stood up, feeling a slight relief. It seemed like this generation's Celestial Master had a good temperament. However, as they thought about the fate of the thousands of demons just now in the scene of countless corpses nearby, their previous thoughts were instantly cast aside. Not a good temperament at all. Disciple, I have sinned. Azure Taoist, Sangqing remained kneeling. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Azure Taoist Sangqing had indeed given up on him. But at that time, Lin Yuan had chosen the difficult path of simultaneously cultivating both the yin and yang paths, which was truly remarkable. If it were someone else, it might be understandable if they perished. However, Lin Yuan was recognized by the true martial sword and belonged to the Tianshi sect as a seed of the Celestial Master. Such a disciple had significant importance for the Tianshi sect. It was understandable for Azure Taoist Sangqing to feel regret when his outstanding disciple seemed to deviate from the right path. It was like the scientists of the Cosmic Human Alliance, who were dedicated to studying warships and mechas, suddenly concentrating on literature and theology. Outsiders might find it infuriating, especially since they were the teachers who trained these great scientists. Subsequently, Lin Yuan chatted briefly with the strong figures of other righteous sections. Then, he returned to Longhu Mountain with the members of the Tianshi sect. The powerful figures of the righteous sects, showing tact, took their leave. For 500 years, the Tianshi sect has finally produced another Celestial Master. I almost thought the records in the ancient texts were wrong. There's no such thing as a Celestial Master or not, and surpassing the Celestial Phenomenon Realm is just a fantasy. Oh, to witness the magnificence of the celestial master in this lifetime is truly amazing. By the way, what's the name of that celestial master? Zhang Shanfeng. I heard the master of the Tianshi sect mention this name. Zhang Shanfeng, celestial master Zhang. The powerful figures of various righteous sects chatted with each other. It was foreseeable that within a month, news of the birth of a new celestial master in the Tianshi sect would spread throughout the world. On the mountainside of Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan walked step by step along the mountain path. Behind him were Azure Taoist, Sanqing, Pingyang Taoist, and other disciples of the Tianshi sect. Celestial Master. Pingyang Taoist hesitated to speak. Lin Yuan had told him before that he intended to cultivate both the yin and yang paths and merge them to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. At that time, Pingyang Taoist thought Lin Yuan was mad. Even walking both paths was extremely challenging, let alone merging them. However, it was clear now that Lin Yuan had succeeded. Outsiders could see that the strength Lin Yuan displayed was seemingly different from that of previous celestial masters. Pingyang Taoist, a celestial phenomenon realm expert of the Tianshi sect, naturally had deep feelings about this. Hence, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan stopped and looked down at the scenery below. I have indeed merged yin and yang. After merging infinite yin and infinite yang, I call it Taiji. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and said slowly. At the same time, the Taiji pattern formed by the intertwining of yin and yang fish appeared on Lin Yuan's palm. The extreme of yin is yang. The extreme of yang is yin. Yin and yang together are called Taiji. Taiji. Pingyang Taoist felt inexplicably shocked. This was a realm that even the 36th generation celestial master of the Tianshi sect had not reached. Even the strongest first-generation celestial master would pale in comparison on the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not to be touched by those without great determination, great opportunities, or great insight. I will imprint this path on my celestial master's sword. In the future, when I place this sword in the sword tomb, if any disciples in the future resonate with the path of Taiji, the sword will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The path of Taiji was something he comprehended in this world, and he would give it back to the world. The reason Lin Yuan didn't directly record the complete path of Taiji in the scriptures was that cultivating both yin and yang was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people who attempted it would meet their demise. One touch, one death. If the complete path of Taiji was shown to everyone, it was feared that the Tianshi sect would voluntarily perish in a few years. In a Taoist temple on Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Azure Taoist Sanqing, Pingyang Taoist, and others stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked at the bed where the unconscious Chongqing Taoist lay. Chongqing Taoist had battled with a powerful figure from the demonic path, and in the end, he was overwhelmed by demonic energy, which penetrated deep into his lungs. As a result, his consciousness fell into a coma, unable to wake up. This kind of injury was challenging to treat. Even celestial phenomenon realm experts could do nothing about it. The patient could only rely on themselves, and if one day the demonic energy inside their lungs dissipated to a certain extent, they might wake up on their own. Of course, for Lin Yuan at this moment, such an injury was nothing. Using the power of Taiji to harmonize yin and yang, within a few breaths, Lin Yuan completely expelled the demonic energy from Chongqing Taoist's body. Half an hour later, Chongqing Taoist slowly woke up. Mountain, Shanfeng. Chongqing Taoist was excited when he first saw Lin Yuan. I have found the trace of the yin serpent, helmsman who attacked Zhangjia village back then. However, when I traced it, I fell into an ambush. The yin serpent helmsman was well prepared. I did my best and managed to severely injure the yin serpent helmsman, but in the end, I was attacked by others. Chongqing Taoist's gaze became distant as he spoke. Afterward, he knew nothing about what happened. It's okay. I will personally take revenge for Zhangjia village. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Shanfeng, The people in those demonic sects are extremely cunning. You must not take risks yourself. Chongqing Daoist's tone became serious at these words. He was a living example. He thought he was the hunter, but he fell into the trap of the Yin serpent helmsman. Chongqing Daoist was about to continue advising Lin Yuan. Pingyang Daoist, who was on the side, couldn't bear it. Chongqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Be mindful of your tone when speaking. Pingyang Daoist hinted at Chongqing Daoist with a glance. Ah, Celestial Master Zhang? Shanfeng has become Celestial Master Zhang. Chongqing Daoist's face looked confused until he saw the respectful true men standing behind Lin Yuan. His mouth slowly opened wide. I took a nap. And how did Shanfeng become a Celestial Master? In Qingping's low voice explanation, in Azure Daoist, Sangqing nodded in agreement. Chongqing Daoist finally believed that Lin Yuan had become the Celestial Master of the Tianshi sect. To be precise, the Celestial Master of the 37th generation of the Tianshi sect. The 36th generation Celestial Master was something that happened 500 years ago. Things are unpredictable. Chongqing Daoist had a relieved expression with a hint of complexity. Before he fell into a coma, the Tianshi sect was collaborating with other righteous forces, desperately suppressing the expansion of the demonic forces like the 10,000 Demon sect. The situation on both sides was not balanced, and the Tianshi sect did not have any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had seen growing up, became the Celestial Master, directly piercing through the 10,000 Demon sect. The blood of those belonging to the demonic path at the foot of the Longhu Mountain was still warm. Such a reverse situation made Chongqing Daoist feel quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Chongqing Daoist's body again, ensuring that there was no residual demonic energy. Then he got up to bid farewell. Chongqing Daoist walked to the door of the Daoist temple, looked at Lin Yuan's departing figure, and moved his mouth. Brother Zhang, your son has become the invincible Celestial Master of the world. True martial arts treasure. Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place was originally where the Celestial Masters of the Tianshi sect closed themselves for cultivation. Only when there was no Celestial Master, it would become a place for the Celestial Master Seed, or Celestial Phenomenon Realm Seed, to comprehend. Celestial Master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, carefully feeling his own strength. After becoming the Celestial Master, Lin Yuan rushed to deal with the 10,000 Demon sect first. Then he went to treat Chongqing Daoist. Only now did he have the time to feel the power of the Celestial Master. First and foremost was life expectancy. Lin Yuan, with the foundation of Yin and Yang, became the Celestial Master, and vaguely felt that his life expectancy skyrocketed to 500 years. It's important to note that the life expectancy of the previous generations of Celestial Masters was only around 200 years. Lin Yuan's life expectancy was more than twice that of the previous generations of Celestial Masters. Balancing both Yin and Yang does make him much stronger than Celestial Masters who only practice either Yin or Yang, not only in terms of strength, but also in life expectancy. This is not only reflected in combat power, but also in life expectancy. 500 years. Lin Yuan was shaken. It's important to know that these 500 years are the basic life expectancy. In other words, without any external assistance, Lin Yuan can live for 500 years. If he returns to the human alliance and combines various cutting-edge biological technologies, Lin Yuan estimates that he can live for over 2,000 years. The essence of the limit of life expectancy comes from the failure of various organs. In the human alliance, it is entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decaying old organs. This is also the reason why advanced evolutionists can easily live for 400 or 500 years. Of course, replacing organs can only prolong life, and with the passage of time, the soul consciousness of living beings will gradually weaken. By then, even if you replace many organs, it will be of no use. However, the soul consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the living being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength in terms of the classification of a human alliance, is roughly equivalent to the second rank, ninth stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, in this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomenon realm is roughly equivalent to the second rank evolutionist in the human alliance. Specifically, it belongs to the second stage, from the first to the second stage. As for the celestial master, it is between the second stage, fourth stage, and sixth stage. Lin Yuan, who entered the celestial master with the foundation of yin and yang, actually surpassed the previous generations of celestial masters in strength, so he is at the second rank, ninth stage. Don't underestimate the difference of just a few stages. The human alliance has a very standard classification of ranks, and even a one-stage difference results in nearly double the energy amplitude. There is still 61 years of residence time. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual font below. Name, Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, guardian of the portal to the Myriad Realms. Bonded talent, unrivaled insight. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 60 years and 11 months. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years, excluding the initial 10 years and the over 9 years as a celestial master seed. A total of 19 years have passed. It's still early. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the first time, where the residence time was only 20 years, the residence time of this journey is obviously much more relaxed. Perhaps, with the improvement of my strength, the residence time for each journey will be extended. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. After feeling himself, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly. The true martial sword hovered and stopped in front of Lin Yuan. Let's go back. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the hilt, saying softly. After entering the celestial master level, the power of yin and yang in the true martial sword for Lin Yuan was basically not much help. So Lin Yuan decided to directly let it return to the sword mound and continue sleeping. Go! Lin Yuan patted the hilt, and the true martial sword made a swoosh sound, turning into a sword light and returning to the sword mound. Not long after sending away the true martial sword, Azure Taoist Sanqing respectfully walked in. Celestial Master. Azure Taoist Sanqing asked, I wonder how the Celestial Master Sword should be crafted, and if there are any requirements. The Celestial Masters of the Tianshi sect in each generation would have their own Celestial Master Sword. The Celestial Master Sword is also a symbol of the generations of Celestial Masters. Even if the Celestial Master passes away, the Celestial Master Sword left behind can still represent the Celestial Master. Once every 20 years, during the sword mound trip of the Tianshi sect, occasionally the Celestial Master, sword of a certain generation of Celestial Master, would fly out. Disciples recognized by the Celestial Master Sword would receive the Tianshi sect's full cultivation. The Celestial Master Sword. Lin Yuan fell into a brief contemplation. He didn't have any special requirements for his Celestial Master Sword. As long as it had the normal shape of a sword, it would suffice. Do you need to engrave something on the hilt and the blade? Azure Taoist Sanqing reminded. Generally speaking, each generation of Celestial Masters would engrave their own name on the Celestial Master Sword. The name here could be a character, a pattern, or even a painting. Anyway, the forging skills of the Tianshi sect swordsmiths were superb, so there was no problem with these. Engrave. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said, My name is Shanfeng. In that case, engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master Sword. No problem. Azure Taoist Sanqing readily agreed. This was not a difficult task. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given to him by his parents. Initially, it was intended to make him, like a mountain peak, shelter the entire Zhang family castle. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents have been dead for almost 20 years now. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind. Engrave 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master Sword. 3 mountain peaks. Azure Taoist Sanqing was slightly stunned. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmiths of the Tianshi sect presented the completed Celestial Master Sword. It was possible to achieve such speed because the Tian Sure sect would have their swordsmiths forge the core of the Celestial Master Sword in advance for each generation. As long as a Celestial Master was born, a complete Celestial Master Sword could be forged in the shortest time. Indeed, a good sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, and his gaze swept over the 3 mountain peaks on the blade. Of course, when Lin Yuan referred to it as a good sword, it was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special feature of the Celestial Master Sword through the generations was that it was nurtured by the Celestial Master for a long time, resulting in a certain degree of spirituality. Even inside the Celestial Master Sword, there remained the power left by the Celestial Master. Disciples in later generations had the opportunity to draw out this power to use against enemies. During the battle between Azure Taoist Sanqing and the 10,000 Demon Sect Master, he used the power left by the Celestial Master within the Celestial Master Sword. It's almost time to leave the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master Sword, left the true martial arts treasury, and descended from Longhu Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family castle was destroyed. Chongqing Taoist was infused with demonic energy a few years ago, and not long ago, the 10,000 Demon Sect besieged Longhu Mountain. New hatred and old grudges could not be quelled by Lin Yuan, killing the master of the 10,000 Demon Sect and thousands of demonic followers. The demon lords under the heavens. How many are there? If someone were to ask this question, they would surely be mocked. Because the demon lords under the heavens are simply too numerous to count. As the leader of the demonic forces, the demon lord under the command of the 10,000 Demon Sect, even if one were to include those of the 8th and 9th ranks, they wouldn't number more than 10,000. Yet, throughout the world, there are far more demonic forces causing trouble exceeding hundreds of thousands and even millions. This is because becoming a demon lord is too easy, and the benefits are enormous. Ordinary people who want to reach the 9th rank and become cultivators need to endure the hardships of practicing in winter and summer, investing countless energy and time, and still might not succeed. But if you cultivate a demonic art and consume the blood essence of dozens of ordinary people, you can easily step into the 9th rank. Although it's easy to enter the path of demonic cultivation, achieving mastery, and even reaching the upper ranks beyond the 3rd rank is much more challenging than orthodox cultivation methods. However, many individuals can't even reach the 3rd rank without relying on demonic cultivation, let alone the upper ranks. Moreover, demon lords act wantonly without the need to follow various rules. Killing is as simple as eating and drinking. This makes them even more admired by many people. Especially in recent decades, with the rise of the 10,000 Demon Sect, it has diverted a lot of energy from the righteous path. This has allowed demon lords to proliferate everywhere. In the past, there were often righteous powerhouses coming down from the mountains to eliminate demons and uphold justice. But now things have changed. Those righteous powerhouses are busy fighting against the 10,000 Demon Sect. This has allowed the demon lords in various regions to thrive without restraints, and their methods have become even more brutal. However, now, the demonic forces all over the world are facing their doomsday. Because the Celestial Master Zhang on Mount Longhu has descended to eradicate the demons. After the battle on Mount Longhu, the main headquarters of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Following the battle on Mount Longhu, the sect master of the 10,000 Demon Sect died, and 8 out of 9 vice sect masters perished. The only surviving vice sect master managed to escape because he had a task at the time, and the distance from Mount Longhu was a bit far. Even so, this vice sect master was terrified, although he was desperately trying to escape at the time. A glance back revealed the scene of Mount Longhu turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a terrifying sight almost shattered the heart of this demon lord. Vice Sect Master, what should we do now? The Sect Master is dead, and the other Vice Sect Masters are dead too. Should we stay here? A trembling voice from a staying demon lord asked anxiously. Don't leave here. Where else can we escape to? This is the main headquarters with numerous mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The Vice Sect Master calmed himself and said. The 10,000 demon sect had already considered this scenario during its rise. In case of a failure in a decisive battle against the righteous path, the main headquarters would serve as the final retreat. Dozens of mechanism masters were invited to set up numerous mechanisms within the main headquarters. Even a group of celestial phenomenon realm cultivators wouldn't dare to invade. A slight mistake would lead to severe injuries from the mechanisms. Because of this, the Vice Sect Master eventually chose to retreat to the main headquarters. He also ordered the demon lords who stayed behind to activate all the mechanisms. Suddenly, at this moment, a wailing sound echoed from outside. At the same time, a terrifying shaking sound spread almost throughout the entire main headquarters. No! Who are you? Why are you killing us? The despairing roars of the demon lords within the main headquarters came, and in the blink of an eye, everything fell into silence. A figure in Taoist robes walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan, Celestial Master. The Vice Sect Master smiled miserably. He had thought that the mechanisms in the main headquarters might not be able to withstand the Celestial Master of Mount Longhu, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The numerous mechanisms that the 10,000 demon sect once considered a retreat became nothing under the hands of this Celestial Master, not even holding out for half a stick of incense. Celestial Master, if I choose to submit to you, submit to the Tianshi sect, can I still live? The Vice Sect Master didn't give up and asked quietly. Regardless, he was also a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He should still have some use, right? No need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Then he turned around and walked away. The Vice Sect Master, sitting in the main seat, suddenly had a red line appear on his forehead. The other demon lord beside him was no exception. His gaze quickly stiffened, and he fell to the ground. Great Yu Dynasty. Capital. A man dressed in blood-colored robes rushed to the outside of the imperial palace, filled with horror. I am named Ouyang Yi, a direct disciple of the 10,000 demon sect's sect master. I know how to quickly cultivate experts in the celestial phenomenon realm. The 9 celestial phenomenon realm experts of the 10,000 demon sect were born through this method. Ouyang Yi looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and transmitted his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty is the current dominant dynasty in the world, powerful and currently Ouyang Yi's only way to survive. I can inform the Great Yu Dynasty of this method. The only request is to protect me and stop that celestial Master Zhang. Ouyang Yi said this with almost a pleading expression. He believed that the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse the method of cultivating celestial phenomenon realm experts. Even if the cost was great for a dynasty, it would be an invaluable treasure. After a long time, the palace gates were pushed open. A stooped old man walked out. This old man had a profound aura, clearly also a celestial phenomenon realm expert. You can leave. Celestial Master Zhang is invincible. We can't help with the people he wants to kill or the demons he wants to eliminate. The old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he immediately turned around and walked out of the gate. In the next moment, the palace gates closed tightly. Can't help. You don't even want the method to cultivate celestial phenomenon realm experts. Ouyang Yi fell silent. Could it be that there is truly no one in the world who can save me? Ouyang Yi felt utterly hopeless. Soon after, a sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell directly, losing all signs of life. Quite sensible. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace, and then turned and left. Extreme North Ice Field. In front of a palace constructed of ice crystals. A figure dressed in black robes knelt there. Our primitive demon sect and your northern lineage joined forces 6,000 years ago. I'm willing to disclose many secrets of the primitive demon sect, just to survive. This figure in black robes spoke in a low voice, knowing that the lord of the northern lineage in the ice palace could hear. Under the heavens, only this lord of the northern lineage could slightly restrain that celestial Master Zhang. Do you want to survive? In the depths of the ice palace, a majestic man with golden eyes sat. At this moment, he looked solemn and his expression was unreadable. I also want to survive. The majestic man sighed. Lord of the Northern lineage, are you just going to watch as my primitive demon sect lineage is once again severed? With no response received, the figure in black robes raised his head in despair while still kneeling. At the same time, this figure in black robes fell to the ground with a thud. A voice came from beside him. Lord of the Northern lineage? Lin Yuan looked at the palace in front of him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Masters sect, he also knew about the Northern lineage, which had a long history comparable to that of the Celestial Masters sect. However, this lineage has always kept itself away from the Central Plains power, residing in the far north ice field, and is relatively unknown to the world. Celestial Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my northern lineage. He came to us on his own. Sensing Lin Yuan's gaze, the majestic man in the depths of the ice palace immediately explained nervously. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He disappeared without making a sound. When Lin Yuan had completely left, the Lord of the Northern lineage finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from this generation's Celestial Master is really too great, seemingly much stronger than the Celestial Masters of past generations. The stern-looking man couldn't help but think in his heart. The Northern lineage has a much greater understanding of the Celestial Master than other righteous forces. It is precisely because of this that the stern-looking man feels that the pressure caused by Lin Yuan is somewhat unbearable. In a desert somewhere, dozens of figures are desperately fleeing. Celestial Master Zhang, we, dozens of brothers, although we call ourselves demonic heads, have nothing to do with the demon sect. When demon sect besieged Longhu Mountain back then, we brothers were unaware and did not participate. The leading man shouted hoarsely, looking at the figure approaching behind him with full of fear. As long as they're demonic heads, they should be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, gently pressed it, and all the dozens of people running ahead fell down. On a lively street, a fortune-telling Taoist is shouting by the roadside. At this time, an ordinary-looking man stepped forward. Calculate for me. How long can I live? The ordinary-looking man's eyes were bloodshot, apparently in an unusually nervous state recently. Look at your young age. The fortune-telling Taoist took just one glance and immediately changed his expression. Then, he quickly packed up the abacus table and left without thinking. Sir, are you so afraid of that person? You dare not calculate for him? A child ran alongside him. Do you understand anything? The fortune-telling Taoist scowled. Just now, that person is about to die. If we get too close to him, we might be implicated. The fortune-telling Taoist quickly explained. Being implicated? The child blinked his eyes. He knew that his old man was one of the most powerful people in the world. How could he be afraid of being implicated? Because that person is a demonic head. The fortune-telling Taoist said directly. Demonic head? The child, upon hearing this, immediately shrunk his head. Nowadays, who doesn't know that the calamity of demonic heads has come? The Celestial Master Zhang, who descended from Long Hushan, is hunting demonic heads everywhere. As long as they're demonic heads, they can hardly escape death, and no one could stop it. Celestial Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart suddenly trembled, because a young man in Taoist robes was coming towards him, heading towards the position of the ordinary-looking man, just now. Celestial Master Zhang is here. The fortune-telling Taoist muttered to himself. According to the records of later generations, Celestial Master Zhang Shanfeng of the 37th generation of Tianshi sect descended from the mountain to eliminate demonic heads. 60 years later, the demonic path disappeared, and peace was restored throughout the world. No one dared to call themselves demonic heads anymore. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had gone by. Deep within the vast western desert, there lay an ancient and eerie mysterious relic. This should be it. According to Celestial Master Zhang's description, this should be the site of the original demonic sect from back then. Quick, go inform Celestial Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists from the martial world explored this place and were filled with excitement. The robust man in the lead quickly gave orders and stood guard in front of the relic. It said that this site will change its location with the shifting earth veins. Every period, it will move to a different place. Otherwise, wouldn't have taken so long to find. Next to the robust man, a slightly dark-skinned man spoke in a low voice. After a short while, a figure wearing Taoist robes appeared at the site, seemingly out of nowhere. Celestial Master Zhang. Seeing him, the robust man immediately stepped forward respectfully. "Greetings, Celestial Master Zhang." The others also saluted. When facing this seemingly ordinary Taoist, everyone involuntarily felt immense pressure. This was because Celestial Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most ruthless among all the Celestial Masters in the history of the Celestial Sect. In the past, Celestial Masters from the Celestial Sect did go down the mountain to eliminate demonic forces, but it usually lasted for a few years. However, Celestial Master Zhang had been eliminating demons for a full 60 years. Up to this day, many once arrogant demonic leaders have become legends, and the two words demonic path were the most dreaded in the world. And all of this was because of Celestial Master Zhang. With his own power, Celestial Master Zhang had killed so many demonic leaders that no one dared to call themselves a demonic leader anymore. Someone had secretly calculated that in the 60 years of his demon hunting, there were probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of demonic leaders who died at his hands. This is the place. Lin Yuan carefully examined the relic, confirming that it was the site of the original demonic sect from the past. As the force that could contend with the first-generation Celestial Master 6,800 years ago, the original demonic sect could be considered the source of all demonic entities in the world. If Lin Yuan wanted to truly eliminate all the demonic forces in the world, he would undoubtedly have to deal with this relic. However, the site of the original demonic sect was not fixed in one location. It constantly changed. Therefore, Lin Yuan, using the name of the Celestial Master, mobilized martial artists from all over the world and finally locked onto the location today. "I'm going in. You all should leave as soon as possible." Lin Yuan glanced at the robust man and the others and spoke. "Yes." The robust man immediately responded. "Celestial Master Zhang, this site is very dangerous. You must be careful." The robust man hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. He admired Celestial Master Zhang very much. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon hunting, although the world couldn't be described as completely peaceful, it was much calmer than before. The robust man's grandfather often told him that 60 years ago, demonic leaders were rampant, often collaborating to capture and devour people, practicing demonic techniques. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded and then walked straight into the relic. Outside the relic, the crowd soon began to discuss. "Is that Celestial Master Zhang? He looks quite young." "Young?" Celestial Master Zhang was 20 years old 60 years ago, and now he's 80. "Can't imagine the Celestial Master. I heard that every generation of Celestial Masters can live over 200 years. The people discussed in hushed tones. After all these years, Celestial Master Zhang had already become a legend. Compared to the Celestial Masters of previous generations, Celestial Master Zhang had hunted demons for the longest time. Therefore, his reputation was more profound, and even the Emperor of Dayu showed respect when meeting Celestial Master Zhang. Over these years, Celestial Master Zhang had commanded heroes from all over the world. Relying on what? Did the heroes listen obediently? It was his absolute strength. Although Celestial Master Zhang had always only killed demonic leaders, the definition of a demonic leader depended entirely on Celestial Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced orthodox cultivation techniques and had never harmed anyone, if Celestial Master Zhang deemed you a demonic leader, you were considered one, and he could kill you. "All right, let's go." Since Celestial Master Zhang told us to leave, he must have his own considerations. Even though the original demonic sect has disappeared, its relic is not to be underestimated. Celestial Master Zhang is fearless, but we are not Celestial Master Zhang. The robust man immediately spoke with seriousness. Upon hearing this, the others shuddered and quickly followed the robust man, distancing themselves from the area. Inside the relic of the original demonic sect, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely, and an invisible Tai Chi aura extended around him, covering a radius of 100 meters. Within this 100-meter radius, it was as if observing the details on the palm of one's hand, every inch clear. 60 years ago, when Lin Yuan attained the position of Celestial Master, he became invincible in the world, surpassing all previous Celestial Masters. Now, after 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself found it challenging to determine his current level. Throughout these 60 years, while Lin Yuan was engaged in demon hunting, he possessed unparalleled insight. Whether in seclusion or demon hunting, he was constantly gaining enlightenment and practicing. Before becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan stayed on Mount Longhu not only because his strength was not unmatched, and going down the mountain involved certain risks. Another reason was that he hadn't fully comprehended the true martial arts collection on Mount Longhu yet. After achieving the position of Celestial Master, even if he didn't hunt demons, Lin Yuan wouldn't continue staying on Mount Longhu. He would travel the world to comprehend the heavens and the earth. Inside the dark and eerie relic, Lin Yuan moved forward as if unaffected by the gloomy atmosphere, heading towards the deepest part of the relic. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a massive altar. The altar displayed a black-red color, and faint traces of blood seemed to linger on its surface. Hee. Just as Lin Yuan looked at the altar, a deep and majestic voice echoed. On the surface of the altar, countless blood energies formed into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally produced another Celestial Master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan, chuckling lightly. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who am I? You can call me the original demonic spirit." The blood-colored figure's tone rose, slightly madly saying, "Original demonic spirit?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you not from this realm?" Ever since obtaining the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of yin and yang within the true martial sword, even Lin Yuan himself couldn't achieve it now, let alone the Celestial Masters of previous generations. The Celestial Master was the ceiling of this world. If the Celestial Master couldn't achieve it, it meant that no creature in this world could. Now that Lin Yuan saw the original demonic spirit in front of him, he became more certain of his guess. The way the original demonic spirit manifested just now had already surpassed the mundane. Combined with its tone, it was likely to have existed 6,800 years ago. Haha! This generation of Celestial Master does have some insight to recognize the origin of this demonic spirit. The blood-colored figure glanced at Lin Yuan. "But since you've come in, the person chosen by this demonic spirit has probably died at your hands. 100 years ago, the sect master of the 10,000 demons sect accidentally entered the relic. Guided by the original demonic spirit, he obtained part of the inheritance of the original demonic sect, causing a bloodbath in the world. This was not an isolated case. Every few hundred years for the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos in the demonic path would occur, most of which originated from the hands of the original demonic spirit. Speak. What do you want by coming here to find this demonic spirit?" The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. It had been lonely for too long. The last time it saw a living person was 100 years ago. "I plan to attempt to destroy you." Lin Yuan did not conceal his intentions. He commanded heroes from all over the world to find a relic of the original demonic sect in order to completely end this source of all demonic entities. Without the relic of the original demonic sect, even though demonic leaders might appear in the next few hundred or thousand years, they would not pose a significant threat. "Haha! Want to destroy me? How arrogant! Before you, more than 20 Celestial Masters have found this place. Among them, the first Celestial Master of this world, who received the inheritance of the true martial arts, also came. Why do you think I'm still here?" The blood-colored figure chuckled, suddenly bursting into laughter. Yin, Yang. Lin Yuan didn't continue speaking, but, with a slight thought, he drew upon the power of yin and yang between heaven and earth, pressing down towards the altar. Boom! The black and white colors transformed into a gigantic yin-yang millstone, intending to crush the altar, causing the entire relic to tremble faintly. Under the pressure of the yin-yang millstone, the blood-colored figure retreated a few steps, and the vivid red hue of its figure dimmed slightly. At the same time, controlling the power of yin and yang, relying solely on these means, you want to surpass all the celestial masters of the true martial lineage in this world, including the first celestial master who received the true martial arts inheritance. However, with just these, you still can't destroy me. The blood-colored figure's tone returned to calmness, and blood energies surged around the altar again, continuously replenishing its consumption. Condense. Lin Yuan manipulated the yin and yang within his body, extending his right hand and gently pressing down. 60 years of practicing Tao and gaining insights, Lin Yuan's comprehension of yin and yang far exceeded that of 60 years ago. At this moment, the yin and yang forces he mobilized were vast and mighty. Boom, 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 boom. The yin-yang millstone surged tenfold, with yin and yang forces interchanging, surging endlessly like a vast ocean. It's useless. I am indestructible. The original demonic spirit's expression changed slightly, still maintaining a defiant attitude, but in just a few breaths of time. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk things over. No need to resort to violence. Inside the original demonic sect ruins, the vast and boundless yin and yang energy transformed into a vast ocean. Facing the plea for mercy from the original demonic spirit, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. Swish! A strand of yin-yang energy turned into a sharp sword, piercing through the bloody body of the original demonic spirit. In an instant, the bloody figure boiled, but quickly recovered. However, this scene made Lin Yuan slightly stunned, because your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp the demonic technique, Great Wilderness Reversion Art. In an instant, every detail about the Great Wilderness Reversion Art flooded into his mind. This technique, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Although he had not practiced it, Lin Yuan was certain that this technique was of celestial master level, and even the Tianshi sect might not possess many techniques of this level. Original demonic spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the bloodied figure on the altar. What is the original demonic spirit? A guardian? Obviously not. The original demonic spirit cannot leave the altar, nor can it leave the ruins of the original demonic sect. Clearly, it has nothing to do with being a guardian. Lin Yuan believed that the original demonic spirit was more like an inheritor, mastering the inheritance of the ancient demonic sect, preventing the lineage from completely dying out. 60 years ago, the Lord of the 10,000 demons received part of the inheritance from the original demonic spirit, establishing the 10,000 demons sect and causing chaos in the world. Since it was an inheritor, it must have mastered many inheritances of the original demonic sect. When the original demonic spirit was pierced by the yin-yang energy, just now, it instinctively used the Great Wilderness Reversion Art to recover. The results, seen by Lin Yuan, were directly comprehended through his unparalleled insight. Over the past 60 years, while chasing down demonic leaders around the world, Lin Yuan had indeed gained insights into many demonic techniques. However, those demonic techniques were of lower levels, and Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in them. But the demonic techniques possessed by the original demonic spirit right in front of him were no less significant than the entire demonic inheritance of the Tianshi sect. Take it slowly. Lin Yuan made a decision in his heart. Originally, he planned to finish the battle quickly and resolve the original demonic spirit as soon as possible. But now, as the original demonic spirit had something valuable, Lin Yuan would naturally not let it go so easily. Next, Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the original demonic spirit to use various inherited techniques. As a result, your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Several months later, the original demonic spirit was basically squeezed dry by Lin Yuan. All the demonic sect inheritances it possessed were now in Lin Yuan's hands. Are you going to kill me or not? Just get it over with. On the altar, the original demonic spirit had completely given up. Although he was not a living being, he also had wisdom. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan, who clearly had enough strength to kill him, had been playing with him for several months. Could it be that he found the original demonic spirit interesting? It's not fun to bully people like this. The original demonic spirit probably never dreamed that all the trump cards he possessed had been stolen by Lin Yuan. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. When it was confirmed that nothing more could be squeezed from the original demonic spirit, he directly urged the Yinyang Great Millstone to completely destroy it. Stepping out of the original demonic sect ruins, Lin Yuan turned back and took another look. This time, in the original demonic sect's expedition, Lin Yuan could be described as killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he truly annihilate the original demonic sect, achieving what generations of celestial masters could not, but he also opportunistically gained all the inheritances and secrets of the original demonic sect. Although Lin Yuan was a celestial master of the Tianshi sect, he harbored no aversion to the demonic path's secret arts and inheritances. As long as it could make him stronger, whether it be the righteous path or the demonic path, there was no difference. The Universal Human Alliance possessed a massive number of evolutionary paths, among which were many terrifying methods, some even feeding on blood and souls. However, none of these methods were restricted by the three goddesses. The essence of power had no right or wrong. Only those who wielded the power could determine such distinctions. Demonic path. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. In the past few months, he had essentially comprehended and absorbed many inheritances of the original demonic sect. His unrivaled insight depended on Lin Yuan's strength. Before achieving the position of Celestial Master, Lin Yuan had spent several years barely comprehending the insights within the true martial scripture. After becoming a Celestial Master, continuing his arduous cultivation for 60 years, facing the profound depths of the original demonic sect's inheritance, not inferior to the true martial scripture, Lin Yuan had only taken a few months. The way of heaven diminishes excess and replenishes deficiency. The way of demons diminishes deficiency and replenishes excess. Numerous demonic inheritances surged in Lin Yuan's mind. On Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of the true martial hall. He looked up at the statue of the true martial emperor. Celestial Master. Qingping immediately approached. 60 years had passed, and the former Azure Taoist Songqing and Pingyang Taoist had already passed away. Nowadays, the Celestial Master sect was mainly managed by Qingping and several other celestial phenomenon realm experts. Master. At this moment, a figure walked in. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. You become a Celestial Master? Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan turned around and glanced at this figure. This figure was named Yuan, an orphan Lin Yuan had picked up 50 years ago during his journey down the mountain to eliminate demons. Because Lin Yuan noticed his outstanding aptitude, he brought him along and taught him carefully for several years. When Yuan turned 10, Lin Yuan brought him to Longhu Mountain. With Yuan's aptitude, he couldn't have gained the true martial sword's recognition. However, under Lin Yuan's command, the true martial sword couldn't act on its own and could only acknowledge Yuan. Now, 40 years later, Yuan had not disappointed Lin Yuan. 2 years ago, he officially achieved the position of Celestial Master. As a result, the Tianshi sect ushered in its most prosperous era, an era where 2 Celestial Masters were born. If it weren't for Master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago. Yuan respectfully said. His current achievements were inseparable from Lin Yuan's teachings during those years. It could even be said that Lin Yuan's influence was greater than that of the true martial sword. As his strength continued to grow, Yuan felt more and more the unfathomable depth of his master. As a child, when Yuan saw Lin Yuan, he merely felt that his master was very strong. When he stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm and saw his master again, he felt as if facing a heavenly might. Now, having become a celestial master, Yuan suddenly realized that his master was as profound and vast as the heavens and earth. It was like standing 100 miles away and looking at Longhu Mountain. Initially, it didn't look very high, but as you walked closer, it gradually became taller. When you were only 5 miles away, you found that Longhu Mountain was really high. When you reached the foot of the mountain, Longhu Mountain had already covered the sky. Zhang family village. Peach blossoms were in full bloom. Flowers were flying all over the mountain. No one knew that more than 80 years ago, the demonic sect had once exterminated the Zhang family here, causing over 1,000 lives to be lost and blood staining the earth red. Today, Zhang family village had become a graveyard, burying all the members of the Zhang family from the past. Due to the relationship with Zhang's celestial master, there were dedicated individuals outside the Zhang family village graveyard, preventing outsiders from disturbing the resting place of the deceased. Because of this, the graveyard was usually left undisturbed, exceptionally quiet. However, on this day, in front of a tombstone within the Zhang family village graveyard, a figure stood. This figure, dressed in Taoist robes, had a youthful appearance. It was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the tombstone before him, engraved with the names Zhang Kun and Su Yun. They were Lin Yuan's parents in this body. The time has come. Lin Yuan's gaze was melancholic. 80 years had passed since he arrived, and the time to return to the main world was approaching. In at most half an hour, he would return. Now that the Celestial Master sect had a new Celestial Master, coupled with the Celestial Master sword imbued with Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao, left in the Longhu Mountain Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan was essentially free of responsibilities. Before departing, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to take a look at his parents in this life. Time passed. In a blink, half an hour had gone by. In Lin Yuan's mind, the gateway to the Myriad Realms suddenly radiated a brilliant light. As his consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly. The yin-yang taiji force within his body collided and dissipated. The physical body, along with it, began to disintegrate inch by inch. A gentle breeze passed by, and Lin Yuan completely disappeared from sight. Born in this realm, departed from this realm. In this world, there was no longer a Zhang celestial master. The second transmigration had concluded. Kanglin Star, Water Moon residential area. Residence number 32. Inside a nourishment chamber, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first time he transmigrated, this time the journey took much longer. He spent a full 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world. It's worth noting that before the second traverse, counting the first traversal, the main world's life and the life on Earth. Added together, it doesn't even amount to 80 years. However, it was all worthwhile, because Lin Yuan created the Tao of Tai Chi. It's important to know that, among celestial masters, those who break through using Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji paths, and those who break through using the Tao of Tai Chi are completely different concepts. Even if not relying on Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. With Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, he could forcibly open a new path, breaking through to the realm of Celestial Master. In the initial 10 years of the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan did just that. But eventually, he discovered that, whether in potential or in strength, it was not as good as Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. And Taiyin Wuji, Taiyang Wuji are far from Tai Chi. The Tao of Tai Chi is, up to now, the most suitable path for Lin Yuan, as well as the most perfect and powerful path he can achieve. Perhaps, among the many evolutionary paths of the Universal Human Alliance, there are paths more powerful than the Tao of Tai Chi. But certainly, None are as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Tai Chi. Paths opened by others. Where is the satisfaction of cultivating one's own path? My current strength should be at the peak of rank 2, stage 12, infinitely close to the third rank. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan only took 40 years, going from rank 2, stage 9, to rank 2, stage 12. The remaining 20 years were spent exploring the path to the third rank. 40 years, spanning 3 stages, looking at Kanglan Star, perhaps considered top-notch. But in the entire Universe Alliance, it can only be considered above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was paving a new way, creating a completely new path from scratch. The difficulty, compared to those evolvers who followed paths paved by predecessors, is not just a few times or hundreds of times higher. His thoughts slowly gathered, and Lin Yuan got up and left the nourishment chamber. 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world. Lin Yuan was invincible, but there were still many mysteries to unravel, such as the true martial sword, such as the primitive demonic spirits. Why did these upper realm things fall into the lower realm? Are those upper realm powerhouses laying out some kind of plan? But since he has already returned, it has nothing to do with Lin Yuan. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, confirming from when he lay down to traverse to when he got up to end the traverse. A total of 2 hours had passed. To be precise, 2 hours and 3 minutes had passed. It seems that the hierarchical positions in the Dragon Tiger world are indeed higher than the martial arts world. Lin Yuan judged in his mind. In the martial arts world, 20 years have passed, but in the main world, only 10 minutes have elapsed. If we extend it to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of time flow, the time in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial arts world. There is also the power of yin and yang on Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently nighttime, and Lin Yuan could clearly sense the yin and yang energies permeating the heavens and earth. Due to it being nighttime, the yin energy was slightly stronger than the yang energy. Absorbing a bit at a time is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual items. Lin Yuan sighed. He now has the realm. What's lacking is the accumulation of energy. And in the main world, the most abundant resource is various types of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could entirely go to the surface of a star to cultivate. The solar energy there has become so dense that it's almost liquid. With one breath, Lin Yuan could absorb more solar energy than years of rigorous training. Of course, achieving this would require a considerable amount of money. And money is precisely what Lin Yuan lacks. With money, Lin Yuan can not only buy various spiritual items, but also purchase many evolutionary paths from the Universal Human Alliance to refine and perfect his own cultivation system. Let's continue uploading the Tao of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Universal Human Alliance encourages citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the 3 goddesses even show some resource bias towards this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged 5,000 merit points for his martial path evolution. This elevated his citizen level to level 2, granting various privileges, making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglan Star. The Tao of Tai Chi, as the subsequent path to Lin Yuan's self-established martial cultivation system, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Wisdom Goddess upon uploading, and subsequently earn more merit points. In the Universal Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for earning merit points is making contributions to humanity, which undoubtedly has many other ways. But for Lin Yuan, the fastest and simplest way is only one. That is to upload the Tao of Tai Chi. The 3 goddesses of the Universal Human Alliance are absolutely selfless and will not oppress or enslave citizens. As long as Lin Yuan's uploaded Tao of Tai Chi has sufficient value, he will be protected by the 3 goddesses. As for whether other citizens, after practicing the Tao of Tai Chi, will surpass Lin Yuan. Even if the cultivation environment of the Universal Human Alliance far surpasses the Dragon Tiger world, others will need decades to reach the Celestial Master level in a martial arts evolution path, no matter how superior the environment is. And in the time it takes others to reach that level, Lin Yuan, with his traversal frequency of once every 8 months, would have experienced dozens of traversals. The current celestial masters are almost insignificant to Lin Yuan compared to decades later, since the decision to upload the Tao of Tai Chi has been made. Lin Yuan began translating it into the main world's language and made subtle adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his gains in the Dragon Tiger world into 2 parts: the Celestial Phenomenon section and the Yin and Yang section. The Yin and Yang section was Lin Yuan's name for the Celestial Master level. Mastering Yin and Yang, fusing Yin and Yang. After completing these tasks, Lin Yuan immediately connected with the Wisdom Goddess. If an ordinary citizen, even if only connecting with a tiny aspect of the Wisdom Goddess, would require patience for a few minutes. But Lin Yuan is a level 2 citizen who has made contributions to the human alliance. It only took an instant. The solemn and clear voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed. Respected level 2 citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. I want to continue uploading to the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan said directly. After informing the Wisdom Goddess, Lin Yuan uploaded the neatly organized Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section. At the moment the Wisdom Goddess received the Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section, in a mysterious space many light years away from Kanglin Star, gigantic light screens rapidly flickered, and massive computational power crazily assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section. Detected that the Celestial Phenomenon section involves Yin and Yang dual attribute powers. Detected that the Yin and Yang section involves the fusion of Yin and Yang dual attributes. Extreme power fusion. The theoretical limit of this evolutionary path is judged to be 6th rank. Found the potential upper limit reaching this 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th article of the Constitution. Initiating contact with the Justice Goddess. Initiating contact with the Freedom Goddess. After confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach the 6th rank. Related plans generated. Initiating contact with the highest authority on this planet, Planet Governor Song Wuyong. At the highest point of Kanglin Star, Governor Song Wuyong finished his communication with officials from other planets. The planetary arena battle is about to begin. I hope this time we can produce some talents with 3rd and 4th rank potential. Song Wuyong sighed. As the planet's governor, he also faced the performance pressure. Every 10 years, the Wisdom Goddess would evaluate every detail of his actions during his term. Some of the criteria include how many evolvers of various ranks were born on Kanglin Star during this period, as well as the overall Citizen's Happiness Index, and more. The higher the Wisdom Goddess's evaluation of him, the greater his gains would be, particularly in the form of corresponding merit points. Of course, if the Wisdom Goddess evaluates him too poorly, not only would he not receive any merit points, but he might face impeachment, and in severe cases, he could lose his position as governor and be sent for trial at the highest court. I wonder how that creator of the martial arts evolution path is doing now. Thinking about the arena battle, Song Wuyong naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system had just appeared and squeezed into the top 100 of the Kanglin Star evolution rankings during Song Wuyong's term, marking the first change in the rankings. Wisdom Goddess protects these creators of evolutionary paths so tightly that even I, as the governor, can't access their information. Song Wuyong raised an eyebrow. For ordinary level 2 citizens, he could access as much information as he wanted, considering that he was a level 4 citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a level 2 citizen, but also the creator of an evolutionary path, a special individual protected by the Wisdom Goddess. But Song Wuyong also understood the Wisdom Goddess's behavior. In the history of the Universal Human Alliance, there have been multiple instances of genius seeds being prematurely suppressed. These suppressions came from enemies, competitors, or other races. As a result, the three goddesses decided that anyone judged as a genius among the human race would receive specific encrypted information protection. Outsiders could not obtain relevant information, making it difficult to carry out any suppression. But the martial arts evolution system has a potential limit of only rank 3. If it weren't widely popular, the goddesses wouldn't value it so much. Song Wuyong shook his head slightly. Determining the value of a certain evolutionary path depends on both its potential and popularity. At this moment, an electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wuyong, Wisdom Goddess requests connection. Wisdom Goddess is looking for me. Song Wuyong was slightly surprised. He had just been thinking about the Wisdom Goddess, and unexpectedly, she came looking for him. Connect. Song Wuyong nodded. He also straightened his posture, wanted to make himself look more pleasing to the Wisdom Goddess. After all, Song Wuyong couldn't see the Wisdom Goddess himself, but through various monitoring devices, the Wisdom Goddess could grasp all of Song Wuyong's movements at any time. As Song Wuyong chose to connect with the Wisdom Goddess, Wisdom Goddess has been connected. Freedom Goddess has been connected. Justice Goddess has been connected. In an instant, the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Universal Human Alliance arrived simultaneously. This made Song Wuyong, who was initially thinking about how to communicate with the Wisdom Goddess, feel his scalp tingling. Wasn't it the Wisdom Goddess who wanted to talk to him? Why did all three goddesses come? Oh my God, what exactly happened that alarmed all three goddesses at once?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.